Good morning, everybody. It's a shade after the bottom of the hour here in Arizona. I'm Chris Warden, joined this year by, I think this is your first time being here during this race. Is that correct, Troy?
For Cocodona, yes.
Yeah, of course, you came out here for Javelina. Of course, Troy Meadows from the Mid-Packer Pod, welcome. And it's Cocodona time. We are going to be beginning at the top of the hour to follow 250 or so runners across 250 miles of the Arizona terrain.
Well, I love how the math's there, right? You got 250 miles, 250 runners. I was out at the start line yesterday, kind of hanging out and checking out the packet pickup vibes. Did like the first 5 miles of the course, and like at mile 3.5, they shoot everyone up this ridiculous wash, and I was like, wow, this is this. They're just right out of the gate. It's all about, it's all about fun in the desert. So.
Yeah, the one thing that I will say this year, and obviously the course itself is no joke, but the weather has been the talk on everybody's lips this year because it is not nearly as oppressive as we're expecting it to, as it's been in years past. We're expecting it to be a little bit milder, and it'll be interesting because I've also seen a lot of rain in the forecast. So there's going to be something that we really haven't experienced at this race before.
I drove through quite a bit of rain yesterday coming up from the start to here in Flag where the studio is, and the start line kind of cleared out. It was like locusts running, and there was a wall of black just like heading toward Deep Canyon Ranch, and it was I was interested to see if those kind of if that's the kind of rain that comes in on the course, the racers and the runners are in for a wet treat.
We will be heading out to the field here momentarily. We've got Caleb Stevens, who is joining us from the start line in just a few moments, and he'll actually be in the studio during this Cocodona coverage. What we are intending to bring is basically wall-to-wall coverage from the start of the race at 5 a.m. local time here until Saturday morning when the final runners have to be crossing the finish line here in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. We're only going to have a couple of, quote, quiet times where we're on static runner cams. We're going to be I believe tonight and tomorrow night from like midnight to 5 a.m. we're going to go with static cams. But other than that, we're going to have anchored coverage for 115 hours over the next few days. We're caffeinating up for sure. We had to get that call time here. We had to be here about 4 a.m. to make sure we were ready. You actually traveled in yesterday. I came up to town the other day, but
yeah, you made the short drive. I made the long trip from Asheville, North Carolina, and it's a stark contrast to what I've been running in and training in. It's very green, very lush in the Appalachian Mountains. And then to get the desert underfoot and see cactuses and just the big sweeping canyons, I see obviously Arizona is a beautiful place to run in, but I feel the hype. I see the hype. I'm excited for the runners to get to experience, like 250 miles of just very... It changes, right? From where they start in Deep Canyon Ranch to where they finish in Flagstaff, they're going to go through, quite a journey across multiple, different types of terrain. So
yeah, they're gonna start out down in the desert, basically just north of Phoenix, Arizona. Are we able to pull up here? Hold on, let me just make sure I've got it. Okay, so we'll pull up my screen right here. We're actually on the Runner Live tracking page. Also, if we can have that, Trevor, pinned to the top of the chat. So fans can follow their runners here. And special thanks to our sponsors here, Speedland, John G. Knack, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Catula, Squirrels Nut Butter, and Satisfy. All of these brand partners helping us to bring this live stream to everybody live and around the world. Are we able to pull up my laptop? Awesome. So basically we're going to go through the course here. The runners are going to start down, and you can actually hit this on the Airvipe page as well. Those following along, the runners, you can see their trackers are all bunched in nice and tight at Black Canyon City, Deep Canyon Ranch. For those who have run out here before, that is the 50K finish line for Black Canyon, but that is where their race is just beginning. They're actually going to head out on the Black Canyon Trail. They kind of head down to the river, and the Agua Fria River, and they cross. I assume it's still going to be dry unless there was crazy rain this weekend. But then they're going to start to make their way north through the Bradshaw Mountains up to Crown King, Arizona. Crown King has a population of about 150 people. It's a wild place just out in the middle of nowhere, 25 miles from pavement. But, as somebody who's run the Crown King Scramble multiple times, I love it there. From there, they're actually going to head to Prescott, Arizona, and the aid station in town is at the famous Whiskey Row. They're going to make their way through Prescott Valley and up into the Granite Dells at Watson Lake. From there, going to head up Mingus Mountain, site of the Arizona Classic race Man Against Horse. Then make their way down into Jerome and Cottonwood, and from there, they're going to make their way east to Sedona, and from Sedona, they are going to head to Munns Park, which is basically the last point before they actually start to get to the Flagstaff metro area. They will go from there to Fort Tuthill, then around to Walnut Canyon, then heading north up into Mount Eldon, and then back down into the streets of Flagstaff, and finally finishing at Heritage Square. Can we pivot to David's cam? I see we've got a couple of people out there, and I know we're going to go to an interview here momentarily as well. We're going to have our first chat with somebody out in the field. But of course, runners getting ready. I think that's Andy Glaze right there, as a matter of fact. And Caleb Stevens is our person in the field. So he'll be chatting with somebody today. I'm not quite sure who he's going to be chatting with before the race, but wanted to greet Andy Glaze. I believe is that Eli Waby with him, perhaps? I wouldn't be surprised. They tend to run together quite a bit.
Yeah, I got a chance to meet Andy in person yesterday at Packet Pickup, and it was really cool. I had him on the podcast, and obviously an amazing dude who does pretty amazing things. Mm-hmm. But yeah, shout out to his son who just finished his first marathon oh wow, like a week ago or something like that. So yeah, it's running in the family. And as far as the course goes, it's been talked about a lot, but this course is very vert loaded. Oh yeah, in the front, and runners have to. I think 2/3 of the vert happen in the first call it 70 miles of the race or 80 miles of the race. And I know that the first 50K is notorious for you needing to be pretty self-reliant. And I think the runners are, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it over a gallon of water that they have to carry mandatory?
My metric to Imperial is escaping me at the time, but I believe that it's 4 liters capacity that they have to be carrying.
A little over a gallon then. Yeah.
But this is our first drone shot of the week. Of course, this is something that I love on a personal level. This was what really kind of opened my eyes with regards to seeing the capabilities of what we can do with these broadcasts and showing everybody, basically the Arizona terrain, and of course being able to fly over the actual start lines and the events and get to see all the people. It's truly a wonderful experience. And I've been to the Cocodona finish line. I was there at the inaugural year, and I haven't been able to be out there since because I've been in the studio, but it's definitely a great energetic experience. If you ever gone to like the tentpole events such as Western States, Hard Rock, Javelina, it's the same vibe here at Cocodona for sure. A lot of people, way more than 250 people out there this morning.
Well, it takes a village, and that's the thing that, especially when you're getting into the longer 250-mile events. When I run 100 miles, I love having a crew when I can, but I can only imagine the logistics that's required to kind of get it done. For the men in the back of the pack are going to take 5 days plus, to cover the distance. And I know there are people that do this race sans crew, just drop bags, and more power to you. But I would say if I could have a van following me up and down the plateaus and the mountains of Arizona, I would definitely take that option. So
last year, this gentleman came to town, and we didn't know him very well, but we got to know him last year. That's Harry Schubertus, the 2024 winner and course record holder, and I believe one of the breakout stars of the film The Chase. There's Mike McKnight and Mike Versteeg. Of course, Versteeg won the inaugural year in 2021. McKnight won in 2024. So that's actually all 3 of our returning men's winners. And we actually have 2 returning winners on the women's side as well, in Rachel Entrekin and Sarah Ostaszewski. And we'll take some time to talk about the field here. Troy, what are your thoughts? I guess let's just jump right in. The women's field is capturing the imagination, and it all starts with one name.
I'll just, whatever elephant in the room, like I've got her to win the whole thing. If she has the day that I think she's capable of here in the desert, I think she's going to give all the men a run for the money.
Is Caleb interviewing Max right now? Are we able to get that audio, or are they just having a conversation?
It's Jamil, yeah.
Oh, it's Jamil?
I can pull it, but I'm not sure.
Oh, well, they just concluded. So I knew that I wasn't sure if Caleb or Max or Caleb or Jamil had the interview there, but you can see, two guys who have actually not only won the race, but have started every year, had varying degrees of success in some years. I don't know if we're able to get some audio out there.
Live stream.
Gotta
Give the people what they want,
Good weather.
Live streaming right now. Yeah, I like that there's no rain at the start, at least. Be awesome if it snows. That would be pretty epic. When Anthony and I did that first year, it was like after that first night, we looked back and there was just snow all over Towers Mountain, whatever. Yeah. It'd be super cool snow in Cocodona. Yeah. Yeah. Shoe sucking mud.
Well, that's like Jeff. I was talking to Jeff Barmeyer yesterday. It's like looking for chaos.
Jeff is?
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It'll be interesting here. If it's muddy, it's gonna be crazy.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, I'm trying to think, like, up on the rim is the worst part, right? It's like a clay up there. Or is even Sedona?
I was thinking of,
Sedona actually wasn't too bad, I don't think.
like, was it the first year that they graded this? section.
They graded it this year.
No,
Oh.
was it the first year that they like did that? Well, I don't remember what
Oh.
it was, but they like rolled it.
Yeah. That was that first
Like,
year.
all soft.
Yeah.
It was like, I feel like these ATV roads
Could get pretty nasty. Yeah.
but-
That makes sense.
Remember that year at Muggion when the year got canceled?
Yeah.
I just remember coming into like Washington Park and like I had like mud and working for me.
I think, well, the worst for us when we did it in 2019 was like getting up on the rim, like going up Kasner Mountain that first year. That was like shoe sucking mud. It was freaking awful. So, what's up, guys? Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, we got you. Loving the previous
Morning.
banter.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, it's someone else.
Top of the morning.
Well, I sure hope not, because I always go off north side of the house.
No,
It's still 250 miles.
What's up, dude?
It's not bad. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good.
yeah. Jeff's pissed off. Jeff's pissed off that he got pulled for Western States.
Yeah.
I actually am. Dude, it's like the weather of one decade. Every decade or once ago.
2019, we had rain all week and snow up in Crown King the night. Like,
Today we're in like
yeah.
10-year window, 7-year window.
I guess 2019 to 2025, so 6 years, 6-year window. So
So it's not that odd. I could hit again in my lifetime.
it could hit,
Yeah.
but yeah, it'll be a sweat for long.
We saw Sarah Ostazewski, 2023 champion there, along with Aaron Fleischer, one of the legacies in this race, running it for the 5th time. Got about 7.5 minutes before the start. Looks like Shelby Farrell, Jeff Garmeyer, and we just got a notification that there are still some volunteer shifts available. If people are interested in being a part of this event, you can go to the Aerolipa Running website and the Cocodona page. And shout out to all those volunteers out there who are helping to bring this race both in terms of a logistics standpoint and a broadcasting standpoint.
Yeah, excited to see Shelby come back after the inaugural year. I know she had a pretty good run, and then things kind of started to fall apart for her a little bit toward the end. And I'm excited to see how she does post. I know she broke her foot last year, and this is kind of. I mean, she's had a couple decent runs as far as ultra stuff, but this is her first. Shelby, this is her first go coming back from the inaugural year.
She has picked up a few FKTs in the interim there, so she's stayed active when she's been healthy.
Morning, Chris. Can you guys hear me?
Absolutely. We can hear you just fine, Caleb.
Yeah, the anticipation for the runners has got to be interesting, because I know when I toe the line for a 100-miler, it's like I know I'm going on a journey, but this is like a whole nother level of let's get ready to suffer.
Yeah.
will say I'm trying to make my fantasy picks with 4 minutes to go, and the men's field is tough.
The ladies up front.
Morning.
You can see the.
I'm looking forward to.
Oh, we had Andy Glaze there. There we go. Looks like we lost Caleb's feed there.
Oh,
You can see the start chute is actually pretty packed with people.
this is like a European race. What's going on in the desert here?
About just under 4 minutes left before the start.
Yeah, and the start is pretty brutal because they're going to run this little chute about 400 yards and then take a hard right up a fire road that then turns into the front's going to run this, but it's a very hands-on knees climb right off the rip.
Yeah, it gets steep right away. For those that have run Black Canyon, I know there's a lot of you out there, you're basically running the first section in reverse of the final 50K finish area. You can see, I saw Jake Jackson there coming back for a second bite at the apple. I see Mika Thews in the orange in the background.
Yeah, Merry Cocodonas, friends.
Mika Thews, one of the expected favorites for being at the front of the women's field here this year. Alongside Sarah Ostazuski, the 2023 champion. And another,
I was like, Courtney stepped
potential
up to the
favorite.
line.
and as we mentioned,
Right over
Courtney
there.
Walter being the overwhelming favorite on the women's side, but until it's done, it's not done.
Yeah, I want to give a special shout out to Lindsay Dewar. She's
Dwyer.
Dwyer. Thank you.
What do we do here?
Her-
What is happening? I have no idea.
Her twin sister is my neighbor in Asheville.
Oh, wow.
We went on a shakeout run yesterday and did the first 2 miles of the course. And
Come on.
yeah, her vibes. There she is, right there. You can see her in the pink top.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 12 people off the way.
Yeah,
That is
her,
insane.
yeah, her vibes are just so. She's like so casual about the fact that she just slays mileage and is super fast, and I'm excited to see how she does at the distance as far as just stepping up from the 100-mile distance and really tackling a multi-day.
About 90 seconds from the start. See Kevin Goldberg there at the start line, just behind Lindsay Dwyer.
All the media, dude. This is nuts.
Jeff Garmeyer.
So
A lot of social media types at the front of the line.
Pretty close now. Better get out of the
the
damn way,
radio's
huh?
about to get ran over.
All right, folks. It's almost time. Let's go. Everybody.
You're like, why did I
And we're getting close
Run
to a
over.
minute to go here. I don't know about. I can feel the excitement, so I know it. The vibes are right down at the start line.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the one person I haven't. Have you seen Courtney at the start?
I have not, but that doesn't surprise me.
She's pulling a Killian. She's just gonna slide into the front right before they get going.
Yeah, unlike the streets of Silverton or the start at Olympic Valley, you can kind of sneak in here as 20 seconds before the start of the race.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Oh, there they go. Oh no, that's the media getting out of the way. My bad.
The media getting out of the way. But yeah, that starter chute is.
It's lined with people.
Here we go. Lindsay Dwyer out in front with Kevin Goldberg.
And it's begun. Yeah. Oh, and the journey begins.
Just starts.
Of course, it's only going to be dark for a few moments as the runners make a sharp right here to head up a pretty stout climb right away. And within 15 minutes, we'll have very clear visuals because of the sunlight.
Yeah, you can see the pre-dawn just creeping behind the ridgeline there.
So thanks everybody who are tuning in for the 5th annual Cocodona 250 presented by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running.
And the fun begins.
The runner tracking, if you're looking for individual athletes, you can actually check that pinned at the top of the chat.
Yeah, Tom, the start does bottleneck quite a bit, and I think if you want to run in the front of this race, you kind of do have to come out a little hot out of that starting chute just to get to that first climb before it really turns into the Congo line for the middle and the back of the pack. Yeah, and I will say doing a shakeout with Lindsay means that I was pretty much running at threshold pace the whole way, and she was barely breaking a sweat. So I definitely got a good little workout in yesterday.
So who are some of the runners you're going to be keeping an eye on here, Troy?
Well, I mean, there's the front. I'm really excited to see Mike Versteeg go at it again, and I think after kind of the last couple years, not really. I know he didn't feel like he had the day that he wanted, and he looked really fresh at the start line. I got a chance to talk to him yesterday around pickup, and he was just like cool, calm, and collected. And so, yeah, I'm interested to see how his race goes. I mean, obviously, we were talking about Courtney before. She's a standout favorite, though I didn't see her at the start line. So I guess we'll have to get some visuals on her once the sun comes up just to confirm that she actually started the race. And I think that's – and then obviously, I mentioned Lindsay. I mean, she's a friend. And I'm interested to see how she does. Her husband actually finished the race last year. Excuse me. I'm talking like my 3-year-old. My 3-year-old thinks everything that happened in the past was yesterday, and everything that happens in the future is tomorrow. Which I kind of love that, honestly. But yeah, and then I think Georgia Porter is going to be interesting to watch. Mika, Sarah,
Ostazuki.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, I think Jeff has done some pretty interesting things as far as like how he just continuously improves year after year. So I'm interested to see, how his fitness comes together. And then, it's been a minute since we've seen Ryan Sands on a start line, but he has a solid history of doing multi-day stuff. He's done big traverses in South Africa, multi-day treks. And I'm interested to see how taking some time off allows him to kind of rekindle the stoke.
Yeah.
And give a go at Cocodona, where I feel like this terrain, I think South Africa is not a bad place to train for Cocodona.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's some world-class trail running there as well. So, shout out to our sponsors again, Speedland, John G, Knack, Ultra Aspire, Tailwind, Catula, Squirrels Nut Butter, and Satisfy being the partners enabling us to bring you these early morning shots at the way, way, way too early portion of the Cocodona 250 here, presented by Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost.
I want to give a special shout out to Cooperative Coffee Roasters.
Uh-huh.
They are going to keep my cup full of coffee, and they were gracious enough They're a local roaster in Asheville, but they're gracious enough to give me like 15 pounds of beans so I could bring it here to make sure that the crew, the live stream crew and commentating and production crew could stay well caffeinated during this 5 or 6 day slog that we're on. So,
well, one of the things I'm kind of curious, and we'll see it as the daylight arrives, to see who is darted out to that lead. Last year, I think we were kind of shocked as we couldn't figure out who it was. It wasn't a runner that we were familiar with that had basically gone out to try and basically hammer a lead and was at one point, several hundred meters ahead of the pack. And it was a guy I've gotten to know and seen around at a few other races locally, Cody McKesson. Cody is a school teacher in Sedona, and he just thought it would be fun to go out and lead for a little bit. And I guess it didn't ruin his race. He still had a solid day. He still finished, or solid week rather. So if you're, if you want to go out there and get your little moment in the sun, I guess going out and sprinting to the front of the pack is how you do it. As you can see, it's 58 degrees in Black Canyon City, a little bit warmer than I expected, to be honest. The weather has been somewhat mild the last couple of days in Arizona. We've had a bit of a cold snap move in. I do know that usually this climb culminates in temperatures in the 90s and touches triple digits in some years. And once runners get to Crown King, things tend to cool off dramatically as they start to head up north at high elevations into the night. Crown King is just above 6,000 feet elevation. Right now at Deep Canyon, I believe that they're about 1,800 feet elevation in Black Canyon City. The total net gain in the first 36 miles is over 10,000 feet. So, they've got their work cut out for them early. And one of the things that we've seen over the years is that initially, that first year, we caught a lot of people off guard and who called their days early at Crown King. It seems like that's happened less and less as time has gone on, as runners have learned to navigate that first stretch. And also the addition of multiple water stations, one of which I know we'll be tuning into a little bit later, courtesy of our friend Ken Rubley. Ken Rubley goes out there each year and tries to give the runners, well, first of all, has tons of water out there. Second of all, tries to give them something to laugh at or something to have fun with. I heard rumblings of a potential Las Vegas-style casino out there.
Let's go.
Given Ken's background, I'm not surprised because he is the founder of the Jackpot Ultras. So we'll see what Ken has in store for us about mile 11. I know that he's got his camera set up out there, and he's been in touch with our teams. So after we figure out who these first few runners making their way up the climb are, we'll probably be touching base with Ken shortly.
And I know there's one year, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but he had frozen grapes for all the runners.
Oh, yeah, that was 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah. That was
last year he had Otter Pops, I believe. Maybe it was the other way around. I think actually last year he had the frozen grapes. And yes,
frozen
the
grapes of wrath. And another runner that I didn't mention when we were talking about people that I'm definitely here to watch perform is Jack Scott.
Oh yeah,
UK runner, spine record holder. He's been pulling out the stops to get ready for the Arizona heat and show up and really have a day here. And I'm interested to see how the weather will actually play into his favor when it's not a like historically hot year.
Yeah, Innovate did a great deep dive onto Jack Scott and his career and his preparation for this race. I'm not all that familiar with Jack. It's been told to me to be familiar with him by the time this race started. And I will say, looking at his results, I mean, the winter spine race, setting the course record there, 268 miler in the UK. And sometimes you have to play a little bit of transitive property math when you're trying to handicap runners that you haven't seen before at various races. So with Jack Scott, what I did was I looked at his result at the spine race, and the most familiar runner to me in that situation was Claire Banwarth. Claire has run Hard Rock and run Moab, won Moab outright. And at the spine race, Jack Scott finished ahead of Claire by 19 hours. So you're talking about somebody who is absolutely, a beast in the 200-mile disciplines. And I'm curious to see how he handles the terrain. I'm curious to see how he handles the weather. But with every passing minute, I think the weather becomes less and less of a factor for somebody like Jack Scott.
Yeah, I agree. And to your point about some of the runners, like to benchmark him against, when he reset the course record on the Spine, he beat Jasmine record by 10 hours.
Yeah.
And a lot of people thought
That's Jasmine Paris, people.
yeah, thank you, Jasmine Paris. And a lot of people thought that record was, not to say untouchable, but it would stand for some time before someone could touch it. And the cool thing about Jack, I didn't realize this, but I had some friends in the UK. Shout out to Sam Hill, who sent me a little bit of backstory, but he got into running to help him recover from a gambling addiction.
Oh, wow.
And kind of went, as we do in ultra running, went feet first into the sport. And now he's showing up on the biggest stages and, performing at an extremely high level. And from him, he told me he's gone media dark. So he's not answering questions. He's not taking interviews. He's not even like scheduling post-race interviews yet. And this is the same thing he did when he set that record at the Spine. So, I mean, for the audience, Jack is locked in and he's here. He's here to throw down. He's here to win it. So I'm interested, like we've been saying, I'm interested to see how that execution kind of unfolds over the next, call it 2.5, 3 days.
Yeah. I think that when we're talking about this race, talking about the front of the pack versus the back of the pack for frame of reference, runners in the front of the pack, we've actually gotten to the point now where they're finishing in the 60-hour range, which is basically half of the time elapsed. So Wednesday afternoon. The back of the pack still comes rolling in about 122 to 125 hours. I believe the closest finish we had was about 4 minutes ahead of the cutoff. I do know that a couple of our DFLs are back in the race this year. Andre Lee and Elizabeth Russ being those two. I think Andre Lee was the DFL in the inaugural year, 2021, and Elizabeth Russ in 2023. So welcome back to them. If you're looking at the runner tracker and the way too early going of it, I would not be surprised if these are the names that we're seeing at the front. So if the tracker is to be believed and what I'm seeing, your leader at this point would be Harry Schubertus, of course, with roughly 255 miles to go. I'm going to take that with a grain of salt, followed by Courtney DeWalter, Dan Green, Lindsay Dwyer, Michael Greer, Michael Versteeg, Rachel Entrikin, Sarah Ostaszewski, Jesse Haynes, a name we haven't brought up yet, but we will be talking about for sure. Mika Thews, Jeff Garmeyer, Georgia Porter, Shelby Farrell. Yeah, there's not a lot of surprises in that first list of people.
I wanted to ask, how accurate is the tracking devices as far as the terrain goes? Because I know as they kind of dip into canyons and as they get into certain remote parts, historically with the GPS tracking, it can do some weird things. But something I haven't really tracked with this race is how well the trackers actually do.
It's pretty good. And the tracker is not just for the front end for us, it's also for the back end. So we actually have a dedicated race command this week that is watching the runner tracker just as intently as all of the fans of these runners are. And if runners get off course by, seemingly an unusual amount, they'll get a text message or a phone call from the race command basically telling them, hey, it looks like you went off course here. And runners will have to double back. Actually, Caleb Stevens, that's one thing you can ask him about later because he got one of those text messages, unfortunately, last year.
Oh, that's funny. Well, that's great for the safety of the runner, especially,
And we've had some times, like I think that the most egregious situation where a runner went off course would have been about Munns Park, which is about 180 miles into the race. And when you get to Munns Park, you're actually in the edge of a town. It's kind of like it's kind of a bit of a I guess, a vacation enclave just south of Flagstaff. A pretty nice area, but she was nowhere near the aid station and actually had to be directed to head back. She was kind of wandering the streets of Munns Park, which is not part of the race whatsoever. So, and I think that at one point she was probably about 2.5, 3 miles off course. But typically they're able to catch runners within maybe, a quarter to a half a mile. So they're following that intently. Do we have eyes on the, looks like, see if we can get a drone shot up here. Looks like it's pretty dark, but sometimes with this initial area is pretty remote, so we'll kind of take what we can get. But that's a lot. That's a heck of a leg turnover for this early in the race. But that's Harry.
I was going to say the yellow hat. That's what Harry was wearing.
Harry Schubertus.
Runners already stuffing jackets.
Yeah. Those are pretty bright shoes for the.
That's a drone. That's a camera runner.
Okay. Putting the camera runners to work early on. Yeah, that is an absolutely blistering pace for this point in the race.
It is, and that.
But if you feel it, you feel it.
And that fire road, it's pretty punchy.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not a flat road that they're on right now.
And then they're really close to the turn to the wash. And maybe that might be part of the calculus there is.
Yeah, I think I was beginning to wonder if that second runner might be Mike McKnight. So Mike,
that is Mike.
Not taking any chances. The last couple of years, he's kind of taking his time in the first 50K of the race. And if that's Mike McKnight, basically deciding to latch on to Harry this quickly. We're less than 20 minutes in, and they look like they're running pretty hard for this early in the race.
Well, as the returning champion, Harry's the man to beat, right?
Yeah, I mean, Harry, basically, and Harry didn't lead out either. Harry was, on the fringes of the top 5 for the first 80 miles of the race, and really didn't start to make his mark until about Sedona, where he really started to. He had been kind of floating in the 5 to 10 range up to that point, and then at Sedona, with about 100 miles to go, Harry basically started making his moves, and as runners started to get to Munns Park and to Fort Tuthill, all of a sudden Harry was right there, and of course Harry famously ran down. They're coming back down to the fire road. That was kind of a wild moment right there. So our first wrong turn belongs to the lead men in the race, Harry Schubertus and Mike McKnight.
Oh, that's so funny. They totally thought that was the turn to the wash. So there is some pink ribbons over there.
Okay.
They're for the viewing audience there. I think it's red ribbons with black polka dots is what is on the course this year.
That's Courtney. That's definitely Courtney in the orange.
Here we go.
Would that be Dan Green perhaps running with her then? It looks like the two of them are fairly tight per the tracker.
Someone in the chat says Max with Courtney.
Yeah, it could be Max. Max had a kind of neutral colored race kit I saw when Jamil had him on camera.
Oh, these drone shots are epic.
Of course, they're still down in the desert. They'll make their way into the mountains basically over the course of this first 35K.
Oh, yeah. Keeping them in sight.
I am really surprised to see that leg turnover and that foot speed at this point in the race. Yeah, that's Harry and Mike McKnight right there. So Courtney DeWalter in the orange for sure, and looks like it's Max Jolliffe in the white/tan. Yep, yeah, that's Max. Of course, these runners aren't even quite a 5K into the race at this point, or maybe they are barely a 5K into the race at this point.
Yeah, showing the gap from first to fifth. They're all right there.
Yeah, it's so early. And I know that we get caught up in following the tracker and the runner prognostication and whatnot. But sometimes I like to just sit back and watch the scenery unfold. And I hope that those of you who are following Cocodona for the first time and are not familiar with the Arizona running terrain, you get to really soak in what our state has to offer. I mean, down here or down in the valley, basically, Black Canyon City is about the furthest north point of the Phoenix metro area, I would think. Maybe some people might say Anthem if you're splitting hairs, but basically about 30 minutes north of Phoenix proper on I-17 is Black Canyon City. And then once you get north of Black Canyon City, you actually climb up onto a plateau, and then you're basically in the Yavapai County area, which is where Prescott is, which is going to be where these runners hit at mile 78. But as you can see, the saguaros that this state is known for dotting the landscape here, by about mile 20 to 25, they go away as the runners start to get closer to Crown King. For those that have not run the Crown King Scramble, that's a feature of that race, where you basically start in the desert and end in the mountains, which this is doing for these runners on a completely macro level.
Yeah, and they've put quite a gap on the rest of the front of the field. Oh. Off the front hot.
Yeah.
We'll see how it pans out. Like I said, it's so early, and even if this year goes under course record pace, it's still a 2.5 day journey for these runners. So
of course, we're going to have, as we mentioned, about 125 hours of coverage here this week. About 115 of that is going to be live anchored coverage, with just a couple stops in the overnight earlier in the week for static cams at aid stations. And I'm going to run down some of the hosts that are going to be joining us here this week. Of course, myself and Troy Meadows are here to bring the beginning of the race to you, but I will actually be relieved in the chair by Greg Verregan. Greg will be in about 8 a.m. here local time. Caleb Stevens, who we saw briefly at the start line, is a Cocodona veteran himself. He'll be joining us later on today. Corinne Shalvoy, no stranger to Mountain Outpost live streams, will be on the call later as well. And joining her will be Tara Dower. Tara Dower, basically the superstar of the lineup, I would say, in terms of our coverage. And we've got a lot of stout runners. So Tara will be on with us. I'll be back on later for Aravaipa After Dark because it just wouldn't be a Cocodona without Aravaipa After Dark. And I'll be on with Tara and also Pete Kostelnik. Pete Kostelnik, the Keys to Keys runner himself, who has actually run Cocodona as well, has crewed and paced Cocodona. We'll talk to him, and he'll be a great resource to work with. Hillary Yang will be joining us tomorrow as part of the coverage. Sierra DeGroff, Mount to Coast runner and Aravaipa Racing Team member. Pete's Meets himself, Pete Mortimer, will be my co-host tomorrow night for Aravaipa After Dark. Claire Farrow will be joining us on Wednesday. Patrick Kavanaugh, new to the Mountain Outpost team, but will be covering the live stream at High Lonesome this year. We wanted to get Patrick some time here at Aravaipa After Dark. The Trail Gangsta, Rory Monahan will be joining us on Thursday. Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy, will be joining us on Thursday as well. And then on Friday, mostly people that we've been familiar with. We might pop on a surprise for you. It looks like we might have an open slot available. Maybe we'll fill that with a mystery guest host. And then on Saturday, to close things out, I will be joined by one of the runners in this race. I guess he's kind of calling his shot that he's going to be done with enough time to get a sleep in and then come out here to the studio, and that's Andy Jones-Wilkins. The legendary AJW is actually running the Cocodona 250 this year, and he still thinks that he's going to have enough gas left in the tank for a shift on the call. I have to admit, I was pretty impressed by his confidence there.
Yeah, shout out to AJW. The man's had had a replacement of both of his hips and is a 100-mile legend.
Yeah.
And taking a stab at the 250. So
yeah, an AJW story for running the 250 this year. He was originally registered for the 125 in Sedona Canyons, and he was running it with the intent of running it along with a friend of both of ours, Rob Martin. And Rob had registered for Sedona Canyons. Last October, right before Javelina, when he was supposed to help us on that live stream, he had a massive heart attack. And then when he was working through rehab, he had another one that unfortunately claimed his life. And AJW felt like the right thing to do for him was to basically bring Rob to the finish and cover the 250 miles for the both of them. So he switched from the 125 to the 250. So I'm rooting very hard for AJW to have the week that he hopes for this Cocodona.
Well, that's strong stuff. That's powerful.
Yeah, and I know that it is a sad thing, but frankly, for those that know Rob, they know damn well that if we were to focus on the negatives, he would basically fire off a couple of F-bombs to tell us to get back into the rhythm and talk about what the amazing things these runners are doing, because that's what he loved being a part of these live streams for. Yeah, Blimp Captain apparently hits the Soul Sports in Tempe, where AJW is the store manager. I think that was probably the perfect thing for him to do with his time as become a running store manager and get to have conversations with all the people coming in. So shout out to Soul Sports taking care of runners here locally. I hope everybody has that kind of local running shop in their community or that they have access to. And frankly, I've always maintained that this live stream should be on in every running store in the country. I mean, you don't get daytime live sports during the week in most cases in this country. Like, other than March Madness for the first weekend and big time golf events such as the Masters, you don't get those daytime sporting events. So frankly, this is a special week, and I'm glad that so many people are joining us. I mean, to see thousands of people that are tuning in, and I'm sure that not everybody's sitting on the couch, with their coffee and their breakfast, but at the same time, I know that a lot of you are doing what I do when I'm actually working, and I'll have it on like maybe in a corner of my laptop setup, or maybe with an earbud in to listen and follow along, and that's what that's why we do this. That's why we have these live streams, because those of you who are taking time out of your day and your week, in this case, to join us. And that's one of the things I love about Cocodona that's different. I mean, I love covering Javelina. I love covering Black Canyon. Those are amazing races, tentpole events such as Hard Rock and Western States. But this is one where it's less of an imposition in terms of asking the audience to sit and watch. Like when you've got a Saturday live stream and it's like, okay, I have to basically either get my long run out of the way or miss part of the race and do my long run and then, come back and watch, unless you've got, premium, YouTube. But in this case, you can follow in and tune in and follow along in the background of everything else you're doing over the course of the week. Of course, I know everybody out there is incredibly productive this week.
Well, that's the running joke for me is I get nothing done this week. And I'm that's why it's nice to be here sitting next to you on the mics and having call times all week for the live stream. Is now I can actually be productive, add value back to the community instead of getting nothing done in the real life job and just being glued to the Cocodona live stream. So, and based on what's coming in from the chat, that seems to be the consensus. People block out the whole week for this.
Yeah. So I'm going to do my best to shout out as many super chats as I can. And this one just grinds my gears. BF, let's get the blimp fun started. Oh my goodness. Y'all are starting early. Of course, Finn Melanson basically dropped that bomb a couple of years ago in the chat that we needed to have a blimp, and now Finn has run the race the last 2 years, so he hasn't had to answer for the consequences of his actions.
Yeah, Finn and Brett.
We even have a blimp captain in the chat. So, of course, now the runners are heading off of the Forest Road to single track, continuing to make their way up towards eventually Crown King this afternoon. Although, I guess the lead pack, we were talking yesterday as to whether or not the leaders of the race would get to Crown King before 6 hours and 30 minutes, so 11:30. I believe that last year String Bean got to Crown King at 6:45 or thereabouts. Shout out to Aid Station Fireball on that one. And with the conditions the way they are, I mean, it's, as you can see, 56, 57 degrees, 14 degrees Celsius. It's probably heating up as the morning is going on, but I think that these are the most favorable weather conditions we've seen in the early reaches of the Cocodona 250 that we've ever seen, with this being the 5th year. No other year comes close to the comfortable temperatures that these runners are expecting on day one. Shout out to Blimp Captain, best week of the year. Thanks, Aravipa and Mountain Outpost. I mean, I speak, tongue planted in cheek, but, Blimp Captain definitely is a regular in our live stream following and chats. So thank you to everybody who repeatedly tunes in. And for those of you that are joining us for the first time, because there are runners that we know are bringing additional eyes, such as Courtney DeWalter, Cam Haynes, Jack Scott, Max Jolliffe, like people who might not have watched some Air Viper live streams in previous times, in Mountain Outpost live streams. We're happy to have you, and hopefully you enjoy this coverage as much as we enjoy bringing it to you.
I just want to, this is the wash that I was talking about, that the drone's on right now.
Well, there's some stout runners there in that group right there. I believe that is Rachel Entrikin in the tan, or not tan, but in the kind of like reddish, dark reddish. Mika Thews is going to be coming into the bottom of your screen here shortly. I think. I'm pretty sure that's Mika right there. But yeah, this is still the fairly front part of the pack here. You're talking maybe the first 30 or 40 runners up to this stretch of the course. And you can see that this is a climb.
Well, there's some sections that are like, you gotta scramble in this, up this wash. It's not like, I mean, it's not crazy. It's very technical. It's not like crazy steep or a lot of that, but there are definitely a couple places where you have to put your hands down, get your knee up high, and kind of pull yourself up. And that's what, like yesterday when I was running on it, I was just like, I can't believe this is mile 3 of the Cocodona.
Yeah, it hits you really, really hard early. And I hope, Troy, that you get an opportunity to run some of the course here in Flagstaff. Maybe like head up and do the loop up Eldon, so you can see what it's like at the tail end of the race.
I have a couple things on my list to try to do. So, yeah, and this is peak week for my A goal. So I've got to put in pretty big mileage between my sessions on the mics, and then trying to get something done on the work front too. So we'll see how the running goes.
Another beautiful shot of the Bradshaws. Doesn't get much better than that right there.
We're going to play the Cocodona Chronicles because we have everything's going down.
Perfect. And we're going to take this moment to share the first chapter of the Cocodona Chronicles. You are tuned in to the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost.
We're here! Made it! We're doing it! Well, this is very, very, very long. So there's a lot of unknowns with the race so long. And I think the changes in terrain and temperature as we travel throughout the course will be a big variable. So I'm excited for all of it, though. I just want to get started. So in 2021, the first year of the race, I paced a few friends, Maggie and Jamil, and got to see a few of the sections of the course. And I kind of remember them. I think when I get to those sections, it'll bring up some good memories for sure, but there's plenty of the course that I have no idea about, and I love surprises. So I'm excited to not know what's around every corner or how long a climb is, to just be with my feet and take in the views as they come. There's a lot of questions that I'm just not sure the answer to yet, and we will only find out when we start. So I don't know about the sleep or what we'll do for that yet. I don't know how my body will do with 250 miles. I don't know.
Just a lot of problems.
A lot of things.
Yeah.
I pretty much don't know anything.
We'll just wing it. We'll be fine. What could go wrong?
All right, Mr. Wing It with the spreadsheets. How are you feeling about this?
Oh, I'm feeling so excited. Just drive around, eat lots of snacks, watch the dot, see how she's doing.
Yeah.
And mostly look up good jokes to tell.
I'm really looking forward to the jokes.
You guys are adorable.
Yeah, hopefully see you in Flagstaff.
Yeah.
I'm back. Yeah.
Why?
I really don't know. That's a great question. I think honestly the competition's really interesting this year. So it's funny, in January I was contemplating not doing this race, actually, after I'd already signed up for it. And I was just gonna like email the race director and be like, actually I'm busy. But I think the women's field really compelled me to come back, because it's not very often you get to play basketball with like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and that's what this year is. So I kind of want to see how I stack up.
Did you know you're coming back at first, right away, or did it take a few days?
After last year? I think all three at the same time. I was like, I never want to do this again, and then I was like, actually, just kidding, I want to do it tomorrow. So I don't know. It was definitely a process to come back, but as soon as I emailed the race director, I was like, hey, I think I want to do it again. It was like, yeah, I'm going to do it again. So yeah, so I'm doing it again.
What are you looking forward to this year?
I really want to meet Courtney, so I'm looking forward to that. But race-wise, I have a new crew this year, so I'm looking forward to getting to like show the course to them, because last year we were experiencing it for the first time together, and this year I get to kind of play the guide. So I think that'll be fun. Well, I definitely want to be more efficient at aid stations. So that's kind of my big thing. And then I learned a lot about nutrition last year for these. So being a little bit better with my nutrition strategy is kind of key. Oh, this race is cool. I'm glad I'm here. Yeah.
This year, I'm making a film different than last year on the back of the pack. So, in theory, I won't be very close to this guy, but I'll be out there.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, so that's different. Either in the flat or I'm gonna try and go fast. Because I don't know that I've ever had that really as the primary motivator.
I'm back. Yeah.
Why?
Oh man, well I love this race so much, and I wanted to come back one more time after I did the 1,000-mile club last year. This year I had the challenge of Arizona Monster followed by Cocodona. So 3 weeks ago I finished Monster, and I was like, how hard is it going to be to turn it around in 3 weeks? And man, thankfully I'm feeling pretty good. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how it's going to go this year.
What's different this year from last year?
Well, I think I'm really excited about this weather change, that's for sure. I'm really excited to see what it's going to be like to have a little bit cooler temperatures. I'm nervous about the rain, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I want to see what it's like to do this maybe with cooler temperatures, with a body that's got this many miles on it, but yet is feeling good. I'm just kind of curious to see what my old man body can do, and yeah, so I'm just excited to tackle this thing again.
If you don't mind saying, how old are you?
I'm 51 years old, so I'm the oldest of the people who've done every single Cocodona, yeah. But I think the thing is, this is a great race for grown-ups. So if you're in your 50s or in your 60s, heck, even last year around Michael Coppi in his early 70s. I mean, it's a great race for people of all ages. And so, but yeah, 51 years old, 550 miles in 5 weeks' time. That's pretty good. But kind of growing up with Cocodona, because Cocodona, the inaugural year, was only my second 200, and now this is going to be my 13th 200 attempt. So I've kind of grown up with Cocodona, but watching the race become this giant affair. I mean, here we are at Bib Pickup, and there's vendors like crazy, people all over the place. There's 4 different race distances now, and it's so exciting to see so many people impacted by this event and inspired and just challenging themselves. And so it's a real thrill for me to see all the kinds of people who are out here taking on a challenge and finding out how powerful they are as human beings. And it's a real blessing for us all. So yeah, I'm excited to see the growth. Congratulations, RFI, you guys were awesome.
Hey, Chad, you've filmed this race a few times. How many times?
4 times. Now I am racing the Cocodona 250. A little bit of trepidation. I feel very unprepared, but we're still going to give it a go.
You're going to carry a camera still?
I am going to carry a camera, yeah.
We'll be looking for you.
All right, thanks.
That was our first Cocodona Chronicles. Shout out to Tony Hill, Tony with a Sony on Instagram. You can check out his work there. But Tony is going to be splicing in and giving us those Cocodona Chronicles cuts multiple times a day this week. He's going to be working feverishly on trying to get us that information and some of those shots. That is not a runner. That is Ryan Thrower right there, I'm pretty sure. Filming the front of the race. You can see, I believe that they are getting coverage and footage for a Courtney DeWalter project. Of course, that would mean that Courtney DeWalter is right out near the front there.
Yeah, and that last shot of the Chronicle with those lightning strikes and the wall of black, as I was calling it yesterday, I was staring out at it at packet pickup, and you could just see the lightning striking coming down. And like I said, as soon as I got in my car, as the first raindrop started falling, and everyone was they did their pre-race briefing early, and everyone was just basically like a mass exodus out of Deep Canyon. So
yeah, for those,
it's pretty wild.
For those following the tracker in the, I guess that might have been Cam Haynes that he was filming then, because Courtney would have been further up if there's runners ahead. But for those following the tracker, yeah, the early goings, like when you're talking the first 5 to 10 miles, the runners are still so clumped together, and everybody's pinging at different times that, take the runner tracking with a grain of salt. That's why I kind of, when I mentioned the runner tracking tongue planted in cheek, that, we don't know exactly where everybody's at unless we were to do a little bit of a deeper dive into the runner tracker, which is pinned at the top of the chat. But if you're one of those who is following the tracker as gospel, I can tell you right now that per the tracker, we've got Courtney DeWalter in first, Dan Green in second, followed by Jack Scott, Ryan Sands, Rachel Entrikin, Michael Greer, Michael Versteeg, and Max Jolliffe as your first handful of runners, followed by Harry Schubertus, Mika Thews, Patrick Hallahan, Maya Detmer, John Henderson, Ryan Coons, and Allison Powell. So I think that, and that's completely not even paying any attention to when their signal trackers last pinged or anything. So, again, I take these with a grain of salt until we actually get up to, I would say that, like, as we approach Crown King and Lane Mountain, we'll start to see more separation. And then truly by the time they start to hit Whiskey Row, I think that the trackers become more and more valuable. You can see runners actually spaced out. You can see this winding, beautiful single track as these runners make that 10,000 plus foot climb from Black Canyon City, from Deep Canyon Ranch all the way up to Lane Mountain and Crown King.
Yeah, and I know that I think 6:25 AZ time is when we're expecting the runners to cross Cottonwood Creek. So that'll be coming up here in the next, say, 40 minutes, which will be, I think we should have eyes on the runners there when they get to that point. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean that's my impression. Also, shortly after that, we will be touching base with Ken Rubley. Okay, so that's McKnight.
There's Max
and Courtney as 1, 2, 3,
all working together.
Yeah. It is interesting to see this year that Mike. Wait, is that not the front? I see our drone. Oh no, that's not the front.
It looks like we got two runners.
Yeah, we have two
going hot
leading
off the front.
Way out. I mean, that's got to be Harry in front.
Well, it is a 250-mile race, so you just have to stay within striking distance.
Yeah, but even to see Harry. Okay, so there's Harry and Mike.
Yeah, they're still leading off the front.
And before, and I know that there are going to be people in the chat saying, "Oh, well, they're going too fast; they're burning themselves out." These are two of arguably the best, most successful 200-plus mile American runners there are. Like, these are not people who are just burning the tank too early because they don't know what they're doing. They may be burning the tank early, but they absolutely know what they're doing. Because frankly, if you think you know more about running these distances than Harry Schubertus and Mike McKnight, you're probably wrong.
Well, and they've done it before. It's not like their first time here either, so they know what effort looks like across the event.
They're Triple Crown winners, and they're just absolutely top-notch runners. Both of them having won the last 2 Cocodonas.
But I love this group of 5 working together. I think this is going to be fun to see how this group kind of stays together throughout the first, like, say, 24 hours before. I don't know what everyone's sleep strategies are, but I imagine there's going to be at least a couple quick dirt naps that happen over the course of the first, let's say, 24 to 36 hours.
I think there's a potential for the pack to kind of break up even before then, because obviously they'll all have their crew setups at Crown King. But beyond that, once they're actually able to hit pacers at Whiskey Row, I think that may be something that affects how they move from there. That's Jeff Garmeyer in the blue. That's definitely Jeff Garmeyer in the blue at the back of that pack right there. So Jeff pushing out pretty hard. So that's Max, followed by, not quite sure who runners 2 and 4 in that pack are, but that's Max in 1, Courtney in 3, and Garmeyer in 5 of that group right there.
I just love that we can get these dynamic drone shots, and they're going to be coming to us for the next 5-6 days as we cover this race.
Yeah, during the day, and you'll see, to the audience, those who are tuning in for our coverage for the first time, during the day, we're going to have as many drone shots and follow cams as we can out on the course. At night, we kind of pivot a little bit to catching runners as they come in and out of aid stations. We don't really have, obviously, it's kind of not all that dynamic to have a follow cam in the in the far reaches of the dark forest, but that's why Aravaipa After Dark, we tend to bring in guests and maybe kind of, maybe go a little bit off the rails, but we always do try and make sure that we're following the race fairly intently. So, if you're trying to keep up with what's going on, definitely stay tuned to the live stream all week long. And you can come and go as you please. We're glad to have you.
No, once you tune in, you're stuck. You got to sit in your chair and you got to watch the entire live stream for 6 days, 24/7, friends.
The hardest part of doing this live stream and then later on going to work is later on going to work.
Yeah, like I said before we cut to the Chronicles, it's going to be interesting to, put 6 to 8 hours on the mics and then go get the training in and try to recover so I can show up as a fresh daisy every day for my sessions here. I know I'm going to be kicking off the show tomorrow morning as well.
Okay, so it looks
Greg.
like Jack Scott is one of that pack. We'll have to determine whether he's number 2 or number 4 in that little mini pack of 5. Was he wearing all white, or would that be him perhaps just in front of Courtney?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess if there's anyone in the chat that had eyes or knows what Jack's kit looks like,
yeah, because he's going to Media Dark. But yeah, to see these runners moving so well early in the race, I am thinking that part of that has to do with the weather. I mean, it says 57. It might be up pushing 60 degrees, but if there was a nice little bit of rain yesterday down there, it's going to be very comfortable.
Someone says that, thank you, Ultra Trail Breakdown. Looks like Jack's wearing white Innovates with black heels, so maybe that puts him number 4. It's hard to tell because we got a pretty wide shot. So
yeah, that's right. Jack is sponsored by Innovate for sure. And then it seems like maybe a couple hundred meters back of that, looks like there's another group in the lower right-hand side of your screen. Looks like about 4 runners there. Trying to play the ID game is fun. It just seems like they're moving so well up some of these hills for this early in the race. And again, most of the people at the front of the pack here, there are very few unfamiliar names. I mean, even those who don't have the 200-mile experience are people who have experienced wild success in the 100-milers. I think that's... I'm not sure. That's Versteeg in front of that pack.
Oh, number 2 or number 1?
Number 1. That might be Jamel following him, potentially or is that somebody with poles potentially? But that's Versteeg at the front of that. I'm pretty sure. Nobody else was wearing a white tank or a tank top at a cutoff tank top at the front of the race. Okay. I just saw somebody. I wasn't sure if they were carrying poles or
It
camera.
did kind of look like a gimbal, but I think they were poles.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, I'm like squinting to try to see the screen. So
Even in 1080, it's a little bit tricky. Yeah, that's one of the things. We'll talk about, obviously, with 125 hours of coverage, 124 hours yet to come. We'll definitely be talking about all of the magical things that you can get at the aid stations here. The most famous aid station on the course is definitely Pete's Meats. It used to be at the top of Eldon, but due to changes in the race with regards to the migration patterns of the Mexican spotted owl, that aid station has been moved from the top of Eldon down to, I believe, the aid station right before is Wildcat Hill. So that's like right before they get up the Eldon climb, which was probably a little bit better to get a full-blown meal right before you head up Eldon at mile 249.
I will say Pete's Meats is on my radar for getting a full meal during a training run as I go up and down Eldon sometime this week. So.
You have to sneak over there and try some for sure, yeah.
And then I guess we haven't quite confirmed, but we have been getting reports that there's either lane closers or I-17 is blocked until 11 a.m. today. So if you're trying to head north on the course up into Flag, just be mindful of that. Make sure that you're checking. I guess where would be the best places for people to check that out?
So when it comes to traffic concerns in this state, I follow the Arizona DOT page on Twitter. That is at Arizona DOT. It looks like there's some closure issues further north. I'm not seeing anything yet for Southern, but that doesn't mean that there's not. I do know that approaching Bumblebee, which is the gateway to the Crown King area, that's the only aid station, Crown King, that has crew access that is regulated. Because at Crown King, the town is only 110, 120 people permanent population, and it's basically a circle with a couple of outlying streets, and there's just not a lot of place to park. So there's kind of like a traffic flow control at Bumblebee Ranch, where actually there's kind of like a de facto restaurant set up at Bumblebee Ranch. So from there, it's about a 20-mile drive to Crown King, which is on that road about 45 minutes to an hour. Because we had a situation a couple years ago where a vehicle got stuck. I think it was an extra large motor coach that was having trouble navigating the narrow road up to Crown King, because it does become just wider than a single lane for a little bit, and there's some switchbacks, and it becomes a bit of an ordeal. It's not a hard thing. You can drive it in a passenger vehicle as long as you're not afraid of high mountain roads. It's not technical to drive necessarily unless you're in a huge vehicle. Like if you're in a box truck or if you're in something with a trailer, then yeah, it might be a little bit more daunting, but like a passenger vehicle, you can make it up there in a typical sedan or low clearance coupe. But it's just the fact that Crown King itself is so small that they have to regulate traffic coming in and out for Cocodona.
That's nuts. I'm like, after watching the live stream for many years, it's one of the places that's on my list I'd like to go and kind of see, because I know, like to your point, it's such a small little place, and it reminds me of some of the tiny little gold rush towns that exist in the Sierra foothills that are, this just happens to be a road that drives through it, and there's usually like a saloon, maybe there's a gas station if you're lucky, and the saloon has a couple rooms above it, right? And that sounds like Crown King kind of has that vibe. So
not far off.
Yeah.
So the Crown King Saloon actually used to have a boarding house above it. I guess back when it was a brothel back in the days, like 100 years ago. But Crown King, yeah, there's a saloon. There's 2 other small restaurants, a couple of businesses that rent out cabins. We go there every year for the Crown King Scramble. and it's a 50K that ends literally in the yard of the saloon, which is like one of the greatest race atmospheres. I love going to Crown King, but it is a huge commitment to get there because you have to drive 25 miles on dirt roads no matter which way you're coming from. So it takes, like we were talking about, I was with Aid Station Fireball on our drive up here, and I kind of wanted to drive up to Crown King, but I knew that driving over to Crown King and back would have probably added another 3.5 hours to our drive up to Flagstaff, and we just kind of wanted to get here. But one of the bonuses of heading to the Crown King Saloon or the town of Crown King itself is the Cleater Yacht Club. The Cleater Yacht Club is a bar about 300 miles from the nearest navigable waters. But like basically the backyard of the Cleater Yacht Club is filled with pontoons and jet skis and boats that basically people use as their tables / sitting areas.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is really cool. But yeah, it's, you know, a couple of interesting notes about Arizona. You're talking about Crown King and Cleater. The race doesn't go through Cleater, but you drive through Cleater to get to Crown King. And that's one of the magical things about Cocodona. So these runners are going to go through Crown King, and then they're going to head up to Prescott, Whiskey Row, the original capital of the state of Arizona. And then they're going to head from Prescott up to the Cottonwood, Jerome area, which is, if you're looking for a weekend trip, Jerome is one of the best.
Yeah, Jerome's amazing.
Yeah.
I've spent a little bit of time in Jerome, and it's just the relief and where the town sits is you kind of, depending on what aspect you come to it, is you kind of go up these ridiculous switchbacks because the town sits like right on top of a cliff.
Yeah, it's right on the side of the wall. Of course, Jerome is also a famous destination for people who are into ghost hunting. The Jerome Grand Hotel is a converted mental hospital, I believe. I think that's what I was told. And then from Jerome, they head up to Sedona, which, you know, a worldwide vacation destination. Sedona is one of the most beautiful towns in the world, I believe. Traffic gets a little bit snarly there on the weekends, but those runners that are coming through there during the middle of the week, I think that their crews are going to get a little bit of a break because Sedona on like a Tuesday through Thursday is actually downright pleasant in terms of traffic. It's not too bad at all. From Sedona, they're going to head to Munns Park, the vacation enclave just south of Flagstaff, to Fort Tuthill, which is actually a U.S. Air Force recreation site. So that's one of the cool things about Fort Tuthill being an aid station setup location. And then from Fort Tuthill, they're going to make their way around to Walnut Canyon and then finally up to the top of Mount Eldon, then down through the streets of Flagstaff via Buffalo Park. Looks like we might have some shots on course from Bryce Brooks. Or, okay, no, this is our camp. That's Harry right there. Harry Schubertus. Looks like he's already hit Cottonwood Creek.
If he's already hitting Cottonwood Creek, that's
quick.
That's quick. They're cruising.
20 minutes ahead of projection.
Yeah, that's 20 minutes ahead of projected time for this section. He is setting a blistering pace.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing Harry. Oh, beautiful shot of Harry as he approaches the further Bradshaw Mountains. Just absolutely hammering it already at this point.
Yeah, see, as you can see, they do walk.
Yeah, if Harry is taking a walking break with the way he's been moving, you know that that's a punchy little short climb.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing that I really love about running in Arizona, especially this part of the state. It's just all the saguaro cactuses. It's like such a stark difference than the green tunnel that I get to spend most of my miles on out in Appalachia, Western North Carolina, and also just how technical like the single track is and the rock underfoot. It's very similar technicality without the roots, but yeah, I'm interested just to see how, you know, this terrain kind of affects some of the runners that are not used to running in Arizona over the course of the event.
Yeah, you can still see ample saguaro presence on the sides of that access road that Harry is on. That will diminish as he makes his way further up towards Lane Mountain and Crown King. So I would say at about 4,000 feet is where the saguaros start to become more and more sparse. And Harry's probably at about 3,000 feet of elevation at this point. And then finally, what's amazing about the run up to Crown King, no matter which way you do it, whether it be via this road or the world famous, quote, Jeep Road, as they call the back way from Lake Pleasant, you do notice that the vegetation changes pretty significantly. And then all of a sudden you go from the saguaros lining your path to having tall shrubbery and brush on the sides of the road, and then before you know it, you've all of a sudden hit a canopy of trees when you get up to about the 5,000 foot range. I'm glad somebody caught me saying shrubbery.
Shrubbery. Yeah, my apologies, Jay Gellenwater. It's early in the morning, my friend.
Yeah, it's just after 6 a.m. here in Arizona local time. The race has been going on. As you can see, the timer trackers on the upper right-hand corner. About 67 minutes into the race, and Harry Schibertus is blowing away all expectations, which has kind of become the norm for Cocodona. Obviously, a race still in its, not infancy, but definitely kind of a toddler thing going on, where a lot of the course marking, or course, is that cattle right on the road?
Oh, that is a big
That is
cow.
a bull right on the road. Getting out of Harry's way.
Yeah.
Harry is charging the bull.
That's a big cow.
Yeah, that's some big cattle right there. Yeah, this is open grazing area, so I mean, when you run Black Canyon, you're actually when we ran the 50K this year, there was a point where we had to cut over. There were about a dozen cows within 50 meters of the course. I would say maybe about 15 miles in. So yeah, this is basically just on the other side of a couple of hills of the Bradshaws. So yeah, you're gonna see, you know, a lot of those runners are gonna see cattle and other animals along the way.
And it's, you know, he's kind of putting the gap.
Mike McKnight's crew.
That's actually really funny. I missed that. I'm
Somebody
glad you caught that in the chat, because
somebody said it was McKnight's first aid station.
Yeah, Team Dirt and Vert, the bull did recognize the alpha and got out of the way. And it looks like, I mean, Harry's putting a little bit of a move on Mike and creating some separation and some distance.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting, because I wonder, you know, one of the things about Mike is that he was leading out and fairly close to the front in years 1 and 2. And then in year 3, he actually was really kind of fighting from underneath, is the best term I can use to describe it, where he was, you know, like 50 or 60 spots back, and maybe, estimates anywhere from 7 to 10 hours back from the lead when he was hitting certain aid stations earlier on. And he fought and he fought and he came back and, had a furious charge from behind in the second half of the race to win. But this time last year Mike was seemingly a little bit dismayed at the fact that he fell into a deficit so quickly. I mean, hitting, early aid stations, 50K into the race, an hour or more behind the leaders, and he didn't want that to happen again. So I assume that's why he came out hot this year. Yeah, you can see him giving chase to Harry up yet another climb.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to close the gap, actually. But yeah, to your point, I mean, Cocodona has turned into a runner's race. You know, like you can't. It's you really have to set a pretty brutal pace from. It's really about like how well you hold up.
Yeah.
Over time, it's about the durability, but you still have to set a pretty grueling pace if you want to stay in the front, and you have to kind of stay connected. You can't just let the front of the race get 10 miles ahead of you anymore.
Absolutely.
And expect that you can kind of rally and think that the blow up's going to happen or that the race is going to come back to you.
Yeah, I think that as time has gone on, we've seen that runners are just getting more talented and smarter, so we don't see those blow-ups that we used to traditionally see, at least not in the same number. Like, there's always going to be people who, maybe have things go sideways for them, but you don't see the volume of blow-ups in 100 and 200-mile races that you may have seen a decade ago. I think that the strategies have become more tight, and even though the 200 still has a little bit of Wild West to it, I think that, honestly, through the coverage of this event, I think people are able to see a lot more what runner strategies are like and able to formulate their own. As we mentioned, the next aid area will be at the Cunningham Gulch, I believe. Is that where we said? Cunningham Gulch is going to be the next, or the Cottonwood Water Station. My mistake. Cottonwood Water, and that's where Ken Rubley will be joining us, and I think he'll be joining us sooner rather than later. We're getting into an area where it is going to be a little bit grainier, a little bit rougher footage. I would say from here until about Camp Wamatochik really is where it starts to pick back up. I guess Camp Kippa, we've got some decent footage as well in terms of our follow cams, but our drone shots are going to be hit or miss here for a little while. I know that leaving Crown King, we've gotten some good ones. You can see, well, there's Courtney down at the bottom of the screen. Okay, Versteeg was in all black. Okay, so that would be probably Max, Versteeg, and Courtney right there then.
Yeah, kind of rounding out the top six. I think there's a runner ahead of them, a runner or two. But I'm always impressed with, I mean, I know, there's connection issues. There's, most of these drones are operating on a Skylink. Starlink, excuse me. It's still early. But just the ability to kind of put the web of connection together to be able to bring this content. Behind the scenes, it's a lot of moving parts. and it's, you know, I think I hear it a lot is, you know, people like to try to compare like the quality you get at UTMB where you have like 5G service like all the way around a mountain and you could just stream like 4K video like all day long, and you know what the team does here at Mountain Outpost to kind of bring these shots to the table. It's truly an orchestrated event that takes a lot behind the scenes to bring the drone shots to kind of cut all this together.
Absolutely, and thank you very much to our sponsors that are our partners who are helping make this all possible. Speedland, Satisfy, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Catula, Tailwind, Ultra Aspire, Knack, and Janji. Of course, I'm looking at the Speedland campaigns here in the studio and debating whether or not those are going to fit my foot, and perhaps that they'll go with me at the end of the week. I don't think they'll fit.
I think they're 5.5, so it's gonna
yeah, that might be a problem.
It's gonna take a pretty small foot.
Might have to cut the front out on those. You can see, shout out to our drone camera there, Mitch, giving us shots of runners heading up that climb. I think that's Rachel Endricken in the blue. I thought she was wearing blue when I saw her earlier. Of course, the runner tracker is pinned to the top of the chat, and if you are looking into specific runners, you can definitely follow them there. Of course, these runners, even at the very front of the pack, are still perhaps 7-ish miles into their journey, so maybe 8.5 miles. So still about 248 or so to go before they're done with their race. Some of the runners that look like they're in the lead pack here: Harry Schubertus, Dan Green, Pau Rius, a name that we have not talked about yet. We'll definitely get some intel on Pau. Jack Scott, Michael Versteeg, Courtney DeWalter, Max Jolliffe, Mika Thews, Rachel Entricken, Jesse Haynes, Finn Melanson sighting. Shout out to the Single Track podcast host. Ryan Sands, Ryan Kuntz, Michael Greer, Lindsay Dwyer, Brody Chisholm. Brody's first mentioned here on the live stream. For those that are not familiar, Brody is a whopping 18 years old and coming back for his second Cocodona finish.
Wow.
What were you doing at 17? Were you running 250-mile races along with his mom?
We're not going to talk about what I was doing at 17 years old on the live
That's
stream.
a different podcast. Michael Pewitt, Sarah Ostaszewski, the 2023 women's champion, Mike McKnight, the 2023 men's champion, Jeff Garmeyer, Jake Jackson, former U.S. national team 24-hour team member, Michael Kirsch and Allison Powell, Patrick Hallahan, Georgia Porter, AZT specialist, Cody Poskin, Dee Wu, Peter Von Hack, Brian Janzik. Brian Janzik is one of the legacies running this race for the 5th time, going for his 5th finish. Joel Thurston, Corey Davidson, Jeremy Hedges, Shelby Farrell, and Catherine Edwards Anderson. Catherine Edwards Anderson is somebody I'm super interested in following as this race progresses, because Catherine has the course record for the Sedona Canyons 125, and not an insignificant one, as her 30-hour and change win last year was 3 hours better than any other woman running that race. So I think that if we've seen runners step up, and runners that have had success at Sedona Canyons have had success here. Oh, here we go. This is the Cottonwood Creek. Thank you very much. Okay.
So this is the stationary cam at Cottonwood Creek as runners.
Shout out to Mitch giving us this shot here at Cottonwood Creek. This is mile 7.5. These runners are just hitting their first opportunity to, I guess, see civilization, as it were. And these would be, the fastest runners have already made their way through here. So this is, I guess, the tail end of the front / the beginning of the middle of the pack here. The runners are hitting here, and then I can see. I believe that we're going to shortly also have footage at the Cottonwood Water Drop, courtesy of Mike and our host for the Cottonwood Water Drop, Ken Rubley.
Yeah, this is a really good perspective just to show kind of some of the grades that the runners are dealing with, because the drone shots just do not do the relief justice.
Yeah, it's very hard to show entirely. I want to shout out to a Cocodona veteran. Oh, there's Corey Waltering right there. Jennifer Goins giving me a heads up on the I-17 closure. It's apparently 3 hours from Deep Canyon to Crown King as it's routing around the other side of Lake.
Wow.
Do they mean Lake Pleasant? That would be wild. Oh my goodness, that would be wild.
And John Donlevy in the chat saying volunteer slots are still available at Wildcat Hill. So if you want to come work with Pete's Meats, get to hang out with Pete Mortimer, Julian Galazzuni at mile 233 as runners reach the home stretch. I guess where can you volunteer? Where can you sign up to volunteer?
So if you go on to the Aravaipa running page, I'm gonna set it up, and then if we can just quickly, actually no, I don't want to take away from these runners, but if you go to aravaiparunning.com, there is a volunteer tab at the top of the page, and if you pull that up, you can scroll down to the actual races, and there are actually 3 spots. There's the Aravaipa. Under Aravaipa Running, there's the Cocodona 2025, there's the Cocodona 2025 Livestream Volunteers, and the Sports Therapy. So you can volunteer through any of those. And I'm just going to take a quick look as we see these runners approaching the Cottonwood aid station. You've got the opportunity to volunteer still at, I think Lane Mountain is full. Looks like there's even still opportunities if you could make it up to Crown King by noon, which from the sound of things might be a daunting task. Arasta Creek is full. That's good to hear. Camp Kippa at about the 5th aid station, just between Crown King and Prescott, has a little bit of volunteer spottage available. Whiskey Row, we've got covered. Mingus Traverse start line. Wow, I have to shout out that I'm glad to see that a lot of these aid stations are completely filled up with volunteers. It makes me very happy and proud to be a part of this community. Looks like maybe the first place on the course that really could potentially use some volunteers would be Mingus Mountain, which is about just before the halfway point, just before the descent into Jerome, which is the true halfway point. Jerome can use some volunteers at the Sedona Canyon start line on Wednesday morning.
Man, back to yet another epic drone shot.
Yeah.
As we've got runners kind of, I would say more toward the middle of the pack, kind of making their way, trying to get to the water. This is Cottonwood Creek, but trying to get to that water drop. And it looks like the front of the pack is kind of right there. They're about, at this point, they're within a mile and a half of the first water drop.
So there are some spots available in Sedona, and if you're looking for an excuse to go to Sedona, that's as good a one as any.
No one needs an excuse to go to Sedona. I'm just going to say that right now. I did a little vacationing there many years ago, and it's definitely one of those spots where you spend a week there, and my wife and I were looking at each other going like, so how do we make this work? You know, it's like one of those towns where you're there and you're just like, God, I could do this for a long time. You know?
I actually had an aunt who lived in Sedona for many years until she and her husband passed away, and they bought in Sedona back in 1983. And had they not bought there at that time, they probably never would have been able to. As it's a pretty pricey area, but representative of the natural beauty that you wake up to every morning. Looks like Schnebly, right off of I-17, has some spots available. Yeah, Sedona, Schnebly. There's some availability at Munns Park, Kelly Canyon, Fort Tuthill. And when you're talking Fort Tuthill, there's no easier access on the course than to Fort Tuthill. Yeah, if you're interested, those are places that you can volunteer. As we mentioned, Wildcat Hill is going to be the place where Pete's Meats is going to be set up, Pete Mortimer, with the barbecue spread for the runners later this week. I have it on good authority that he and his amigos, Julian Galuzzi and Nick Panich, are already furiously working on getting the prep together for the Aid Station's food. It's Monday morning. Yeah. And they're already working on it.
Wow. Barbecue is a 18-hour process.
Oh, yeah.
It just doesn't good barbecue just doesn't happen.
Yeah. So we have all sorts of opportunities. And also, I'm sure we have other live stream opportunities available if you're interested. You can just go to the Air Viper Running page and check to see what is available. But yeah, we've got live stream volunteer slots available all along the course as well. So if you want to be part of this coverage and bringing these runners to their families, friends, and fans around the world, we invite you to join us. You can see some more runners making their way past the water stop at mile 7.4, 7.5. And that is the drone shot of the runners in that area.
This is kind of where the course gets exposed and stays exposed. I mean, they're kind of out of the shadows of the early morning, and this is kind of where the fun begins. Even, with the highs, I think being in the low 70s, it's still gonna feel hot out there on the course for the runners.
Looks like, unless I miss my guess, we've got our first Kevin Goldberg in the chat sighting, which a little bit later than I expected. Of course, Kevin Goldberg currently in about 25th place in the race and making time for the chat. There's some of our lead runners right there. That is Michael Versteeg at the bottom of your screen, Courtney DeWalter in the orange, and following up Max Jolliffe. They are running basically near the Cottonwood water drop, about mile 10, less than 90 minutes into the race. But again, these are three runners with the resumes and talent that they may seem like they're moving extremely fast for this point in the race, but they know what they're doing. They definitely have the experience in these events. But yeah, this is a wonderful shot of the three of them coming in. I would assume that means Harry and Michael McKnight have already made their way through that section. Of course, for Versteeg, this famously is basically a run through his hometown and basically every other town he's lived in. as he's lived in Cottonwood, Jerome. I believe he's lived in Flagstaff as well, and makes his home in Prescott now. Mike with poles in hand. Courtney looks like she has packed hers, and Max, it looks like he has his in his right hand as well.
Yeah, I mean, the strides, I just can't get over how open the strides are of these runners at the early stages of a race like this. And I'm taking mental notes because I want to see what these strides look like in 48 hours, 50 hours.
See Courtney and Versteeg going side by side now, with Max just a couple meters back. You can see the sun is fully up here in Arizona at this point. One thing that viewers will notice is that the sun sets fairly early on our local clock here. We do not observe the madness that is daylight savings time in Arizona. So
I appreciate that.
But it does get a little bit confusing, and locals here can attest to that. Like, for instance, if you have family or friends that are back east and it happens to be 6:45 local time in the evening, maybe you just got done having dinner and you want to call your aunt, as we get our first shots of the Ken Rubley setup at mile 10, and you caught them as they're basically winding down for the evening, maybe watching Matlock reruns or something like that, or maybe watching the live stream, as we will be on at 10 o'clock every day this week. So I see a snowman there. That is no surprise. So yeah, that shot basically shows a couple years ago that was a very bare bones water drop. Now Ken Rubley, friend of the trail and ultra running community here in Arizona, a great guy, raises a lot of money for multiple causes, including for runner guides for various events. Takes time out of his week to come out and volunteer. Is that Rachel Entrikin? Could be Rachel, could be Mika. The color is kind of... I think that was Rachel. I think Mika was wearing a cap of some kind.
I know Lindsay was wearing kind of a pinky peach top. Huh.
Yeah, that could be Lindsay as well. You can see the rain did the desert some good, as the green of those trees
and
kind of pops.
Looks like the live tracker does have Lindsay ahead of Courtney right now, but I don't trust the live tracker.
Yeah, it's so early to really lean on the live tracker. We're just kind of at the mercy of when things ping until we get, those first maybe timing mat crossings would be much more accurate at this point. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Rachel Entrikin. Of course, Rachel is the 2024 Cocodona champion on the women's side. Very talented runner. I've seen Rachel at other events such as she's run Jackpot, Fixed Time. Seen her do 190 miles in 48 hours rather. She was the winner of the 91K or the long race. I think it's 91K now at Whiskey Basin in Prescott just a few weeks ago. Spoke with her there and asked how she was feeling and whether she was ready, and her response was pretty candid and saying, "How do you get ready for 250 miles?" And I guess what she has done has worked for her because she's had success at this race, as evidenced by her victory last year. More runners. This is more of the middle of the pack, hitting mile 7.5. Thanks to everybody tuning in and watching with us. It looks like there's about more than 5,000 of you tuning in here for the opening hours of the 2025 Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost. I want to thank our partners again: Ultra Spire, NAC, Janji, Speedland, Tailwind, Catula, Satisfy, and Squirrel's Nut Butter. I know that we'll be having some guests from those brands coming in over the course of the week. One of them in particular that I'm looking forward to is our annual visit with Chris Thornley, the Squirrel's Nut Butter man, who will be joining us to talk about his experiences being giving countless hours at the Fort Tuthill aid station here in Flagstaff, as we see Versteeg, Courtney DeWalter, and Max Jolliffe making their way up the road here. That's about mile 11, mile 12-ish, I believe. About mile 11. And it is going to be a fairly long stretch from here to their next true aid station at Lane Mountain, which will be at about mile 32. So this is, I think, without argument, the hardest stretch of the race, both in terms of a technical standpoint and in terms of a solitude standpoint. There are a couple water drops. Of course, you've got Ken Rubley providing whatever. I don't know if it's going to be frozen grapes, popsicles. He might have an ice cream vendor out there serving Dippin' Dots or something. Like, you never know with Ken. But yeah, the journey from here to Lane Mountain is the hardest section, both in terms of technicality, climbing, and self-sufficiency.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's a water drop in 14 miles. So there's basically a 14-mile stretch here where runners, once they hit Cottonwood, the Cottonwood water station, they're going to have to, be pretty self-reliant for many hours.
And of course, as the days turn into nights, turn into multiple days, one of the things we'll be following is sleep strategy. I know that most of your front runners are typically not going to hit their first desire to sleep until, I think that most of them began to consider sleeping at Lane Mountain and maybe taking naps, which would have been about mile 94, 95. Others try and make it all the way to Mingus, about 20 miles beyond that. the very fastest runners will hit Mengus at about the 24, 25 hour mark. And then they'll typically lie down for a short period of time. I know that Versteeg famously, if you remember the chase, actually laid down for a couple minutes at Camp Kippa. Just basically laid down flat on the ground for a couple, or maybe it was Camp Wamatochik rather. Sorry, Camp Wamatochik, which is much earlier. Looks like we're trying to get our video back. Looks like we might have a little bit of a technical glitch. There we go. And we're back.
Yeah, this runner in red is definitely charging to try to close the gap to the group of Max Versteeg and Courtney running. I mean, I would say maybe not too far ahead of them.
Yeah, I'm going through my intel to try and see if I can identify who that might be. Yeah, I'm going back through my start line shots, and nobody was wearing a...
It's kind of a red more of a
reddish pink top. At least nobody
Yeah.
at the front there was. Let me see if I can... Just kind of peeking around and what information we have. It's one of the tricky parts is that as people are not wearing standardized uniforms, it's a little bit trickier to identify some of them. Some people actually are good about posting their kits online before races. That definitely makes our lives a lot easier and makes our coverage that much more effective. But sometimes it takes us a bit of time to get from...
Yeah,
that is Ryan Sands?
Yeah, the chat is saying Ryan Sands in the red Solomon kit, so
that would make sense.
Appreciate y'all.
When you talk about somebody with flat out foot speed, Ryan Sands is at or near the top of the list here in terms of, quote, fast 100-miler types.
And it's nice to see him shaking it up in the front. I mean, he's still running in the... I mean, at this point, hard to tell based on who's kind of come through the water drop, but say top 8. Yeah, up and Adam in the chat saying Finn posted all of his kit, including his alternates, and we should make that. Maybe there needs to be a form submitted by all runners pre-race.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it would help us out tremendously at this and every other race where we do admittedly kind of, I mean, I try my best to make notes of runners as we see them at the start line, but you just never know.
Oh, it's a long, I mean...
Especially in a race like this where they're going to change outfits several times. I mean, in a 100-miler, you can typically get away with a single kid, especially if you're at the front of the pack, like most of these runners are.
And yeah, it looks like there's quite a gap. It looks like kind of Ryan's holding up like the back end of the lead group.
Shout out to the runners that, according to our tracker, are currently bringing up the rear on the course. Renata Skiersite and and somebody who is very familiar at the back of the pack, Andre Lee. Andre Lee was the first DFL at the inaugural year of Cocodona. But he did finish with, I want to say, an hour and a half to spare. So he was never in danger of making the cutoffs. But I was actually up at the Eldon Aid that year when Andre made his way in, and I've seen some people who were hurting, and I've seen some people who were delirious, but I've never seen somebody hurting and delirious so much as I had at Andre Lee 121 hours into this race.
All right, friends. Looks like we're gonna kick out to our first commercial break of the live stream.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and thanks for joining us here. This is the Cocodona 250 2025, presented by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushioned trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona Race Director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, Janchi. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
And we're back. This is the Cottonwood water refill / aid station, about mile 7.5. This is the middle of the pack. Most of the front runners have made it past this and the other Cottonwood water drop at mile 10.5. And we're trying to get information for those who are crew and following this race physically with regard to the closure on I-17, because I know that that would be extremely problematic on multiple levels. So, Jordan, if we could show my computer screen for a moment here, just very briefly. Okay, so basically where the Deep Canyon Ranch is the start of the race right here, normally you would just head up I-17 and head over, and at Bumblebee you would actually climb off of the highway here, and at Bumblebee Ranch would be where the staging area is, and the road actually to Crown King circles around, but due to the closure, the crews are actually being directed down and around Lake Pleasant, which is problematic because that's going to create a flow of traffic to Crown King that is quite concerning because, as I mentioned before, the road to Crown King is so tight of hit that we actually have a staging area at Bumblebee where you're notified when you can head up to actually meet your runner. So we'll follow that, and hopefully that closure is one that is dealt with. I didn't see anything on the Arizona DOT site with regards to it, but we'll see if we can get further information on that for the crews as the morning progresses.
Yeah, and then again, this is the Cottonwood Creek static cam.
That's Shelby Farrow right there.
Yeah, and yeah, that does look like Shelby coming out of the water drop. day is still young. And again, all these runners have now a 14-mile stretch once they hit the water station before the next water drop, and it's almost 26 miles, I think, between a real aid station.
Yeah. Basically from mile 10. Well, yeah, it's about that 30 or 24, 26 miles, somewhere in there. Yeah, that's Shelby Farrell right there. No stranger to this race, having run it, I believe 2022 was her first time running it. Oh, she actually did run the inaugural year.
Yeah.
She finished 11th that year. Hopefully looking to better her performance this year.
It's such a grind. You're finally starting to get a little bit of the relief as the drone kind of comes to the side of Shelby as she's grinding up this climb, but they leave the water drop, and it's just an instantly grindy little, I guess you'd call it like a douche grade. You kind of want to run it, but at the same time, I still have 240 something miles left to go. So,
oh yeah. Yeah, Shelby has been a part of our live streams as well. Been on our coverage teams at previous years at Cocodona as well. So we'll be following her pretty intently. Knowing her, she might fire out a post or two if she's feeling like it on social media.
Here we are back to the static cam at Cottonwood, as this is getting toward the middle back of the pack.
That was Dylan Harris right there filming for this year's project. Of course, Dylan Harris, the director and creator of The Chase, for those who are joining us and maybe not familiar with Cocodona culture. In your downtime, maybe perhaps after this week, I highly encourage you to go to the Air Viper Running YouTube channel and check out the movie The Chase. It is a full-length feature film covering the front of the men's race from last year. I think that this is basically a trilogy that Dylan is putting together. I believe that the intent is to cover the back of the pack this year, and I believe that his intent is to cover the front of the women's race next year. So I think that he wanted to break up his coverage of the fields with regard to the film. I mean, as it stands, the Chase is a chock full film. Nearly 2 hours worth of content. I mean, he could have made 5 films about the race last year if he wanted to, both the men's and women's fields, but he wanted to stick to a very specific game plan, and even that got uprooted and derailed as he had filmed and interviewed 5 men before the race, and then a 6th came along and introduced himself to us in grand fashion by winning the race. So shout out to seeing Dylan Harris on the course. Probably easier on him physically to cover the back of the pack than it is to cover the front.
Well, I love that he's kind of, you give the front homage to the front, give them their due, and then come back around the next year and really start to tell those stories from the middle and the back of the pack. And I think we just need more of those stories.
Absolutely. And for those wondering, normally we've been in years past opening registration for the for the following year's Cocodona during the race. This year it has been designated that May 20th will be your opportunity to register for the Cocodona 250 in 2026, as well as all of the other distances, the Mingus Traverse, the Sedona Canyons, or the Flagstaff Crest. So you don't have to be ready to do a 250 miler. We have races ranging from 250 miles down to about 40 miles, I believe, is the actual tally for Flagstaff Crest.
Yeah, and I love that's like kind of the story within the story, right? You know, like the 250 is obviously the big dance here. It's the jewel of the event, but the fact that there's distances for kind of everybody, and it really opens up technically you can have your crew come out and they can do some of these other races in between crewing you, or at the end of, or come out and just experience some of the trails and kind of build their way up to running that 250 mile distance.
Yeah. There's no, some people love to just jump right in, but there's no obligation to do so. You can work your way up through intermediate distances and efforts. I shot a message to the Arizona DOT to see if they can give us some information on the road closure that I'm sure is going to be affecting a lot of crew plans. It does make me concerned because, as I mentioned, the traffic flow to Crown King is going to be absolutely bonkers. But also the fact that I would be concerned that, maybe some of the crews might potentially miss their runners in the front of the pack. They've got plenty of cushion, but you just never know what can happen. That is the aid station / water drop manned by Ken Rubely at mile 10.5. And there is snow coming from a snow machine. That is definitely Ken Rubely. And that's the kind of thing he does to inject some fun into a race. Zach, what do you have for us?
All right. So I am getting an update from our Aravaipa HQ. Race HQ is letting us know to tell all of the crews that do not go to Crown King via Table Mesa or Lake Pleasant. The only way to get to Crown King is via Bumblebee exit or Bloody Basin exits from I-17. So do not head down that way. Head straight up there. I-17 may be shut down right now, and we'll just have to hang tight until it opens back up. They are expecting it to open up at the latest by 11 a.m. today.
Thank you. Okay, so what I'm seeing, and actually it's being corroborated, you're going to have to drive up and down. Basically, you're going to head up to, there's a rest stop a few miles north of the Bumblebee exit, and that's where you're going to turn around and come back down. So it looks like that is how the closure is affecting it. It's the Bumblebee exit proper, northbound. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I love seeing all these runners coming into the water drop and, just getting what they need and getting ready for the next stretch. Like we've mentioned many times, it's a 14-mile stretch to the next water. So, for the front of the pack, maybe 2.5 hours, at the most. But for the middle of the back of the pack, that could easily be a 3-hour plus section for some of these runners. And I was out on course midday. It was like 3:00 in the afternoon. I ran for 3 hours, had 3 bottles on me, and I wish I had a 4th or 5th bottle. I definitely would have loved more water. So
shout out to the volunteers that are out there taking care of these runners, basically making sure that they're able to top off their water. I know that Ken has several hundred gallons of water out there. I'm sure he saved a couple for the snow machine that is operating out there.
There's a snow machine?
Yeah, it's on the top of the Jeep.
Oh, I missed that.
Okay, shout out to Mike McMonigal on getting information that he was able to get on I-17 from the start. So of course, you can see that the creek is pretty dry this year. There will be a couple of water crossings later on, but it doesn't look like there will be anything early on for the runners to potentially dunk their heads in or anything like that. So
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for the updates in the chat. Like, really, really useful. Obviously, Google has it completely closed off, but it looks like traffic is flowing wide open on I-17.
it just wouldn't be a Cocodona without some external semblance of confusion. Following the way too early tracker, looks like your top runners, again, per the tracker, I have not checked to see like how the runners are pinging very closely. It looks like we're looking at Harry Schubertus, Pau Rius, Dan Green, Jack Scott, Jeff Geiermeyer, Courtney DeWalter, Finn Melanson, Max Jolliffe, Mika Thews, Michael Versteeg, and Michael Greer among those leaders.
Yeah, and for anyone that's looking to follow their runner or follow runners in general, I believe the tracking is pinned at the top of the chat.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a gap in terms of what we're going to see from the front of the pack here. As we mentioned, this is a bit of a sparse area in terms of communication, road access. Really, until the runners start to approach Lane Mountain, it's going to be very tricky to get extended coverage of some of the front of the pack. So one of the things I do like, though, is that gives us the ability to kind of wrap around and cover more people. Now, I know that there are people following their friends and family that might not be at the front of the pack. However, obviously as the race unfolds early on, we will be following those front pack runners and those potential podium finishers. But don't forget that after the lead runners come in the 58 to 62 hour mark, we're still only halfway into our coverage. Like, we're going to be following this race until Saturday morning. We are going to have follow cams dedicated to the runners that are finishing on the streets of Flagstaff. So it's not like we're going to end our coverage. That's one of the things that we at Mountain Outpost do. If we have our druthers about it, is that we are going to make sure that we cover front to back, and we'll have that opportunity to. We've had great opportunities and experiences filming the final runners and finishers of this race and other races here at Mountain Outpost. Excellent camera shot, this view of the water drop at mile 10.5. Thanks to Ken Rubley and his crew out there doing everything they can to make the runners fully prepared for this next stretch, which is a long, hard stretch of the desert. A lot of climbing. Not a lot of water on course, so this is the last opportunity for runners to really get their water topped off, get fuel. I know that it's not an official aid station, but Ken's always got something out there, whether it be frozen grapes or the popsicles that he had out there in years past as well. He's always got something for these runners to give them a little bit of a boost as they head into a much more difficult section, arguably the hardest part of the race. I'm sure, actually, now that I think about it, a lot of these runners probably know Ken Rubley because of his contributions to the trail and ultra running community. Ken has been around for a long time. I first met Ken at a celebration after the 2016 Javelina 100. He had hosted an event. He was the creator of the Jackpot Ultras. He is still the race director of the Beyond Limits Ultra in Southern California. So he maintains a very active presence in the trail and ultra running scene. And there he is right there playing with his snow machine as runners come in. And for those of you that know Ken, this is peak Ken here. He's it just tracks with the kind of guy he is. He always tries to bring his own signature brand of fun to races, whether it be a snow machine at mile 11 of Cocodona or riding around on a bicycle ice cream vendor setup at Jackpot. He's here for the fun. As you can see on the bottom of our crawl, for the crews that are taking care of runners, I-17 is not closed. Proceed to Bumblebee staging area prior to Crown King. There has been some confusion on that, as the signage indicates and Google Maps indicates information to the contrary. But
yeah, I'm reviewing an email that was forwarded to me from Arizona DOT. It does look like there's going to be some alternating lane closures and traffic shifts from now until Thursday. So
see if we can get our follow cam to zoom in on a couple of those bib numbers so we can shout out these runners that are making their way into the aid station. Looks like our director, Zach Marion, has something for us as well.
Yes, again, another update from our race command. Crews must drive north on I-17 past the closed Bumblebee exit, take the next exit at Sunset Point, U-turn back down, and then take the open Bumblebee exit from the southbound direction. So that is, if you are leaving from the start line and you're heading up to Bumblebee, you're going to have to pass Bumblebee exit, hang a U-turn at the Sunset Point exit where you can get to the southbound exit for Bumblebee, which is open.
Yeah, it's gonna look like you're going way out of the way because the hill up to Sunset Point is pretty steep, but coming back down obviously is gonna be fairly quick. So yeah, because the staging area is at Bumblebee Ranch, and that's where you're basically held up and directed to when to go and meet your runner, because the traffic flow is controlled into Crown King. Looks like we're getting a note, and I didn't realize this. So Kyla Rose-Maher from Janji signed up last year while watching the live stream and then pushed the team to sponsor the race. So shout out to Janji because they've done us a solid and some pretty sweet gear. I can't wait to take my new Janji shorts out for a run here this afternoon in the streets of Flagstaff.
Yeah, and Kylie has a really interesting story. I actually had her on the podcast on the Midpacker Pod as an early episode, but I've known her for over a decade, and we know each other from yoga community and doing a bunch of yoga before she ever got into ultra running. And it's really cool to see the work that she's doing with Janji and really helping to bring them into the 200-mile scene.
It's always interesting to see like how the ties in the community have developed. Like, a lot of us met one another through the ultra running community, but there are people that you happen to run into that maybe you knew in a previous life. I was talking with my friend Roy, and Roy is coached by the same person I am, Pete Mortimer. And Roy and I were talking, and Roy has moved to Flagstaff, and he's become, an ultra runner, and he's also a run streaker. But he and I were talking, and he said that one time, or during the inaugural year live stream, he happened to see Dax Hawk, who placed third that year, on the live stream, and he said he wasn't sure. He said, that's got to be the same Dax Hawk I grew up next to in my neighborhood growing up. And sure enough, like he and Dax, had lost contact with one another, and then somehow became reconnected with the fact that they both were ultra runners and 100-mile and beyond runners. And so now Roy and Dax are have reconnected friendships through this community, and I think that that's just something pretty amazing to see. I mean, I've connected with people through the trail scene that either I knew themselves or their family once upon a time in a previous life that are now front and center in my experiences in this journey through this trail and ultra running community. See beautiful shots of the foothills of the Bradshaws basically before you start to head up the real gnarly climbs up to Crown King.
Yeah, I love seeing all the Janji love in the chat. I'm a big fan of the Janji gear too. It's great stuff.
One thing that's kind of fun to notice, I don't know, Troy, if you've run at a race that's had live stream coverage, but these drones are not as far away from you as they look.
Totally.
They're quite close.
Even like yesterday, you can kind of hear them too. Like yesterday at the packet pickup, you just kind of hear that. It's like a bit of a whoozing, buzzing kind of sound, and I was like, "Oh, that's a drone coming by."
Yeah, it's a very gentle buzz, but sometimes with some of these drone shots, it looks like the cameras are hundreds of feet in the air, and most often, that's not the case. We will be joined at the top of the hour by our next commentator, Greg Varigan. He'll be on to take you through the afternoon. He'll be joining Troy as I will have to put on my real job hat for a few hours. It's always one of the delicate things to balance. Looking ahead to this afternoon, after Greg joins us, Troy will be on with him for a while. Then Caleb Stevens, 2024 Cocodona finisher, will be joining us. We'll also have Hillary Yang out in the field providing updates as well for the Caleb and Greg show. After Greg, Corinne Shalvoy will be joining us on the stream, and then Caleb will give way to Tara Dower. So I think this afternoon you're going to really want to be paying attention and tuning in, because Corinne Shalvoy and Tara Dower together on the live stream is going to be one of the highlights of our broadcast this week. I really believe that. I'm actually stoked that I'm going to get to spend some time with Tara this evening as well, as she's going to stick around for a few hours, and then she will give way to Pete Kostelnik, 2024 Cocodona finisher, as well as a guy who is known for running very long distances, very, very long distances. We're talking a guy who has some cross-continent records here in the United States. So we've got a great team that's going to help us out here, and that's just today. We have more names that are coming up later this week. We'll have Bronco Billy himself. We'll have Andy Jones-Wilkins is expecting to join us for the wrap-up. And of course, you can see Ken Rubley experiencing his Christmas in May. Just hanging out.
I think Ken has the best spot in the house, honestly.
Oh yeah, he gets to see all these runners come in. They're happy to see him, happy to get some aid station love, and like I said, Ken does everything he can to try and add his own signature brand of fun to a race. So I'm always so glad to see Ken out here, and sometimes you don't even have to hear him. Although Ken can talk, that I can say, Ken can talk. So,
well, yeah, I think going back to the rundown for today, honestly, I think Corinne has the best slot, because she's going to get to hang out with Caleb and then get to hang out with Tara, kind of midday.
Yeah. And have Hillary out in the field to help give them some additional context.
And then, shout out to Corinne. I'm excited. We get to share the mics for a couple hours tomorrow. And her and I, she's actually a guest on, a frequent contributor to the Midpacker Pod, where we do this thing called Trailing Indicators. And she represents the front of the pack. I represent the middle of the pack. And then a friend of ours, MVD, represents the back of the pack. And we just kind of ham it up, chop it up, and talk ultra running perspective from ultra running from those three perspectives. And so we have a lot of time together, doing podcasts, but I'm excited to actually get to sit here in the studio and do some live stream work with her.
Pivot to the field here. Yeah, I can't speak for everybody, but being a local here to the Arizona desert and having this be where I learned how to run, I have to say that the long sleeves and the hoodies or the sun hats are really where it's at. I see some runners out there in short sleeves and in tank tops and without any headgear, and I tip my hat to them. They're out here running Cocodona, and I'm not. But at the same time, I feel like the sun in some cases can just beat down, and maybe it's not beating down right now, but it's going to make its presence known at some point. It always does. So whether it be here or whether it be in Sedona, or maybe if somebody's crossing across the Granite Dells in Prescott, that's one thing that it may not feel hot. The ambient air temperature may not be hot, but when you're in the sun, it makes a significant difference. Like, for instance, I have friends who will come out to Arizona for spring training, and they will note that it's extremely hot if we're sitting out in the lawn at a game, and it might be 75, 80 degrees, which is warm, but it's not overwhelmingly hot. And then, the sun is what makes it feel hotter. Meanwhile, maybe in the early evening, like during the summer, I'll have somebody, we'll go and sit on the patio and they'll comment how pleasant it is without the sun like directly overhead. And it could be 95 degrees. The sunlight itself is what is the main factor in terms of comfort level here in the desert.
I mean, I can attest to that. Yesterday, while I was running on course, it was probably 75 degrees with the front coming in, so the wind was blowing. And when I felt the wind, I was like, oh, this is really nice and this is manageable. But when I got into a dead spot, and I was exposed, man, I felt I wasn't getting cooked, but I was definitely feeling the heat. And I was just kind of thinking to myself, like, could I manage like 4 or 5 days of this? Like it definitely, you got to definitely be willing to suffer if you're going to show up to Cocodona. It's definitely, the conditions can be extreme. And it's, it's hot in the day, but it's a desert, so it's going to be cold at night. And I think that's the one thing that I'm interested to see play out throughout the field is just how the runners are going to handle. I think the lows are going to be in freezing. I mean, it's going to be freezing kind of for the lows across the course. So, especially as they get up into the pines, into Flagstaff, you gotta manage the layers really, really well at this race, especially this year where we're going to have unseasonably cooler temps.
Yeah. Once again, for those just tuning in, we're going to be interspersing the Cocodona Chronicles into our coverage. Tony with a Sony, Tony Hill, a member of our coverage team.
Tony with the Sony.
Oh, it's not Tony with a Sony?
No. Tony with the Sony is in San Francisco.
Oh, Tony's King of the Hills, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Tony King of the Hills. Sorry about that. Don't want to get my amazing Tony filmers mixed up here. So, Tony King of the Hills. Tony is going to be providing us with Cocodona Chronicles, which is going to be a series that is going to be produced multiple times a day here during the week. Tony is going to come at us with some shorts, some video shorts, maybe in the 4 to 6 minute range. What he sees out there, whether it be the front of the Packers, the back of the Packers. He's all over the course. He's filming. He's got drones. He's got cameras. He's doing interviews. He's capturing everything he can to amplify and augment our coverage here at the Cocodona 250 2025. And so I'm looking forward. We already did show the first Cocodona Chronicles of the packet pickup and the runner intro, as we can see runners hitting the water aid station here.
Cowboy hat game strong.
Yeah. Hopefully if we can get a better shot, maybe we'll be able to see some of these bib numbers. And
oh, we've got a runner making a beeline to the snow machine.
Gonna go play in the snow. Yep. Absolutely. I don't know if they're expecting that. That is George Lind right there that just came into the screen left to right. I know that George was part of the training runs here locally. He does a lot of the Aeroviper races here. In particular, I've seen him out at the fixed time events, but curious to see George out there. Somebody is opting to fly down the course here. But yeah, shout out to all the runners that are pushing along this course in the very early going. As we mentioned, these runners still have about 245 miles to go at this point. So I think that on one hand, you're going to see the front of the pack push the margins in every way imaginable, but also you're going to see the back of the pack, hopefully conserve their energies and not try and push too hard at the beginning. Thank you very much, Drew. Cowboy Hat Runner is Stormy Hild.
That's a solid name.
That is true. That's on the list right there. Stormy Hild.
Stormy Hill runs the Cocodona 250.
Shout out to Corinne Malcolm in the chat, commentating legend here joining us on the Cocodona 250 with some intel on Rachel Endricken, the 2024 Cocodona winner. I feel like, nobody was sleeping on Rachel, but given the level of talent in the field, I think that a lot of the conversation, of course, in the women's race centered on Courtney and maybe also centered on Mika Thews, who has a very stout race resume, and Sarah Ostaszewski coming back. But I feel like maybe not sleeping on Rachel, but just not. There were a lot of people that were not putting her at that same level. But looks like we lost our drone there. We'll get back to that. We've got a street level cam, as it were. Yeah, this is a very remote area, so to get any video at all is a little bit tricky. This is mile 10.5, and it's about 10.5 miles from nowhere. Because as you depart I-17, you basically head out due west, which leads you into the middle of nowhere.
I just want to call out that Michael Versteeg's bib number is 666.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's a.
Is that a Mike? Is that a every time he toes the line thing?
As far as I know, it's been his bib number, I believe, every year to this point. We just saw Kevin Flieger, bib 157. Kevin Flieger, a Florida runner. Very curious. Oh, there's Aaron Flesher right there in those bright green shorts. Aaron Flesher, one of our legacies. But yeah, back to Kevin Flieger. Kevin Flieger coming from Florida. I assume a lot of parking garages were in his training plan. That's what I hear all the Florida runners do to get their vert, is parking garage repeats.
Yeah, I have a couple athletes who live in the flats, and that's kind of where I send them when they need to put loading on the quads, because you can smash the stairs going down just as much as you can smash them going up, and the ramps as well. So yeah, that makes sense. Florida, I've lived in Florida. Florida is flat. Very, very flat.
Saw Kevin Flieger, and as I mentioned, Aaron Flesher as well. Aaron, a 4-time finisher of this race. I'm really curious to see what he does this week. So Aaron has dropped 26 hours from year 1 to year 4 of his finishes here. So I'm assuming that he's going to do everything he can to improve upon that yet again.
Yeah, we've got Running on Sunshine in the chat saying, I'm in Florida where we run the college football stadium.
Oh, yeah, the stairs. That would make sense.
That's classic.
So Aaron Flesher in the 2021 Cocodona 250 ran a 120-hour, 33-minute race. In 2022, he ran 113.25, so a 7-hour improvement. In 2023, he ran 99 hours, so he broke 100 hours. And in 2024, he ran 93.57. So you're talking, over a 26-hour improvement from year 1 to year 4. I hope he can keep the streak going. His background is one of through hiking. Oh, overpass vert. I have been to Florida for an extended period of time just once, and that was staying in Clearwater. And that bridge from Clearwater to Tampa,
Yes.
Oh boy, that's a thing. And I saw several other runners out there when I was out there. I was actually surprised at how many runners were out there, to be honest. Just kind of going back and forth on that bridge.
Yeah, I was recently on the coast of North Carolina, a little town called Oriental, and they have a half-a-mile bridge that, if you go over it and back, is about 80 feet. And I spent 4 hours lapping that bridge one day while I was out there training, and I will tell you it's just as much mental as it is physical at that point.
I bet. That's one of the things that I'm grateful for, living just miles, about an hour from the start line of this race, is that if I want to go out and get vert, I can go out and get it fairly quickly. I live near South Mountain in Phoenix, and I have a little route drawn up that I can get about 1,200 feet of vert in just under a 5K, and that would get me actually back to the parking lot. So we are grateful to have that. But I do have to tip my cap to those runners that are coming out here from much flatter regions, whether they're coming from maybe the upper Midwest or they're coming from Florida, where you don't have the opportunity to run on run in the mountains or run in the in very hilly areas. You can see a crew of runners leaving that aid station. Again, the greenery of the area is pretty striking this year. It's nice to see it be nice and lush. I think that the rains in the last couple of days had something to do with that for sure, because some years it is not quite that color.
Yeah, getting back to a solid drone shot. I believe this is this leaving the water spot right here?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, so they're leaving, and there's kind of like an uphill upgrade you can see at the top of your screen. They're coming in from the bottom of the screen and heading up. So shout out to our drone pilots out there doing such a great job in getting this coverage. This is something that we're very grateful to have. I think this is Mitch out there giving us these. Oh, this is Mike? Okay, Mike McTeer. I worked with Mike at Western States doing coverage, and he's one of the good ones, definitely. I think you have to be a good one, though, to be involved in this kind of race coverage. It's a labor of love, for sure. And we'll take this with a grain of salt, but I want to take a look at the runner tracking and see what we can ascertain at this point. Looks like your front runners, if everything is accurate, you're talking Power Reuse, Dan Green, and Jack Scott, Courtney DeWalter, Rachel Entrikin, and as Corinne Malcolm noted in the chat, Rachel not backing down from the idea of going toe-to-toe with Courtney very early on. Ryan Sands, Michael Greer. Michael Greer, interesting runner, had a podium finish, I believe, in the 2023 Cocodona, and then finished the Sedona Canyon's first overall last year. And I think that Michael Greer is one simply because he's a local that doesn't do a lot of high-profile racing. Maybe people are not familiar with, but I think that Greer is somebody who people might become more familiar with as the week goes on. Jeff Garmeyer, Harry Schubertus, Finn Melanson, Max Jolliffe, Michael Versteeg, Mika Thews, Jake Jackson. These are all very established names that are near the front of the pack. And I think this is the first time we've mentioned this runner, Elliot Chisholm. So last year, Brody Chisholm was the youngest runner in the race at the age of 17. And I believe Elliot is 15.
No big deal. Just a couple young
Yeah,
lads
right?
going out for a
Brothers.
bit of a brothers. Nice, going out for a bit of a several day jog in the desert.
The tracker says 17, but I thought he was younger than that. But yeah, Elliot Chisholm, whether 16 or 17, the youngest runner in this race by a year, out-younging his brother Brody, who was the youngest finisher last year. And Brody had an excellent race last year. I believe Brody finished in the top 15 last year, maybe top 20. Brody finished 11th in the men's race last year. So at the age of 17. So think back to when you were 17 and how your 250-mile races went at that age.
So good.
I see Brett Hornig in the chat doing Brett Hornig things. I will not take the bait. Of course, Brett Hornig actually an excellent live stream commentator as well. Shout out to him. He was witness firsthand to one of the more dramatic moments on an ultra running live stream cast, and that was the pass that Riley Brady made at the very front of the women's race at Black Canyon. It was pretty amazing. And you see Brett in the background with his pretty fantastic stuff. Oh, we've got an AJW sighting.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Andy Jones Wilkins out there running in memory of Rob Martin. So for those of you that were wanting your AJW fix, you got it. I don't think he's going to be spending a lot of time in aid stations, especially early on. So we'll take what we can get. And I'll try my best to pull up my roster so we can identify some of these other runners as well. That's Katie O'Connor, bib number 116. Bib 216. That's Matthew Markowitz.
My boy Aaron Shimmons from Trail Talk in the chat saying, I want to see AJW with handhelds.
If he could find like 2-gallon jugs, he would have gone that way.
That's probably what it would look like if they were running 250-mile races back in the late 90s.
Yeah, I could totally see that with 2 just absolutely huge handhelds. I actually did run with AJW out at the Haviland 100 course as he was practicing with his heavier pack setup. So I know he's very well set up and very prepared for carrying a lot of gear. Just like this runner actually has a sleeping mat on their
If you're gonna do dirt naps, you need to do dirt naps in style.
Gonna do it in comfort, absolutely.
I don't always take dirt naps, but when I do,
I've got a sleeping mat to go along with it. No, that's
going back to the younger brothers in the race. It looks like Deb in the chat is saying that the youngest brother, Asher, is actually going to be is on pacer duty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we had the Chisholm family in the studio last year after they had all finished, and we had to make some extra room because, but it was cool to speak with all the boys and their parents. I mean, you had basically everybody was either running, crewing, or pacing and helping their family members. That's Andrea Moore right there in the light blue. Andrea Moore, no stranger to this race, having run it multiple times. I believe that she actually is coming off the Arizona Monster as well. So there's a handful of people who are doing that double back-to-back very quickly. So, but yeah, if we can, anytime I can catch eyes on a bib and I can pull it up, or if it's somebody I recognize, I will give them a shout out to the best of my ability. Shout out to Prime Tony. Thank you for the super chat donation. Thanks for the coverage. Love from Utah. Thank you for the donation. Love from Arizona. And shout out to the almost 5,700 of you out there watching these runners, make their way through, in most cases, the biggest journey they're ever going to undertake. I mean, it is magical to share this with them, and it gets more and more magical with each day. That's Jose Sosa right there. Jose Sosa, one of the legacies as well, having run this race in each of the previous years, going for his 5th finish. See, some of them I need to see their bibs. Others I've gotten to know over time.
Totally. And that's the thing. That's the wild thing about Cocodona is there's I think there's 5 runners who've ran it every single year.
6,
and they keep there's something special about it because they keep coming back for that journey. And the thing that I think is really cool about Cocodona is it feels like, I imagine, and I've never ran it, but I imagine that when you're out there, because you're passing through all these towns, you're going through all these historic places in Arizona, it feels like kind of more of a pioneer journey. Like you're kind of on, trails and roads and things that makes it feel like you're doing something that people did back in the 1800s.
Yeah. So speaking of, I'm not going to make the age joke. I'm just not going to. Can we make sure we stay on that yellow? That's Andy Jones Wilkins as well, as part of this pack. Those people were asking what he was running in honor of. AJW is running in honor of his and my close friend Rob Martin, who passed away late last year, who was slated to run Sonoma Canyons. AJW is running in honor of him, as well as Mike Darris, who is running the 125 starting on Wednesday. So we are going to see them do their best to honor Rob's memory and take commemorative bibs on the journey that we wish Rob would have been able to join them on. But we know he is here in spirit and joining and supporting all of these runners, because Rob was known for follow filming these runners. Most notably, he was posted up as Sedona Aid for days. He would be up there filming runners as they came in, basically with 100 miles to go. He would catch them coming in and out. He would also basically be on hand to do anything to us. He delivered the first case of Flota to the studio a couple of years ago. So
love that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing we haven't had yet is the Flota commercial.
No Flota, no commercial.
Oh, I guess it's an idea whose time has passed. Sky Point, Flota. I see Aaron Flesher down there. I saw Andy Jones Wilkins, as we mentioned. Talking about the legacies, the 6 individuals who have run this race every year and finished it every year. We're talking about Aaron Flesher, Jeff Garmeyer, Andy Glaze, Brian Janzik, Wes Plate, and Jose Sosa. So those are the 6 There are a handful of individuals who are going for their fourth finish. Carl Balloon, Kara Diamond Hussman, Kevin Goldberg, perhaps you've heard of him, Brian Hussman, Paul James Johnson, Michael McKnight, 2023 champion Sarah Ostaszewski, Mika Thews. So those are your runners going for the 4-time finish. For those going for a 3-time finish, we've got David Brownrigg, Tracy Denbleicher, Cassidy Hood, Cheryl Lambert, Rolando Mendoza, Andrea Moore, Anna Robbins, Elizabeth Russ. Elizabeth was the DFL in 2023. Greg Secatero, Matt Smith, Adam Williams, and Michael Versteeg. Those are the runners that are going for their 3rd finish here at the Cocodona 250.
Andrew Harris in the chat asking how many runners go without support or crew support, and it's hard to tell, but I will say that takes this journey to a whole nother level if you're going drop bags only at Cocodona. To me, you're hitting true savage territory. So
yeah, I mean, I've done 100 with no crew, no pacers, and just working out of drop bags, and it was not nearly as technical as this, nor was it obviously nearly as long, and even that was a heck of a journey, a heck of an adventure. So for those runners that are doing it here by themselves, I mean, that's really next level. As we see, Tim Palin just went by, bib number 269, hitting that water station. Shout out to Tim, moving along on his journey. I wish we would have the opportunity to talk to Ken Rubley out there, but I think he's having too much fun with the snow machine. He's really just having a blast out there. He looks very comfortable. And also, in order to avoid any sort of issues with copyright laws, of course, Ken is blaring music out there and, keeping the vibes hot for this early in the race. So we actually... whenever we would talk to him in other years, he would basically just tell us, yeah, I'm good talking with you guys for now. I'm going to turn the music back up and turn around and focus on the runners. So he does a great job. So
yeah, Jeff Palantir in the chat, Andy, he's notorious for doing this race, sans crew with only drop bags.
You can see the drone overhead.
Yeah, going back to your earlier comment, it gives you a perspective of when you see the shots, the drone it's kind of like when you're looking at that right mirror on your car, objects in the mirror appear closer than they appear.
Yeah, the drones are not all that far away, even though they look like with the wide camera lens shots, they seem like they're way up in the sky. No, they're typically maybe 20, 30 feet in the air, maybe, in a lot of cases. We're about 5 minutes out from our first commentator team change, at which point I will give up the chair for Greg Varigan. He will be joining Troy Meadows here. See if we can get somebody is having fun. What bib number is that? See if we can get a zoom in on that. I want to shout out the Stoke on this guy.
Matthew Moore. I love this comment. He said, "I was a professional mooch by the end," referring to running drop bags only and being super jelly of the people with crews. Excuse me. Not a bad. I mean, Matthew, not a bad way to do it, right? Come in, go drop bags only, and then just, you know, as it gets longer and you see people with their awesome coolers, and you just kind of cruise on over and say, "Hey, can I have some of that?"
Saw bib number 292 out there. That's Joseph Haste. Shout out to Joseph. Of course, as we mentioned, this is the last chance for these runners to top off before they head up into the most arduous point on the early session of the race, the climb from Cottonwood to Crown King, to Lane Mountain specifically, then to Crown King, is actually a slight descent of about 1,000 feet. Thomas Stonard asking if they drug test the athletes before the race. No, they test them before they register. I'm kidding. Liam.
Sorry, I'm just catching up to the chat.
There again is Ken Rubley with the snow machine. Does he want to chat? All right, hold on. Let me get my earpiece in. All right, we'll see if we can get Ken's audio in. I see him talking.
We're working on it.
Yeah, just do unmute the director, unmute.
They're working on the audio. We definitely.
We got you. We got you, Ken.
Yep.
Oh, dude. You guys.
It's a little bit spotty.
It's spotty.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. Actually, it's almost as fun to try and imagine what Ken's saying if you know him. Yeah, we'll have to try and maybe hook up with Ken with audio a little bit later. I don't think it's really... Yeah, Ken, if you're out there, get in the chat with us if you can. Yeah, I think we might have to... Are you getting any audio from him? I'm not.
No.
Here, one second.
Yeah, we'll just have to try and pivot. Maybe you guys will be able to get him on later.
Yeah, we're working to do some troubleshooting on the back end. I think we should be able to get him on sooner than later.
I want to give out one more shout out to our sponsors while I am still in the chair, because I'm going to be heading out here momentarily. Satisfy, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Catula, Tailwind, Ultraspire, Knack, Janji, and Speedland. Those are the brands that are making this all possible. For those of you just tuning in, this is the is this our first shot of Bumblebee?
With Harry's crew, I'll let them introduce themselves.
So this is our first shot of
Hey, I'm
Bumblebee
Kevin Walker.
staging area.
I'm Lauren Klein.
Steven Evers. All right. Phillips.
And Sierra Wong.
All right, great. Well, thanks for waiting, guys. What have you guys been out here crewing before? You crewed Harry? What are you excited about? What's he looking forward to?
I crewed him at all 4 200s last year, to 2 first places, a 4th place, and a 2nd. And I crewed him at Run 2 years ago. And he's just excited to see if he can do better than last time. You know, people are, if he's coming back to defend the title or for the win, he's like, I don't care. I just want to was last year. So that's what's, and I think this is the biggest crew he's ever had. So he's just stoked to kind of have a party waiting for him at every aid station just to see some friendly faces.
I was Jeff Browning's pacer last year over Eldon.
Yep.
So I met Harry at
We
mile
poached.
at mile 248. We became good friends, and we hang
Yep.
out all the time and run together and everything. So now, I'll share with him hopefully.
All right, so you'll be
Yeah, the same section too. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go team.
Yeah.
I saw Harry last week at Canyons. He was volunteering, and he just looked lost. He didn't seem to care about how he finished. He was just like, I want to run a good race, and I want to bring the best out of myself. And
Canyons is a lot of assistant RD at Canyons. He hopped on to help out as well, and so it was a lot of work the week before this one. We were like, we don't know if it was the best idea to like spend that much another race, but we'll see how it goes.
You guys work so hard too. You're not messing around.
What want to say anything about what you're excited for being here at Cocodona?
This is my Cocodona. I was really excited to be a part of it and help Perry with his successes and his goals.
Yeah, I paced him at the Moab 240, and that was really fun to watch. And I've just heard things about Cocodona and the vibes, and it's a fun race, fun route. So I'm excited about that.
I paced him 200 last year, and then we spent a lot of time together in Reno. So happy to be out here to help him, and yeah.
Well, I think you guys just got word that you've been released and you're free to go up to Crown Kings. Thanks so much for hanging out and saying hi, and we'll see you guys out on the course. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That was actually really cool to have cut in with Harry's crew. And what that actually kind of makes me shocked about is the fact that Harry's crew just mentioned there that they've been released to go up to Crown King. We're only 3 hours into this race. So that means that means Harry is already at mile 28. That's the hold release. That can't be right. The hold release is supposed to be at, I guess, it just seems really, 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 really fast.
Why? Maybe when you're in the front of the race, they'll let you go a little early to get set up. I don't know.
Maybe. But yeah, so at this point in the race, we've got word that Harry Schubertus, the 2024 winner, it looks like he is still leading out. His crew has been released to head to Crown King, and they're going to make their way up there. Of course, Harry still has to get up to Lane Mountain and then down to Crown King. And I know that I will be following intently elsewhere, but I believe that my time on the live stream is pressing pause. It's been a ton of fun, Troy. Great to work with you again, and we'll be working together again this week, I'm sure.
Yeah, as always, Chris, thanks for holding it down and letting me tag along.
And we're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and this is the Cocodona 250 presented live by AeroViper Running and Mountain Outpost.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. you'll just give us your info. And then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners. If logistics were the...
All right. Thank you for joining us today, friends. We are here live streaming Cocodona 2025. This is Troy Meadows. I am Greg Varigan. We are in Flagstaff, and we are having a great time so far.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's a early rise for me, but I love nothing more than spinning on the mics. And Greg, it's good to get to hang for a little bit. It's been the first time we've actually we met last night.
Very briefly last night. You brought coffee. Thank you.
Coffee. You're very
Nectar
welcome.
of the gods. Yeah. Very much appreciated. Why don't we give a quick race recap? We just had Harry's crew released to drive up to Crown King, so that's kind of exciting.
It is exciting, and as Chris was mentioning before he left, like pretty early in the race, and as far as the runners who have been kind of keeping it to the front, Harry's been up in the mix, Jack, Pal, Courtney, obviously, Max, Versteeg. It's kind of it's been hard following the tracker because it just kind of pings around a little bit. You don't know when everyone is getting updated, so we're kind of like flying blind in the dark. I know on the women's race, we've got Courtney and Rachel. From what we can see, they're definitely running with, I don't know if they can see each other the entire time, but they're running really close together.
Yeah, and that's really exciting. Rachel's not backing down. I had the chance to chat with her across the years, and nice to see what she talked about. What is that, 4 months ago, 5 months ago, going for it. And Mika's not that far back. This far in, looks like we got roughly 19 miles for Harry as the men's leader and 17.4 for Courtney. So that's even not that huge of a gap.
Yeah, and then rounding out the women's field, I think, we have, like you mentioned, we have Mika and then and Lindsay bring it in, kind of the top four females all running, kind of looks like, if I had to just do some quick counting of dots on a live stream, like in the top 20.
Yeah. And I mean, what have we got? Pa and Harry, 8 o'clock, 3 hours, 19 miles? That's pretty good for the course they've gone through so far.
They've set a blistering pace, and I'm interested to see how either these really aggressive moves in the front, like whether they can hold on or how it pays off, when we start to get into the 50 plus hour portion of, toward the end of the race.
Yeah, and the temperatures seem very conducive to getting a big chunk of this done before it gets too hot. I can tell anybody who's curious about flag. I ran at 5 o'clock this morning and it was cold. I forgot gloves. Don't do that.
Let me know if you need to borrow gloves. I brought two
thank
pairs,
you.
So,
thank you. I found them later. So I was like, this is great, but it was not the best idea for everything. And I am super pumped to try out this new John G. Sun hoodie. This has had great reviews. I had a ton of podcasts talking about it in the preview, and I managed to get mine dirty in the 3 minutes I've had it on, but
looking fresh.
Looking very fresh. Yeah, very orange. I like the color. So thank you, John G., for being a main sponsor for us today and for the whole race week. And yeah, what else do we know right now? Looks like sunny and hot. We have people coming into the Cottonwood Creek aid station. We had a live feed there shortly ago.
Well, it only gets hotter too, and that's I think we've been discussing it is like, what does it actually feel like when the sun is on you? The temperatures could be in the 60s, and when the sun's on you, the exposure is real. So
it's baking. I noticed, I'm in southern British Columbia, and I noticed even just doing a 2.5 mile shakeout with my buddy Tony, who's running this. Go Tony. That I was sweating a lot, and I went through a full bottle in 2.5 miles. And that is that Deep Canyon that we've got. Not sure right now. And was it you that went out on the run yesterday and went through a lot of water in that first section? Someone I talked to yesterday.
Well, I had 3 bottles.
It was you.
I took 3 bottles with me, and I wish I had a 4th one. Like I was fine, but kind of toward the end coming back, I was just like, oh, it'd be really nice to have more liquid,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's going to be a big consideration for people. I know up to 12 pounds of water some people are carrying depending on your pace and what the conditions are going to do. It was kind of windy there. That can definitely affect things as well. And that first little wash looked pretty intense.
It was definitely. I mean, it's obviously I was running it at 3:00 in the afternoon, and the runners are doing it at in the morning, so it's quite a bit different as far as temperature goes. But yeah, coming from the East Coast where it's like green and lush and 70% humidity every day, like one bottle an hour is usually all I need. And like I said, I could have done 750 milliliters or maybe even 2 bottles an hour. So. And interested to see how that plays out for the runners as they have that 14-mile dry stretch. As they leave the Cottonwood Creek.
Yeah, and do you think that's affecting people's strategies for what they're going to push early and or what they're going to carry early? You got the carry requirement, but balancing that with movement speeds.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between the front, the middle, and the back of the pack, right? It's like when you're in the front and you're running almost 20 miles in 3 hours, it's just like, okay, so you're covering a lot of distance, you don't have to carry nearly as much water. But when you're in the middle and the back of the pack, I can imagine that those runners who are in the very back of the pack are probably going to be carrying close to 2 gallons of water plus for that section.
Yeah, I know, talking to a few people that were back of the packers, seemed to be the segment with the most anxiety is that water stretch. And then kind of Crown King, you get a nice little respite and nice aid station, maybe see your crew. Get some excitement.
It looks like we're going to be able to go back to Ken in the field and catch up with him at the aid station. We're definitely working on that, and I think it's going to come up here pretty quick.
Awesome. Yeah, that was it.
Here
There we go. We
You're
have
live.
a field shot.
Second.
Still can't hear.
Okay, we can see you, Ken.
Hey, Ken, how you
I
doing?
can hear here. Hold on.
We're just working out some last minute audio glitches. We're going to go to Ken here pretty soon.
All right, and while we're waiting to get that audio set up, we'd like to send a big thank you to everyone involved in the setup of this race, all the volunteers. There was a ton of logistics that go into this, so big shout out to Mike, Aaron, who else did we see yesterday? Fredo, Adam, Aaron, another Aaron, Heidi's out there. Lots of great people. So, big thank you. If you get a chance, please say thanks to the volunteers. It takes an army to put on a production of this size.
We can go back to Ken.
Okay, we're going to head back to Ken now. Ken.
Making a quick little thing. I'm not hearing anything I'm not hearing them though at all.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Hey,
You got us
Oh,
now.
I hear you now.
Great.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. Can you guys hear?
we
Yes,
can
sir.
hear.
Yeah. Oh, cool. So, sorry, I've been dying to tell you guys some stuff that no one knows about. So, in between the two in between the first place and us, we hid speakers along the trail. So I called Jake Jackson. I'm like, "What song do you want?" He goes, "Kickstart My Heart," Motley Crue. So we had that stashed in a bush, and then yeah, and then who else? Oh, and then Jackson Wolf. He wanted Paradise City, and then we played Cake. And so you don't even know they're there. They're just hidden along the course, which was hilarious out there today. So we had that, and then before you got to our station, we had a massive speaker playing Frosty that you could probably hear like a half a mile away. But people dug just the hidden speakers, which was hilarious. So I had to tell you guys that. Everyone was kind of thinking that was fun. So yeah.
That is awesome, dude. Thank you very much for doing that.
Yeah. So I got to tell you a quick funny story about Frosty and why that was the theme. As you guys know from Frosty, he arrived in the summertime way back when, but he was all pissed off because he never got to see a sunflower. And well, I put on a 1,000-person sunflower 5K next weekend in Vegas, and my wife's going to divorce me because I've done nothing on that. I only care about Cocodona. But it's funny, sunflowers are inspirational, right? Like, they don't see clouds, they only see the sun. But here's what you got to know. So at my race last year, the guy who won the 5K was Jordan Camastro, dressed completely as a sunflower. And the guy who won the other 5K, and he won the 10K, wait for it, was Jackson Wolf, who's out there running now. So the plan next year when people aren't running is we're going to have one person is a sunflower, a bee, and a beekeeper. So we've got Jordan locked down. We've got Jackson locked down. So I was just throwing that out if anyone wants to be. So you're going to have someone finished as a sunflower in costume, followed by someone dressed as a bee in costume, and then a beekeeper. So, yeah, if you guys in the back were to go to like our little Beyond Limits, anyway, I got to get you. I'll text Zach a picture right now of Jordan dressed as a sunflower, and just picture that happening. But anyway, so it's just kind of funny that our heart's in ultras. So even though we do a big charity thing in Vegas for a group, blind community out there, I get the ultra guys to win the race secretly. So just picture little Jordan at the start line, stretching and everything like he's a complete joke, and then he crushes everybody. So I was dying to tell you guys that. But otherwise, hey, by the way, it's gotten warm out here. And one of the things people don't realize, and we do with Clarity 3 years, it's almost like paved out here now. I feel like a fraud that I even come out here because they took a heavy dozer. And matter of fact, I'm staring at someone's Sprinter van out at our stop. So the epic nature of why Jamil wanted me to come out here is doesn't exist anymore. So it was a lot easier in terms of, like I said, a Sprinter van made it out here. And in the past, I literally would have to get out of the Jeep a couple times and go, dang, which way am I going to go? And so my concern was, number one, newbies would think, oh, the trail's not that tough. And then it was cool. And so we were trying to tell people, hey, look, don't worry, it's going to get legit again in a minute. So I think that's why you saw people incredibly fast. Again, to me, it felt like a paved road relative to the past. But anyway, it's been, it's clear. It's like partly cloudy now. And when the clouds come out, it's nice. But otherwise, the sun's coming. So we've been kind of reminding everyone that, the little ultra god gift in the beginning with cool weather and a paved, basically technical road don't last anymore after us. So,
okay, that's great to know. And what are you doing to keep yourself cool?
Oh, I know you see. You guys don't know me. What am I doing? Well, cool. I just run around and everything. But you guys saw we had the snow machine on, and we bought one this year. We actually own 4 of them from another charity Rudolph race we did. But the whole idea was just because everyone's like, ooh, it's going to be cool. And we're like, oh, it was cool enough that Frosty came back to try to find stuff. So we were trying to make it a fun theme this year. And thankfully, it wasn't too hot because we skipped grapes this year. We did the grapes last year. And someone's coming over. Hi, how are you? Do you want to come over here? Don't kick that Starlink because I ran over it earlier. Oh, and if anyone wants to know how much I like doing this, I own a Starlink Mini up in Colorado, and I went up to get my Jeep to come down on Monday, and I forget my Starlink, and I'm freaking out. So what do? I bought a refurbished one that arrived yesterday that you can return for free within 30 days. And what did I do? I drove over it yesterday. So
you drove over it.
We did that. Yeah, you can't make this up. Like I was trying to get a hold of Jamila like 2 a.m. I'm like, dude, I'll drive to, and so it's, watch the Starlink. It's like, if you try. So anyway, it's very fickle because I drove over it. But what I'm thinking is, so you can get it refurbished and returned for 30 days. And because it's refurbished, we're just going to be like, it never worked or something. But hey, what's your name? Hey, 201, what's your name? 207. Come around here for a second. Come. You have a second?
207.
You'll catch up. So you're
Kennedy
live
Buckley.
to everybody. What is this? Toucan. I'm talking to him. I'm live. Toucan and all at Frozen Grape Bait. Yeah. Oh, that's me. Oh, you gave us a card. Holy Christ. Hold on. What's your name? Trinity. Trinity. Wait, come sit here over there. So,
Last year.
you watched me last year. So, Tracy, and where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Spain. From the UK.
Okay, because she flew in from Spain, and you just gave us a card because we had grapes last year. You know what? I've hidden grapes. You know, I've caught. We do. Thank you so much. She gave us a card with grapes on it, and it says, "I saw you on the live stream last year, and have been looking forward to seeing you at this year's race ever since that day in May." Oh, you weren't even here.
No.
Hey, Billy, get some grapes out of our secret supply. Hold on. So you weren't here, Talk. They can hear you. So you just saw us.
TV in Spain watching.
You're watching the TV in Spain, so you don't know us, and you give us a card that says, "I saw you on the live stream last year and have been looking forward to seeing you at this year's race." Can you get some great at this year's race since that day in 24? You guys are amazing. Thank you for being there with your beautiful greats. Much love, Trinity Buckley. That's unbelievable. See, now that makes it hard for me to want to quit this now that I'm 55. Hey, Bill, can you very quickly bring us the secret grapes?
Yeah, I'm 62.
You're 62.
55.
You know what's good about 60? So I turned 55, which means I qualify for assisted living, like a retirement community. But you have to be 62 to be assisted living. So I still have 7 more years. So you're having fun out here?
Great fun.
Great fun, yeah. Great fun. So you come from Spain, 250 miles in the middle of the desert. So this is going to be the last time I ever did any. This is your last ever race. So
When I'm going out on.
good for you.
Yeah.
But you know, when you say you're done, like this was going to be my last time out here, and then a complete stranger just handed me a card. So,
Yeah, I
but
can get a card.
you drew. So the card had lemons on it, and she made it look like grapes. That is so cool. Well, on your way out, we have hidden grapes, but I didn't want to show favoritism, get in trouble. So, well, thank you very much. Thank you. Did you guys hear all that?
Oh yeah, we got everything.
Cool.
I don't know if we
Dude,
can,
I'm sorry.
like, how are we going to top that?
Yeah, our jobs.
Yeah, we might have to retire.
Our
So-
jobs are over now.
No, you
I
retired.
feel humbled.
I literally was like literally, she drew grapes on this.
Yeah.
I don't know if I put it in. There's little bees on it. By the way, bees go with sunflowers, which is again, I'm not trying to steal people.
She could
for
be in your
5K
race.
at all.
You should tell her about your race.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, she's done. This is her very last. You've been running since how old? 18. 18, and you're 62, and you're going to go out at the top. So this a 250-mile race is going to be your last race. Well, get at it. You know, you got a few more. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, remember, hey, when it gets tough, be like a sunflower, okay? Because Helen Keller says, even on the darkest day, the sunflowers find the sun. So you're going to see sunflower inspirational signs down this road here, because I have a race next weekend that my wife doesn't divorce me that I put on. But you'll see the signs, and just remember one of those quotes, because eventually, sunflower, just be a sunflower. All right, well, thank you. You know what? No, it's good. Can you hook her up on the way out? I'm in the cooler, one of the 2 coolers, the white one.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, can you play her song too?
Damn it.
Do you tell about the
Play her a
speakers?
song?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I had to kill the speakers so you guys could talk to me. What do you mean?
Oh.
She went by the speakers.
Oh, well, thank you.
So what happens is,
Yeah.
we do stuff for the blind in Vegas at a, and we came up with a talking course a year ago. It was called Rudolph's Wonderland Experience, a little 1-mile loop. So when you went around, by the way, this is why I have all the snow stuff. You felt the experience with the snow, you saw it, you heard it, but then we took like 'Twas the Night Before Christmas and made it into 14 8-by-4-foot illuminated signs, and then they just play on a loop. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. And then if you ever saw European or Christmas Vacation, imagine Chevy Chase's house. So we would have little thing like Snowman Land. And then I used to work in Vegas. We had Mayor Goodman do a little thing that says, hey, you're going to be at Snowman Land soon. And so the idea was to be inclusive of, make something cool where, just the course talks to you. So I'm kind of a fraud because I own 25 Wi-Fi speakers and MP3 players. and 4 snow machines, and our race was a one and done. We're not doing it again. So I have all this stuff. So I'm kind of a fraud to bring it out here. But yeah, so the talking stuff's kind of cool. So we decided, let's just do something easy. So we just threw them out in the middle of along the road. So I was reaching out to guys I knew, like, hey, what's your favorite song, without telling them why. So it's kind of fun. It's kind of
yeah,
tough
that's
to be
great.
competitive usually. Usually we're very remote. And so my thing is, so I'm kind of competitive, right? And I was like, oh man, when I first came out, I came out Thursday with the water, and I came out here Saturday with ice. Just to give you guys an idea, normally from 7 miles to here, 10 and a half, takes like 40 minutes, and now it takes like 12. So I got out here, and instead of being happy, I'm like, no one's going to be impressed with fake snow. Like, I should have real snow. And then I'm thinking, the people later in the race, like the corporate guys, you can look it up. It's called Iceman, right? So for $1,700, you can get 7 tons of snow delivered to your yard for a party. Like, the dude sells out in February, right? But now I don't mind giving up the top spot on the podium, because if whoever's sponsoring later, I mean, the dude's not busy now, so maybe you throw in a few hundred extra bucks. The guy shows up, 300-pound blocks of ice, pulverizes it, and you have a big snow pile that you can play in. Because what you don't know is the reason we brought out reason we brought out so much ice is because I was supposed to bring my Hawaiian Ice snow cone machine, not to make snow cones, but to make snowballs, and I couldn't find my storage room key. So
Oh, well, you know, when we were at the grocery store yesterday, I found a giant thing of that snow cone syrup. It's $12 and you get like 18, what was it? It was like 1,800 calories per dollar or something like that. Liam figured out.
Oh,
so like we
Jesus,
could have hooked you
yeah.
up. We could have driven up there with snow cone stuff if people had snow cones.
Well, no, it's the machine. So literally, if you can take, those like floor freezers that, I don't know, they're like 5 feet high or whatever. It takes us about 20 minutes just to use like a Hawaiian Ice shave machine to fill one of those up. And so you can quickly make a snowball fight. And what we've done in the past at other events is you just fill up a huge cooler and just put a little chunk of dry ice on top. You have perfect snow. So our idea was, why am I even giving away how much
Ken,
we
this
failed? We were going to make
stuff,
2
man,
piles.
But we need to cut to Sarah O, because we
Yeah, don't
have
cut
her
to other
on the
people.
Soap
Well, hey,
Creek,
thanks a lot.
drone.
All right. Thank you
Yeah,
very
and,
much, Ken. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and
have
obviously
a wonderful
I have to
day.
come back because this woman gave us a card, so I guess I have to come back. So that was really cool. Hey,
Well, we'll
thanks,
see you
guys,
next
and
year.
thanks for covering.
Thanks, Ken. All right, so we are cutting now. We've got drone coverage of Sarah O as she makes the climb. And if you've been watching for a while, you can see it has definitely gotten cloudy up there. And she is moving up that hill. Wow.
I just have to say, Ken is my new favorite person on the Cocodona Livestream.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'd get an award. We might have to retire right now. All right, so we got Sarah O, and I'm just looking to see where she is in the overall. There we go. So currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th. Oh, this is weird. Somewhere around 6th, possibly 5th. And wow, so Soap Creek Ridge, you can see some of these old mining access roads, some of the rugged Arizona beauty as well. And it looks like we are out of the cactuses, so we are moving from spines to pines. 15 degrees in Black Canyon City. Oh, that's Celsius. So will that be 30, 60, low 60s in Black Canyon City? So probably in the 50s where we're looking at right now. And you can see, looking back into the valley, the cities. And again, thanks to all our drone pilots who were out there. Oh. And this just in, we're getting reports of 40 degrees at Lane Mountain. So that's probably a little cooler than we are right here, right now in Flagstaff. But you are exposed, so you'll be going through all those fluids and electrolytes, and hopefully we'll see some people moving as good as Sarah is. Jeez.
you can just see a couple runners coming into frame behind Sarah, a couple switchbacks back as she's working through this climb.
Yeah, and you've done this race before, hey?
No.
No, you've not? Oh, what? Oh, you just did the chorus. For a minute, I thought you did the race.
No,
I was gonna say, what?
I don't know if I've got it in me to do a 250-mile race.
Okay.
I mean, for me, the idea of doing something like this would probably just do something big days, backcountry, unsupported.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to do a lot of ultralight backpacking, so I kind of lean on that.
Oh,
but I love
nice,
the
yeah.
vibe, and I'm excited to. This is my first time being in the 200-mile community, so stoked to be
Nice.
here and soak it up.
Yeah, no, it's gorgeous. And there we got somebody else. Not quite sure if that is still Sarah O or if this is another runner. Thank you to all the folks out there operating drones and getting us these shots from various places along the course. And we'll do a quick shout out for our sponsors too. We got Ultraspire, Tailwind, Satisfy, John G,
Speedland,
Knack. Yeah, thank you everyone for helping to put this on. And thank you to all the crews, pacers, partners, husbands, wives, nieces, nephews. It's been neat to see the variety of people in the entourages who are out there. All right. And let's go get us another top. See what our top leaders are doing right now. We still got Harry, Jack, Pa, Dan, and Ryan are our top 5 men. And wow, Rachel on the track. We've got Rachel as 0.1 behind Courtney right now. And then down to Mika, Lindsay Dwyer, and Sarah O in 5th. And Georgia Porter is right behind. So definitely got some Arizona connections here. Trying to see, Cameron Haynes is up in the top 20. Shelby Farrell doing very good. Jackson Wolf up there. Ken just told us about him.
Lindsay Dewar still rocking it out in the top 5 in the women's race. It looks like, the tracker has Michael Versteeg kind of falling back, but I wonder if that's more of like a GPS anomaly.
Yeah, things are kind of moving, but we're also fairly early right now. We got just looking at all the flags, some pretty nice diversity amongst the leaders and everything. And man, Alaska, BC, England. I'm not familiar with Dan Green's flag.
West Virginia.
West Virginia. Okay, yeah. So that's some quite diverse places. Not particularly anything like the start of this race. So you don't have to be an Arizona person to do this and be successful.
Yeah, shout out to the Beast Coast.
Dan, you're Beast Coast based? Nice.
Yes, sir. A stark difference.
Yeah.
In the Beast Coast is very green right now. Very green and very humid, so.
Yeah, that was quite the shock landing and being very dry and then getting up here to the snow yesterday and sleet yesterday and seeing some sunshine back on there. We've got a couple more runners coming through, but can't quite make out bib numbers there.
Yeah, it looks like this is a status cam that we static cam, excuse me, that we have up at Soap Creek Ridge.
Yeah, so let's just zoom in on the map here and see what. Oops, no. We'll figure this out.
Yeah, and thanks for KJ7B66 in the chat confirming that Versteeg's GPS hasn't pinged in over 30 minutes, so.
Curious about Kevin Russ. Yes, Kevin Russ is in the race. There was a Instagram video yesterday of him at Packet Pickup. Not sure how. Oh, he's 12.7 miles in right now. All right, looks. Ooh, that might be Georgia. Not entirely sure. I know Sarah and Georgia both have darker hair. It's cool to see what you can get with a drone now, as opposed to you or I trying to hike up there 17 miles in and take photos or do anything. And we're going to throw to David in the field here. And as we do that, just want to say a big thank you as well to all the photographers. But there's David. So David's got some crew. David, we can hear you.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having us here. We are out here at the Bumblebee staging area. I'm out here with Anna's crew, Bib 55. I'll go ahead and let them introduce themselves.
I'm Jesse.
I'm Nate.
And I'm Dawn.
All right. Well, tell us about Anna. What's she excited about? Has she been out on course before? Has she done a 200? What's she looking at for today?
This is her first 200. She's done some 100s, and I think she's just looking to go out and go on an adventure in the mountains, and meet new people, and got friends with her, and yeah.
Yep.
And did she express any favorite part of the course she was looking forward to, or she's nervous about?
Oh, she's looking forward to lasagna somewhere at some certain aid station.
Mingus Mountain.
In the Mingus, yes. Yep. But she's hoping for lots of Cheetos. Yeah.
So I understand you've done this race before.
Yeah.
All right. Tell us about your experience there, and how do you think she's going to be able to have a time today, and what she can expect out there?
Well, the year I did it was 23. It was really hot, and I struggled and had some issues, but it was a great year. It was a lot of fun, and we kind of based her pace charts off of mine, and she does really well in the cold, so I think she's going to have a pretty good day. She'll have a bad day at some points for sure, but yeah, it's an adventure.
All right, so we gotta call attention to your shirts that you guys have here. You guys have sweet crew shirts. It doesn't say lasagna, but if you can read it, it might not be family friendly, but there's a lot of good unofficial sponsors on the back here. We got Rockstar, Cheese Balls, SpaghettiOs, LaCroix, Cheetos. I mean, all the good stuff. Yep.
You guys can thank us for bringing the good. You guys can thank us for bringing the good weather from Utah down. Yeah. Nice cold weather for all of you. That was us.
That's awesome.
For anyone who likes cold weather.
Yeah. Any last comments to the live stream before we jump to the next segment?
We're just excited for everybody and excited to follow along. Excited for our friend Anna out there to crush it. Let's go, Anna! Woo woo!
All right, guys. Well, you heard it. We're excited. We're ready to make our way up to Crown King shortly, but just soaking up the vibes and hanging out.
Okay, well, thank you very much, David, for being out there. So, yeah, and we're cutting back to our, excuse me, jeez, static cam at Soap Creek Ridge. And you can see there are some clouds building. And, up here in Flag, I ran early and it was clear, but there is a nice little halo around Mount Eldon. So possibly some weather going on up there. But, we're still a couple days, well, for the leaders, not a couple days, but for many people, a couple days before they'll be heading up here, so that could all clear out. Okay, do you have any favorites for this race, or do you have any predictions for this race? There are tons and tons of favorites, and many people have done hey, Courtney's going to win. Is she going to destroy the entire field?
Well, that's my hot take for the week is that, I really think this is Courtney's race to lose, if I'm being honest, but we'll kind of see how it goes. The boys went out hot today.
Yeah.
So
wow.
I'm interested to see what happens, let's call it 36, 40 something hours from now and see how that pace really holds up.
Yeah. What's my question? Do you think the strategy fast at the front, they're going to carry that faster pace as long as they can? Or do you think there's some playing around with, I'm going to try and push people and make people stay with me who can't?
I mean, I saw someone in the chat mention that if Harry's pace gets extrapolated across the whole race, he'd finish in 40 some odd hours. So like that's wow. I mean, that's how fast they're going out in the front. So it's interesting to see what happens. I mean, I imagine that, I mean, things are going to slow down. It's just a matter of like how much and when do kind of the shifts happen, when do people take strategic breaks, and when does that leapfrogging really start to happen as we get later into the race?
Yeah. Oh, question from the chat. Are you saying Courtney first overall?
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to see Courtney win this thing outright. She's not a first overall right now. She's running, I think, in the top 5.
Yeah, I just had that up. There we go. Yeah, she is currently right at 5. Or no. Yes, 5. 5. And not, according to what we got on the track, or like 1.5, somewhere between 1.5 and 2 miles behind Harry. And looks like Harry's increasing his lead on Pow right now, with Dan a little bit back, and then Jack Scott. And Courtney and Rachel is staying 0.1 right back. So for most of this, she'll be able to see. Oh, we're back to, are we at Ken's aid station there? I see the snowman, and that looks like the snow machine.
That is Cottonwood Creek.
Cottonwood Creek, okay.
Looks like the wind's starting to come in.
Oh, and here's Lane Mountain. So it looks like it's waiting to get set up. It does look like a nice day, and you can definitely tell the change in vegetation and elevation, and if I could use my words properly. That looks very similar to what I ran through today.
Yeah, you kind of see the pines coming in.
Oh, where do we think Max Jaleef will end up? That is a great question. Oof. It's even hard for me to make predictions with so many people that are in the running for it. I think he beats Finn. I think that will happen. As for where he finishes, this is super vague. In the top 10. Maybe as high as 3rd. I see right now it's Harry's race to lose, but for the men's side, but we shall see. The next time we can place I'm Just Ken from the Barbie movie. I don't know. That could be a good theme song for him. It's I don't know that we could beat the last what he said on that.
Yeah, Ken is definitely the man. It looks like we're gonna cut to the man, the myth, the legend, the Jamil Curry Jam in the field.
You guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Good stuff. Well, good morning. We're here up at Soap Creek Ridge again. Hey, Corey,
hey,
what's
you're
up?
photobombed.
Good, man. Good to see you.
Nothing
a little
like
better than the first year, huh? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, good stuff. Great to see you. Sounds good. Keep it up.
That's good, right. Yeah. How are you doing today?
You guys hear me out there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Awesome. Yeah, great. Yeah. We're up here, I think around miles 17. And we just had Corey Woltering pass through here. We've had, I think, closing in on the top 10 women at this point. I know when we had that drone shot, we had Sarah Osazuski. Georgia Porter was just a little bit behind there. And we've had a few more from the women's field go by. And yeah, I was here at the same spot, I think the last 2 years. There was a fire that came through here between last year and this year. It's kind of burned out a little bit. But wow, this has been such a race so far. I don't know how much you guys have seen. Probably not much since Ken's station down below, but we just got up here maybe 10 minutes ago. This field is absolutely flying. And yeah, we saw Harry out front. Who was in second? We had a guy from Canada. You guys probably know his name.
Powell?
I think did 32. And then closely followed by Dan Green and Jack Scott. And then we had Rachel Entrikin was leading the race when we saw her out of that first aid station, or that second aid station water stop. So quite the morning so far.
Yeah, that is exciting. Lots of big things happening, lots of smiles on faces, and we can see the burn in the background behind you there.
Hey there.
Oh, another...
Doing great. You getting a call in. That's right. There's a little bit of cell phone coverage like right on this ridge, so people are making phone calls, sending text messages. It's great.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Thank you, Jamil.
Right on. Let's go, guys. Nice job. Great work. I know I had to go to my spot here. Keep it up. Glaze is coming up. All right. Way to go.
So was that Andrew Glaze is potentially next up here?
That was Eli Wiebe.
Eli, okay.
He said Glaze might be coming up here pretty soon.
Oh, nice.
We'll keep an eye out.
Wow, yeah. So if that is... Okay, where are we? Corey Waltering. Let's find him here on the tracker. Have you seen Shelby yet, Jamil?
Yeah, Shelby just went through. Hey there, how's it going? We got Jenny Chisholm. How are you? They look so good. They look great. They are crushing it. So are you. We've been watching your Arizona Trail videos. Me and my son. So great. Yeah. Hey there. Nice job. Ooh, I've got a Kevin Russ sighting here in the distance.
Kevin Russ sighting? Okay, there has been a lot of questions in the chat about Kevin Russ. So there we go. Kevin is here.
I'll get out of the way so you guys can see him in all his glory.
Yeah, here he comes. Kevin Russ, for those unfamiliar, was
yeah,
you know,
doing the tradition. I feel like I have to do it. Good to see you, man. Keep it up. Enjoy it.
Hey, thanks for getting us addicted to this shit.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. All right. I had someone just thank me for getting everyone addicted to this. That's awesome.
Oh, hey.
But yeah, Kevin rolling through here looking super casual.
Yeah. Now, do you think you will be competing against Kevin again in the future one day?
I sure hope so. I don't know when or where it will be.
Yeah. Somewhere.
Let's see. What else? You guys have some questions about what we saw out there? I don't know. I don't know. We've been kind of out of cell service, so we don't really know what's going on.
Yeah. Have you seen Maya Detmer, Aeroviper Racing's own Maya Detmer? She come through
I have not seen her yet, but she might have slipped by as we were like getting things set up, so I'm not 100% sure.
Hey, Jamil, Caleb is asking, will you buy Kevin a burrito sometime during this race?
That's a great idea. I'll have to get in contact with his crew and see like when he wants it. He probably would take it any time, I bet. Nice job. Way to go. We got Kyle coming through, bib 310.
Okay, so I haven't seen Maya. Did you see Kyla Mayer? John G. Kyla Mayer.
I have not seen Kyla either.
Okay.
So it sounds like we got to keep our eyes out here.
How is Lindsay looking? Lindsay Dewar.
So Lindsay was good. The one message that she kind of shouted out as she went by is that supposedly she forgot to submit her sub plans for the day. So I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but hopefully they can manage without her and give her a little grace this morning. I hope she can focus on the race, and I'm sure maybe they'll have a movie day or something in class.
Yeah, for the
yeah, they should just put the live stream on.
Yeah, for the educational. She's a full-time teacher. Her twin sister Jamil is my neighbor in North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
And
there you go.
She's a teacher too, and she messaged me earlier saying that they're watching the Cocodona live stream in her class today as part of their.
So they're watching right now. So classroom, she's sorry, but maybe this could make up for it. I don't know. It's a free day.
Yeah, well, they've had the education from Ken already. They got Jamil now. Like, this could be the best day ever for those kids.
I will say I'm pretty chilled up on this ridge right now. I mean, I have my Arizona blood in me, but it was perfect climbing up, and it's a little breezy and honestly a little chilly. I think we're probably over 4,000 feet here, so it's something to keep an eye on. I think most people will love it. All right, way to go! Nice job.
Yeah, we've got reports of
Bryant
40
coming through
degree
here.
Yeah, 40-degree temperatures at Lane Mountain, so that can start to play a role. And it threatening snow in Flag, at least on Mount Eldon.
Right on.
Oh, it looks like we got several people using the Cocodona Livestream for their students today.
Nice.
hey,
Soon we'll have
Jamil.
the whole nation watching and tuning in.
Yeah.
Hey, Jamil, looks like
It'll be like a May break.
I was gonna say, Jamil, looks like we have Hillary Yang in the field, and we'll be coming.
Okay, we
back
got
to you
Andy
soon.
Glaze coming up right now as well.
Oh,
What's up, Andy?
Looks like Andy.
How you doing, sir? Good to see you up here again. Fifth time for you. Awesome, doing great. It's like my little spot up here. So. I know. Like, gosh, just damn clear. Get service like right there. Exactly.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Keep it up.
All right. Well, thank you,
guys cut to
Jamil.
Hillary?
Yeah, we're going to cut to Hillary, and we'll come back to you soon.
Okay, sounds
All right,
great.
thanks for being out there.
Let you get back to it,
All
but
right.
yeah.
Hillary, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. How's it
All right.
going?
We're great. How are you
Look at
doing
the
today?
technology working. We'll try
Hey,
not
this
to
is
sound so
great.
surprised.
It looks super toasty there. You're at Bumblebee.
We're at Bumblebee, which is pretty fun, actually. It's sort of this like cruise staging area before everyone goes up to Crown King. And I'm with my new friends, Matt and Jack. Say hi, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up? And you guys are crewing who?
Calvin Duvall.
All right. And tell us a little bit about Calvin Duvall.
So he's my brother-in-law, and this is our mutual buddy. We're from St. Joe, Missouri. It's just north of Kansas City. He's done a handful of ultras. He's done a couple hundreds, and this was the next step for him.
And I mean, do you think this is a good idea? 250 miles? That's a big jump from 100.
Well, Calvin was the one that peer pressured us to start doing hundreds and 50 milers. He had to ask us 6 or 7 times before we finally gave into peer pressure. And so he got us into a lot of pain, and now his life and his race is in our hands. So we can do whatever we're going to take good care of him. It's really cool to see one of your friends doing something amazing,
There is a tremendous amount of glee coming out of both of your faces right now, which I'm enjoying a lot. Very cool. What do you think he should expect? What are you sort of prepared for as his crew right now?
I'm prepared for some dark times. I feel like there's gonna be some difficulty, but he's gonna get through. He's strong. He's tough, and yeah, he'll make it through.
Give me your best pep talk. What have you got lined up for him when he hits those dark times?
Pep talk, pain isn't real. It's made up, Everyone keeps talking about it, but if we just don't talk about it and just shove it way deep down, then it's not real. So Calvin, you're doing great. You're doing great.
So the theme of this morning is denial. We're just going to push that way down and not worry about it.
It's a later problem.
Perfect. All right. What number is Calvin so everyone can cheer for him?
59.
59. All right. Lucky 59. Let's go, Calvin.
All right. Thank you
Anything
very much,
else?
Hillary.
Yeah. Cool. We'll be at Crown King soon. Lots more
Be at
updates to
Crown King
come.
soon.
Super fun.
Super fun. All right. Well, thanks all for being out there. Any questions for us? No. Okay. And we are back to very good. We're back to Jamil in the cactus.
You guys hear me?
We can hear you.
I don't know how my framing is looking, but
There we go. Say, you pan up just a little bit.
I think we need a little pan up. I can just squat down now. I've got my videographer here.
Okay, we're missing your head right now.
I'm missing my head. Well, if we go up,
There we go.
we might just
There you
need to unplug. I'm trying to eat a gel right now because it was a hefty hike, 6.3 miles on the trail to get up here.
Ooh, wow.
What flavor are you noshing down, Jamil?
This is a berry. It's a great spot. We can actually, from this vantage point, I think we can pretty much see Black Canyon City, which is kind of cool.
Oh, wow. You were way up there. How long did it take you
Which
for
is
your
the start
6-mile
line.
hike?
So they've come all this way. They're probably 17 miles in here, and we can just look right down to where they began this morning. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah, and did you get any exciting people
I'm
come
just gonna
through
take
while we
this
were
and
on
hold
chat
it
with
up.
Hillary?
How's it going? Way to go. Looking strong. Keep it up.
Yeah, did
All right, nice
has Maya
job.
come by yet?
Way to go. This is bib 33 going past now.
Bib 33.
Guys, I'm going to do a quick refresh and see if I can get this frame rate looking a little better.
Okay. Yeah, so while Jamil's doing that, we'll do a quick rundown of our leaders. Now, what's interesting is looking at the leading tracker, Harry's been at 22.1 the last few times I've refreshed. So whether there's a tracker issue or GPS issue, not sure, but we got Pow right behind 22.0 and then Jack at 21.9. So people are getting closer together. Dan Green, 21.8, and Courtney rounding out the top 5 at 21.2. So there's roughly a quarter mile ahead of Rachel for that. So from what Jamil said, Rachel and Courtney have jockeyed back and forth at least once, which is Rachel's going for it. I'm impressed.
Yeah, that's really cool. I heard people talking like you win Cocodona this year by just keeping on Courtney's heels and kicking her, out kicking her into Flagstaff, and I just thought that was pretty hilarious. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and our other battle, Finn is slightly ahead of Max right now.
Is that going to be the real battle?
The real
here?
battle? I don't know. It could be. There's so many things to develop. We're not even 4 hours in. We're barely 4 hours in.
Yeah, it looks like Harry just refreshed and he's at 23.4.
23. Okay.
So as it's so interesting with the GPS in the trackers. You think everyone's bunching up, but really it's like
whoa.
Did they refresh a minute ago or 2 minutes ago or how much time has actually gone by? So
yeah, it is definitely neat to see.
I am dealing with many people in the chat chat as well. My I cannot get the live tracking up. As I refresh, it's got too many requests.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm going off the leaderboard, and it's sometimes refreshing. As of the last leaderboard, for the women's, we've got Courtney, followed by Rachel, Lindsay, Mika, Sarah, Allison, Kaylee, Georgia, Shelby, and Catherine. Kate, maybe? Not sure. And for the man, you can do it. You can do it. Come on, computer. There we go. Harry, Pow, Jack Scott, and Dan Green. Ryan, Michael, Finn, Max, Jeff Garmeyer, Jesse Haynes, and Garrett Nelson. And then Michael McKnight. So that's 10, 12.
Cool. Yeah, it looks like we've got Jam Jam is ready.
Jam Jam's ready. All right.
To Jam Jam in the
Back
field.
to Jamil. We're back. You're back. Okay. We can't hear you yet. Have you got audio? We'd like to give a thank you to Squirrels Not Butter. I'm sure Chris will be somewhere this week in his flashy purple hat and purple jacket. Got to spend a whole bunch of time with him at Bumblebee Ranch for Black Canyon, and his great sense of humor as usual. Okay. Can you hear us, Jamil?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Awesome. Yes, we had Maya Detmer come in just a few minutes ago, and she just said that she says she took too much time at the first aid station. Don't know what that means exactly, but I think she's doing just fine. We also just had Shad Burkholtz, favorite of the live stream extraordinaire. He just came through a couple minutes ago as well.
Okay.
Shout out to Shad.
Shout out to Shad. Yeah. Got to see him yesterday very briefly as he was preparing his stuff. And looking off the live tracker, if Maya just came through, Maya would be in 15th for the women right
Okay.
now.
Nice.
We'll take a look at Shad here, where that would be.
So, yeah, commenting on the weather, it's like, I would say partly cloudy, trending towards mostly cloudy, and where they're headed, it's looking darker right now. So I think we're definitely going to see some rain here at some point this afternoon.
Ooh,
I'll try and get some IDs on these runners here.
Yeah, it looks significantly darker since you just came back from us chatting with Hillary.
Yeah, you can see the clouds
Yeah, for
rolling
sure.
in.
All right, nice job. Way to go. All right, we got Bib 97 coming through here.
Bib 97, all right.
Way to go. Nice job. Good work. We also got Bib 200.
97 and 200, all right. Let's see if we can get through this. So Bib 97 is Michael Whitmore, and Bib 200 is Tony Klein. So congratulations to those two. You've made it past Jamil. You can celebrate and have a gel and do your best to beat this incoming storm.
I just got word, guys. Noah Doherty is live at Milk Ranch. So if you haven't looked there, you might want to check it out. Feel free to pop over to him. I don't know if the leaders have come through there yet, but maybe you can
we can
take a quick look over there.
A chance to swip over. Bleh. Use your words. Switch over. Yeah. Thank you for the update, Jamil. Are you staying warm enough out there?
I'm going to tell him to try and unmute.
Okay.
So, anyways, I just heard Noah's voice.
Okay. Noah, have we got you there?
Milk Ranch.
Noah, can you hear me? It's Greggy.
I can hear. Yeah, what's going on, Greggy?
Hey, just sitting here nice and warm in Flag, enjoying some coffee. You look kind of cold and preparing for weather.
Yeah, it's definitely different than usual here. It's beautiful, though. It's nice.
Yeah.
So, I haven't seen anybody yet. 9 o'clock.
Nobody yet? Okay.
Let me know if the angle is good. They're coming from over here.
They're coming from there?
And
okay,
the water...
The water's right behind you. Okay, yeah. I can't quite see the trail. I can see there's a... Is that your chair in the background? And a very nice rusty barrel.
Yeah.
Got some great Arizona scenery here. If you've ever spent time exploring out in the Arizona desert, you find all kinds of things. I've seen washers, dryers, hockey pucks. Oh my gosh, mannequins.
Yeah, we added a barrel. Last year I added this cabinet.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. And this is the one that was vandalized last year, correct?
Yeah. So we had a lock, which you can maybe see without.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's the chain.
Yeah. We had to chain it shut. So we got all the jugs here. There's one empty that the Burros lost on the way down, but.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks, Burros.
Normally there's water over here.
Yeah.
On the trail, kind of over there, but it's bone dry this year. No water on this entire stretch.
No water at all.
No.
Dang. Well, that's good. And have you been out there for a while today? Were you guarding this overnight?
No, I just ran down, got here about 8:45. I was a little worried I was going to miss the leaders, but.
Okay, no one's come through so far.
Oh, we're clear. Who is leading?
Who is leading? Harry is leading right now. Let's go right back to that tab, and I can give you an update. We got, there we go. Harry, and followed by Pow, Jack, Scott, Dan Green, and Ryan Sandys rounds out the men's top 5. And then Rachel was leading at one point, but it's now back to Courtney, Rachel and Trekken, Lindsay Dwyer, Mika Tews, and Sarah Ostaszewski. And for fans of the Air Viper Racing team, we were just talking with Jamil up on Soap Ridge, and Maya Detmer had just come through, and that puts her currently in 15th place for the women.
We got a leader right here.
Got a leader right here. All right.
There he is.
Moving very good.
Welcome in, Harry.
It's faster than I ran this
Need
morning.
water? You're good. Cool. Great
All
job.
right, go Harry. Wow, he is looking really good. Wow. Okay, so if Harry just came through Noah, then it shouldn't be that long that 2, 3, 4, and 5 are coming through, like minutes perhaps.
Cool. I'm gonna put this in a good spot here. Let me know. I'm gonna leave my mic on. You guys just mute how you feel. But I'm gonna put it down so hopefully you can see the water.
We can see the water. Yeah.
Maybe
we can see. Yeah, that's pretty good. We can see the trail off to the left.
Okay. Cool. Perfect.
That is
I'll get it
perfect.
set up here.
Yeah. Now,
Thanks.
Noah, do you have a favorite for this race?
I mean, it's hard to go against Harry, right? When you know the course. Feeling good.
It was flying.
It'll be fun to watch, though. You never know.
So
that's pretty good there.
Yeah, it looks
That's
great.
pretty good. That's great.
I love how Harry just did a 14-mile section, and didn't pick up any water. He's going to go another 8-mile section to Lane Mountain.
That's a gamble.
It is a gamble. We'll see how that.
It's a gamble. Well, on the side of gambling, it is fairly cool. Jamil said it's getting cooler. You know, and if you can take the time over the hydration, I guess you could be banking on, I'll do some hydration when I stop at, what do we got, Lane Mountain is the next aid?
Yeah, and maybe that was just the plan in general, was I'm going to, fill up, pick up as much water as I think I need for 20 miles and just
go.
Go,
Yeah, I mean, that does save you, a minute or two here or there, but those will add up, and to not have that stop early, that can only help them. So for those looking, Boulder Water at Milk Ranch. So, geez, wow. 24 miles?
Yeah, it's 24 miles in, and the last water spot, the Cottonwood Water aid station, was at 10.4. So
yeah, that's
14 mile dry stretch.
Wow. Man. These elite athletes are beyond what I am capable of. It's really cool to see. And also to see and notice just the change in vegetation and elevation. Like, to me, I see that there's so much greenery. It is not that green where I live, and it's not that green at Black Canyon City at Deep Canyon Ranch.
Yeah, it's way more shrubbery and trees and less cactuses. Way less cactuses.
No more flesh wounds.
Yeah, no more flesh wounds.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we're waiting. We'll thank our sponsors. We got our proud partners with Catula, Mountain Outpost, Air Viper Running. We just got some of this NAC Boost Energy drink mix, which I want to try some of that. I think it looks like 60 grams of carbs in a 2-to-1 ratio. We also got Ultraspire Satisfy. Now they're sponsoring Fain Ranch. That sounds like quite the aid station. I was really hoping to get a chance and check it out.
It's supposedly the vibes.
The vibes, yeah. Well, I was at Bumblebee, and I have one of the Bumblebee Ranch t-shirts that they had, so.
Nice.
That was pretty cool. We also got Tailwind as a sponsor of ours. Squirrel's Nut Butter. Janji.
Yeah, I can't sleep on Janji.
Yeah, and that was definitely, from what it looked like on the live stream, it looked like someone was wearing this exact sun hoodie that I'm wearing, so hooray.
That's a good color. I also want to shout out Cooperative Coffee Roasters for providing coffee for the live stream crew.
Yeah, that coffee was good this morning. That was a lifesaver. Thank you to Chris as well for his our Mission Walmart last night.
Nice. And then I do believe Bare Butt Wipes, they were at Packet Pickup, and I think that they're going to have wipes out on the course for runners. And it's an amazing product. It's just like individually packaged, ultra large wipes. I know the founder, Sam, really well, and he's a runner. He's an ultra runner, and he's kind of basically was like, I need this in my life. So he created the product.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm curious to try one of those. I just saw the live stream thing and all of that. So, yeah, we've got the live stream. You can also be following along on Instagram, the Cocodona 250, And then I would imagine, based off the number of cameras and documentaries and things, many people's personal Instagrams are going to have some updates of some kind.
Well, Chris and I were joking right before the start, all the media people started moving like from the start line, back to find spots. And I was like, oh, the race is starting. I was like, no, wait a minute. That's just the media people. So...
Gosh, wow. Oh, we got a hello from Sweden. I don't know how to say hello in Swedish, but hello. Thank you for joining us. There were a lot of Germans in Walmart yesterday. And we can see Noah in the background setting up the aid station. Thanks, Noah. On that note, we'll thank all of the volunteers that are out there, all of the people at Aravipa, all the contractors doing setup. And, if you're in the area, if you're watching this and spontaneous decide, dude, I'm going to hop on a plane and be part of this Cocodona experience, you can check out. I'll put the link in the chat there still are volunteer spots. There's live stream spots. You can hold a camera and chase people. But, it takes an army to do this. So might as well, if you got the time, come and help out. Or if you're a Flag local, Prescott, Crown King, Phoenix, and want to take a day off, even like Southern Colorado, come down and be a part of this. So hang tight while I get that link. And we'll put that in the chat right now. Hello from South Africa. Multiple hellos from South Africa. It's kind of cool seeing what time it is around the world and who's tracking whom. Wildcat Hill wants you to volunteer. Yes, they probably do.
Yeah, I just got a refresh on the tracker, and it looks like Harry's got about a little over a mile on the next runner.
Wow.
And that means, and I was just kind of looking at the elapsed time. It's been several minutes, and so I'm interested to see when does that next runner come in. And, obviously, he was running faster than they were expecting the need for water because we're still setting up the aid station, right? And it's just interesting to see how fast the front of the race is really moving this year.
Yeah. This is definitely a record pace, multiple records. I feel confident saying we'll fall. If we stay with this, then we'll see what the weather does. I think the people racing the weather now will play a part, and let's take a look and see. Everyone knows Siri never makes mistakes. So according to my phone, Siri says... You can do it. No, we're not looking at Moab. We're going for Flagstaff. All right. So today it's going to be 48. Chance of rain tomorrow. Wednesday, it looks pretty good. 38 is a low. 58 is a high. Thursday, the sun's going to come back. 42 to 67. And then up to 72 for Friday. For the NAU graduation, we'll be contending with as well. If you happen to be coming up here to flag.
You can see the clouds kind of rolling in. I am just interested to see what the weather is going to do for this race, because obviously the heat has always been something that people have had to mitigate and manage when running Cocodona. And if you take the heat out of the equation, how fast can you run in the desert?
Oh yeah,
and especially with this course being so front loaded with the vert.
Yeah,
you get to a point. Once you get to the halfway mark of this race, it's a runner's race, right? It's just
you hit the plateau, and
how good are the legs?
Yeah, and how good are your legs after 125 miles? And I'm excited to see the part through Sedona. A friend of mine told me about Hangover Trail the first time I went there, and I did that, and I loved it. So I'm very excited to watch people go through that. And so real quick, the weather at Crown King for today is saying no chance of precipitation, but those clouds are moving in, so we'll see what can come up. And it looks like we've got Jamil, field reporter Jamil, So let's cut to him and see what is new up on the ridge. Hey, Jamel. If you're able to unmute, that would be great. Okay, Jamil, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Still no audio, but yeah, you can see in the background right now, those clouds are building, and we're getting my different forecast for Crown King is mainly cloudy, stray showers or thunderstorms possible. Yes, now we can hear you.
Cool. Good stuff. I don't know what you were asking, but we're back.
Oh, just
Nice
asking
job.
who's come through.
Kyla just came through.
Kyla? Okay.
Nice job. Thanks, man. Thanks for doing what you do. Yeah, of course. Have a great day, you guys.
You too.
Bib 212 that just went back.
Was that Bib 212?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, let's find out who that is. Bib 212. That's Nick Richardson. Currently 57th male.
And then 112 just went past.
112?
Yep.
That would be Deb Hunsinger. I recognize that name. Can't put a face to it, but recognize the name.
Hey, Rob. How you doing? Good. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
He's cruising.
Wow.
All right, how's it going so far?
Good. Really good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Had a great
Great
day.
course. Oh my gosh. Couldn't plan any better than this. You called for it, right? Yeah. You ordered the whole thing. Every year it'll be like this. From now on for it, I hope so.
Yeah, as we're just following the camera along right now, you can see the vegetation. You can see it is a road, but it's not a flat or straight road, and it's Arizona, so there's lots of rocks that will be trying to kick your right big toe if you're like me. And man, those clouds are building.
Awesome job.
What bib was that?
219.
219. So that was Catherine Lynch. Catherine Lynch from. Let's find it out.
How's it going?
Texas.
Nice.
Wow, you see some of the beautiful Arizona views from up there. Thank you for getting us these on the live stream cams.
What's the starting line?
That start line down in the valley?
Yep.
Yeah.
See it, but
okay, and we're just working. And so we got someone coming through Milk Ranch right now. Red vest. I don't recognize.
That's probably Pal.
Pal? Okay.
Yeah.
Must be. Wow. So about a mile back, taking some water.
7? 7, okay. Yeah, 7 to lane. You're going to have 4 more of this.
Okay. Okay, it wasn't just me that
doesn't like it. No, this is a trophy.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you got about 3 more of the exact out the lane. So it's like 4, 3, goes into the. Yep, cool. You want any more in another one, or?
So just taking a note, Pal came in at probably 4:18:30 elapsed time.
Yeah, and it was somewhere around 4:05 for Harry. The latest we've got on the tracker is about a mile, just over a mile between them.
We got you live
Right.
down here.
Right now, yeah, you can wave. Noah, can you hear us? No.
Yep. Right ahead there.
All
Good
right,
job.
and yeah, that's a great thing that you saw there too. Like, thank the volunteers. It's something, a very small thing you can always do that definitely is well received and much appreciated. Looking a little bit further down the track, or at least as of the last update I've got, Max, Finn, Jeff Garmeyer, and someone. Nope, it just refreshed again. Never
Here
mind.
comes our next runner.
Wow. That must be Dan Green. Is that correct? It looks like it could be.
Harry got here at 9:05 actually.
Oh, no, that's Jack Scott.
Yeah, Jack
Wow.
Scott coming
Jack
in third.
Scott.
About
Yeah,
15
switch.
minutes behind.
Yeah. And they're still climbing at that point. Kind of up and down at that point. So if that's Jack, then sometime the next little bit, we will have a Courtney sighting. Somewhere in the next 15 minutes, if this is going to give us an accurate estimate. Yes, it looks like Jack has passed Dan. So that's a shift at mile. Hang on. 24. Yeah, it looks like Jack is doing well. Not in a hurry, taking his time, hydrating.
He's tanking up and then filling them up.
Well, Nate, that could be what he could make the neck. I mean, the stretch to Lane Mountain's 8, but it's only 4 to Crown King after that. So that is a strategy too. Skip Lane Mountain and just go straight through.
Yeah.
If he's good on nutrition, good on everything else.
Well,
Like-
and kind of going back to Harry, just running
Yeah,
straight
straight
through.
through, yeah.
So it's like I said, I'm interested to see is that the first mistake that we've seen, or is that was that strategic on his
Yeah.
part? You know.
Yeah, I mean, he's got roughly 15, 16 minutes now. We'll see what time on Powell, and then a little bit more on Dan or Jack. I'll get the names right eventually.
Well, it's nice to see Jack with the kind of teal vest because I can, make that mental note.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna start making some notes. Yeah, that is one thing I've always had as a strategy. If I wear bright colors, it's really easy to see me when you're looking through 2,000 race photos. Nope. Yes. Yes. All right. So there goes
Jack's
Jack.
out.
And on that note, we do have some great photographers out here. Howie Stern is out here. Scott Rokas, Anastasia Wild. They are doing some great work. I know I saw them on Instagram. They're probably on Facebook too, on the Cocodona page. But, they do a lot of work. They work hard. They are out everywhere. So if you get a chance to support those photographers, that would be great. And there's some pretty well-renowned runners as well in their own right.
Yeah, it looks like we're expecting, Courtney imminently into Milk Ranch. And yeah, shout out to Starlink and the Static Cam for bringing us this epic shot at a very remote, water only aid station.
Yeah, and thank you to Noah for being out there to take care of that water station as well. Versteeg and Courtney sharing miles. We can't confirm that, but in the next few minutes, we will be seeing that on the screen.
Yeah, they were running together into Cottonwood.
Okay.
And so, maybe, obviously a lot can change in 14 miles, but, that maybe still be the case.
Yeah, we've definitely had some movement on the latest of the tracker that I can see.
Perfect running conditions today.
Yeah, and even this mainly cloudy going into Crown King. There's Prescott be the next one. Let's check and see what that forecast is. I mean, Black Canyon City, 60 Fahrenheit. That seems low for this year.
Now
Okay, we're back to, looks like Jamil back out in the field.
Yeah, we're back to Soap Ridge with Milk Ranch and the PMP.
Oops.
Look at those clouds.
Yeah, every time it gets darker and darker. Prescott, all right. Why? All right, just trying to get a forecast for Prescott here to see what folks will be approaching.
Simon, who's actually on course running the race, ultramarathon trail running with Simon, is asking in the chat, is Courtney at Crown King yet?
Wow. Well,
not quite, Simon. Not
I was
quite.
going to say 4:26. What was her time at Crown King when she ran it and set the record? Let's find that out right now. She has probably done it fast. Oh, nope, that's 2026. 2025. Course record was 4:19, so 7 minutes ago when she did the 50K, she was there. But just a little bit different for this one.
Hello. Good morning. Morning. How you doing? I'm excellent.
Oh, we got a runner coming into the aid station, or to Noah.
Yeah. When's the next? This is the last. Is this that aid station? This is just the Water Milk Ranch, and then you got 8 to Lane Mountain. And that's the next one. Is 8 miles. Yep. Yeah. And then you have 4 miles to the next full one again. So like, once you get up here, you got 7 more miles of climbing, almost entirely the whole way.
Okay, I don't see it. I see the bib on the back of the vest, but I can't read it yet.
3 more miles of this crap.
I think that's Dan Green.
Thank you. Of course. Cheers. How you doing? I'm good. Made it. It's nice down here. Yeah, we're live streaming for the first time. If you want to say hi, Cam.
Yeah, say hi to the live stream. Noah, can you hear us?
We're doing it.
Yeah.
We're here.
Okay.
Good job, man. Go East Coast, baby. That's right. Thanks, dude. You got it.
With the fist bump.
Fist bump, yeah, and we're back. That looks like where we saw Sarah O on that climb up to Jamil at Soap Ridge. Great drone shots, and you can still see the clouds building.
It's basically dark.
Yeah, well, that's funny. My buddy Tony's out there, Anthony Tedahusky, and they were at REI on Saturday morning before I flew in, and they picked me up, and they said there were several other runners at that specific REI buying rain jackets that was added to the mandatory gear. So, yeah, hopefully you don't need them, but those clouds are threatening, and that may have some significant changes on the field as the rain hits and when and where it hits.
Yeah. Speaking of REI, the runner Wyatt, his name was Wyatt that I parked next to at Packet Pickup. We did a bit of a shakeout run with Lindsay together, but he was telling me he had issues with getting his nutrition order in, and he ended up at REI and like bought them out of Honey Stinger gels, which he's never used before. So going hard in the paint on the on the Honey Stingers during Cocodona. So
wow. Well, their waffles are good. I like the waffles. I've also never had the gel.
The gels, I've had them before. It's been a minute, but they're okay.
Yeah.
I prefer the gold original honey flavor over their flavors, but the flavors aren't bad.
Yeah. Okay, then we're still on the lookout for Courtney. So if you just joined us, if you're one of the 6,000 people watching us, we have the picture-in-picture. So we've got the drone on Soap Ridge right now is on the main screen, and then we've got Noah from Aravipa is at the water station at Milk Ranch, and Courtney should be arriving fairly quickly in a group that, oops, there is people in the background there. All I see is a body, but we've got movement.
That's Courtney.
That's, yep. In the short knees. So there is female 1. 4.5 hours.
Pretty rocky. Yeah. You got 3 more miles of like the same exact terrain, up, down, and then you got 3 miles of 4 miles of single track, basically.
Cool.
Yeah, she doesn't have a very big pack right now.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Take your time. Yeah, this
Pretty
is
awesome
great.
shorts too, I will say.
6,000
6,000
viewers in
people.
the live-
Wow.
6,000
6,000
viewers in the
people.
live
Wow.
stream.
Thank you all for joining us. It's great to see how popular this has gotten. And I know from just talking to friends, whether they're in the run community or not in the run community. Oh, we got another runner back at Milk Ranch or not in the run community. Oh, we got another runner back at Milk Ranch with Noah there.
Ryan Sands in the red Solomon kit.
Yes, 14. Wow. Live stream is going bonkers for all the Courtney things.
Yeah.
Just gonna watch it. Oh, thank you, Aid Station Fireball. Appreciate all the stuff you're doing out there. What was I talking about? Right. So Courtney just came in. So female 2 is Rachel and Trek, and the next little bit will be coming through.
Thanks, appreciate it. Nice job. See you
Yeah,
on course.
it's totally
5-10
Ryan
minutes.
Sands leaving the aid
Yeah.
station. It'd be really cool to have Courtney and Ryan, both Solomon teammates, kind of running and working together.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic to see. And we'll see. So what, 14 miles to Crown King? What was that? That's
8, 7.
8 to Lane.
Yep, 8 to Lane.
So
and
yeah,
another
14, another 4.
So
yeah. So and then also to see if it's quote just 4 miles between aid stations, because then there's a huge jump. Crown King to Arrastra Creek is 16. Am I doing the math right? 36 to 53. Yeah. Wow, that's a big one. Thought I heard voices in the background. I think it's just birds in the background of the Milk Ranch. And yeah, if you're not in Arizona, it is pretty cool to see down at the start line. All the saguaros are blooming right now, so that was very exciting.
and that's like what big white flowers.
Yeah,
kind of crowning out of the tops of the cactus.
And we're back to our drone shot. I don't see anybody. Oh, there's a runner in the far corner going up, and you get an idea of some of the diversity of elevation change and of the course. That is a very rocky 2-track road going through. It's neat to honor some of the mining history, and I guess you pretty much get everything out here. There's ranching history, mining history, Old West history, Whiskey Row, Flag, Grand Canyon. Spectacular point-to-point race. It's so cool what drones can do now. The variety of things that you can really see as we're zooming back now, the climb, but also like the mountain ranges of Arizona. You're going through a lot of stuff, getting into the Bradshaws, and up and up and up. Be excited to see people come in for Crown King through the saloon. And
looks like we got Mike
we've got
Fistine
somebody
coming into Milk Ranch.
Great. Run security this here. Some water drops. If we had to, we locked it up and everything. Are you drinking? It's good. It's nice outside. The hardest section's ever been. What's that? Hardest what? The hardest section's ever been. Oh, really? Dude, it's atrocious. Really? Yeah. the non-stop terrible rocks is wears on you. Yeah. Well, hopefully when you get up there, it was 37 degrees when I was up there this morning.
All right, Steve. Ready?
Yep. Nice job. We'll see you up the course.
Here comes another runner coming in, and you could kind of hear the audio, but Mike saying that was the hardest that section's ever felt for him.
Yeah, and it's a cooler day. That looks to be Rachel. Yes.
For sure.
How you feeling?
Pretty good. But do that when I'm not in front of you.
Another little tread over there.
I'm gonna put my little shit
Okay, yeah.
first. You know, cocaine.
Not now. When?
Cheers.
Yeah, pretty much 4 miles of the same stuff you just did. Like crappy rocky, up, down. Then 3 miles of single track on lane to get to the dirt road. 1 mile from there. 8 more.
No loss.
Okay, so we've got an overall update. Harry came through at 4:05, and then Powell was in second, 13 minutes back. Jack was 15 minutes back. Dan was 21. Courtney is 25 minutes back. Ryan was 26, and Rachel is currently 31.
Thank you so much.
Of course, nice job.
You got that. It's a little lonely.
Yeah. Maybe we're into like our own little living room down here.
Nice.
See you, Rachel.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Rachel has skedaddled. And yeah, I don't know if you could hear the audio, but she said she's feeling good. She looks good. She was smiling when she came in. That's always a good sign.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I love the birds, the ambient sounds coming in off of the Milk Ranch aid station cam is a nice little addition. So been enjoying the silence a little bit and letting the runners kind of have that conversation with Noah.
It's very soothing as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of like I'm outside vicariously instead of in the studio. Okay, so the water station. So if you're just joining us, the picture in the bottom right is the water station at mile 24.6. So we've just seen the leaders come through. I think our top 6, 7, something like that, have been through. Rachel would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so the top 7 have come through. We should have. Yeah, there should be 4 or 5 come through fairly quickly. And look at those threatening storm clouds. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. And for all the runners coming up, So Bridge is really exposed.
And I think there might be some changes in strategies of people middle and back of the pack if they're able to try and pick up some time before getting inundated. And it's not unexposed to Crown King. I mean, you're up high for a while, so it could get cold and wet pretty fast for people.
If everyone could just take a minute and hit that like button on the live stream, that'd be great.
Wow, 6,100 people. This is great. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today and for being part of this. We got a 5-day adventure, and it sounds like a lot of people are checking in as they're working or got one screen open and doing whatever they're doing. So we appreciate you all being here. And a big thank you, too, from Mountain Outpost, Air Viper Running, Cocodona, Tailwind, Ultraspire, Satisfy, Knack. Oh, I need to try some of that stuff. Where's my bottle? John G. Who else was at the coffee? The cooperative
Coffee roasters, yeah. No, but yeah, John G really pulling out all the stops as a sponsor this year, and Satisfy, who's been a sponsor the last couple of years. Ultraspire,
Squirrel's Nut Butter.
Yeah.
Chris is a fixture in Air Viper races.
Speedland. We got a pair of the new Cocodona capsule. Cam Haynes Cocodona capsule.
Wow, these are
on the desk in the
nice.
studio.
Cut for drainage. Wow. So this is really cool. There's a little feature you can cut this hole off, and I presume it drains. I would love to try a pair of these. Speaking of, let's check and see where Mr. Haynes is. There's live tracker. Cameron Haynes. Somewhere around mile 21, so that would put him at some point, rough numbers, some point in the next hour through Milk Ranch, which is what we've got on the screen right now, and that's mile 24.6. And then it looks like the next female, which would be female 3 coming through, would be Mika Hughes at the moment. That could change. It looks like she's roughly 2 miles out right now. And what do you think the sleeping... Is that movement in the background, or is that tree? That's a person.
I see a runner coming
Somebody coming through. This is really cool. They're kind of peering out of the foliage like Jurassic Park raptors. What have we got?
How are you doing? Good. Yeah. Welcome back. Doing good? No, yeah, feel really good. Yeah, I'll put them up over just a second. I'll be helpful. I would guess the 2 girls, women, and then maybe 5 guys. Okay. Yeah. 2 corners, 2 gunners. They can see that too. East Coast daddy, but it's good on there. Yeah, maybe. Yes. Got it. Let's go, Mike. We got a little live stream there. If you want to say hi on the way out, take your time. Which way? Straight? Yeah, straight ahead there. Let's go. Ow, ow!
All right, there we go. Nice to see some excitement as you're leaving the aid station here. And hello, Kirsten. Did Courtney already pass through? Yes, Courtney passed through roughly 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, something like that. Do we know who the runner that just left the aid station was?
I did not see a bib number. The tracker, potentially that was Michael Greer,
I think
bib
I saw-
35, but I didn't get a good look at the bib number.
Yeah, there was a bit of Greer
Great.
activity in the chat, so.
Okay. That would be. And then from the tracker right now, the next 4 are fairly close. So in some capacity, it'd be Finn Melanson, Jeff Garmeyer, Jesse Haynes, and Garrett Nelson, Max Shalif. Brody Chisholm, Michael McKnight, they're all fairly close together. They could come through this in any order, all at the same time. We will see. We'll stick with this because it's kind of neat to see people come through. And yeah, thank you everyone for joining from around the world. This is super cool seeing the variety of countries and cities and states of people that are commenting here. And again, big thank you to all the volunteers, live stream people. Thank you everyone over there in the booth. Andrew Glaze is somewhere between, we had Jamil on Soap Ridge and we have Noah. Looks like he's actually kicking rocks in the background there. So somewhere between Noah kicking rocks and Jamil on a high exposed ridge is Andrew Glaze. And Aid Station Fireball's got some more stats for us there. So was a 13-minute lead for Harry at the moment. It's big, but it's not insurmountable. And this is mile 24 of 250. Jason Gerhardt. Hey, buddy. Nice to see you in the chat. Shout out to Shelby. And then if you can see, we just got a Crown King weather up there. There is a storm approaching, so this will be interesting to see. 49 there. We are currently sitting somewhere around that in our studio here in Flagstaff. Yep, 43 right now. I'm wearing the sun hoodie. I don't think I'm going to need it for a while.
Yeah, the weather factor is going to get interesting as they start to kind of unfold. We're about 5 hours into this event, and I think the rain, it's not, I'm not saying if, but when.
Yeah. Well, and that could have a huge role because how many people brought a rain jacket for this stretch? What type of rain jacket? I know I call it the upper body condom because it doesn't breathe. It doesn't do anything. It's very tight, but it will kind of shed water, but anything more than 20 minutes, I am soaked, and hypothermia can become a thing very quickly. So we will see what people's strategy was. Go light, take the water and minimal clothing, or did you pack stuff for this potentiality? And also, lightning, maybe it's a thing, maybe it's not a thing. This has built pretty fast. We shall see what the weather plays out and what everything does. Thank you, Jeff Colt. Very much appreciated. We got some great names on a live stream chat too. And this looks like we're back to Jamil somewhere out there. We got someone in a red vest coming through. I'd like to also thank Garmin. Oh, what's that? Are we going to get a picture? Photo op? Yeah.
Nice.
This is great.
The cameraman is
now photoed.
as it should be.
Yeah. There's Jamil. Can Jamil hear us? Can we hear? Hey, Jamil. How are you doing now?
We're doing great. We've had there's like really high energy here right now. A lot of big packs coming through, and people are just happy to be here, and they're loving this weather right now. That's the general sentiment.
Awesome. And how does it feel for the chance of rain now where you are? Are you getting that humidity and that just feeling smell?
I mean, it was very humid on the climb up, but there's some dark clouds, as you can see, pans around, right above us. There's a very dark cloud. They're building. So I think if we don't get rain in this position before we depart, I would imagine we'll get it on our hike down. And I think we will see rain on the course between here and Crown King and Lane Mountain, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far deep into the pack we are, but I'm hearing a lot of runners coming too. So they're coming up right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you're hitting the masses. Well, we've had roughly 7 or 8 people have been through with Noah out at Milk Ranch. So your update is Courtney's in the lead and Rachel is number 2 female. Let me just go back here.
I've been seeing that. It's really cool to see a camera angle from that water stop and just, it's not a typical aid station, so it's very mellow, but it's kind of cool to be a fly on the wall as those runners come through. It's really kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this
Jamil,
big pack. We've got 7 or 8 runners coming in right now.
Holy, wow. This is great to see. And I know we've got lots of kudos from the people around the world. Lots of people watching in. I see Sinister Sports is here. We'll say hi to them.
Yeah, they got a big pack working together here.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get some bib numbers on this. And oh, thank you, John.
Big pack here.
Thanks for ordering.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Wonderful. I appreciate you.
Will do.
Nice work, y'all.
All right. Jamila, can you get any bib numbers for us?
Let's see, we got 59, 134.
Calvin Duvall, John Kilburn.
Nice work. 141.
141, Alexa Hasman. Thank you. Oh, we got people coming in through Noah. Who's coming into Milk Ranch? That looks like Jeff.
Yeah, and then I don't know who the other runner is.
That's a great question. Jeff with his kind of sort of trademark flashy. I think he's a John G guy too, yeah?
Yeah, he is a John G runner.
Yeah, I love that shirt. Yeah, I can't tell who is behind. It kind of looks like Jeff is wearing the John G tights right now.
Is that Finn?
Yes. Yes, that's Finn. Okay, we have confirmation that is Finn. So that's Finn and Jeff. So Finn has moved up a bit from where he was. All right, and Jeff's going to leave earlier. Wow.
How's it going?
There we go. And now we're back to Jamil. So Jamil's up on Soap Ridge. You know, we do have the little ticker thing in the bottom, but the picture-in-picture's covering over it. So it was Jamil's somewhere around mile 17, and the water stop that you can see in the bottom right is mile 24.6. So folks still got a decent trek to get to some water. Looks like lots are taking the chance to say hi to Jamil. We'll get a photo taken.
I would.
Yeah. So
it's got to be cool. You got Jamil on Soap Ridge. You have the race director down at
Yeah.
Milk Ranch.
Yeah.
Really getting the concierge service from from the leadership here.
Oh yeah, and there's probably a couple of the race directors somewhere on the course are doing setup and all that right now. And we'll thank all the people that are out there doing setup and takedown. Heidi, Aaron, other Aaron, Mike, Fredo. Who else is he? Craig. Didn't get a chance to say hi to Craig yesterday, but I saw Craig with his big beard yesterday, so thanks, dude, for being out there.
It looks like Finn is moved on out of the aid station.
Yeah,
I
he
think
definitely.
we have another runner coming in.
Yeah, we have a joke in the chat. Finn definitely took that at conversational pace.
I see what they did there.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Jesse Haynes.
Okay, Jesse Haynes doing pretty well. Oh, thank you, Pradeep. Has Callie made it to Jamil? Not sure. We can ask Jamil when we cut back. Yeah, it's hard to see. There's no timing chip or anything where Jamil is on the ridge.
What's going on? Does Kelly come through? Who are they asking about?
Callie Vinson?
I haven't seen Callie yet. We just saw Aylin Davis.
Aylin just came through.
Yep.
Awesome.
She was looking good.
Aylin is a deaf runner out there, so awesome to see her doing well.
Thank you. I don't know if you guys heard, if you remember Brody Chisholm from last year.
Yeah.
He's the 17-year-old that got 12th place. They were in through quite a while ago near the front, but him and his younger brother, I believe Elliot, who's 17 this year, they're both running. And then their mom is back in, Jenny Chisholm as well.
Wow.
So it's awesome to see those kids are awesome. They're all triple crowners of through hiking and did great at Cocodona last year. So I think they're going to do big things this year.
Nice work. Yeah. It looks like they should be coming in pretty soon to the Milk Ranch with Noah.
Yeah, they're working as a team right now, which is awesome to see.
Oh, wow.
There it is, Andy Jones Wilkins right here on the live stream.
Jones.
Wow.
Way to
Go, bud, go. Big smile. Wonder if you got a song played by Ken or a snow shot. Oh, are we going to get an interview?
Oh, if we can get up there. Might lose our Starlink, though.
Yeah, there it goes.
There it goes. Yeah, we just lost you, Jamil.
Yeah. AJW, the absolute legend.
Wow. Yeah, with a new hip. Two new hips, Bionic Man, and he is not doing too shabby for two new hips is awesome to even be out there, let alone where he is in the race right now.
He's moving good. I love to see that.
All right, we've still got No in the background. Callie has not made it to Jamil. That was a question that we had in there. Thank you, Tyler the Runner. Wow, man, 6,100 people are here with us right now. So thank you, all of y'all, from joining us from wherever you are. Thank you very much.
Yeah, almost 6,000 viewers and almost 2,000 likes.
Wow.
It's a decent ratio. I think
that's pretty good.
I think we could get that ratio up a little bit.
We're almost at 5 hours. Yeah. What can we do in 125 hours? What would that be? Can we 25x that? Just like Bitcoin?
So hit that like button. Tell your friends. Let's see
subscribe,
if we can't get the live stream attending audience up into the 5 digits.
Yeah. Yeah, and is there anybody that I met at the airport the last couple of days? Like, if you are watching, say hi in the chat. Claire from Salt Lake, or who was the other one? Somebody? Yeah, appreciate all of y'all being here, spending part of your day. All right, so we haven't quite got to Lane Mountain Aid yet, but from what we're looking at from Milk Ranch with Noah, there is a critical turn 4 miles past Noah. Hopefully everyone can make that critical turn. We got a bunch of people coming through here right now. This is a herd who is coming in for water.
Lane Mountain, full aid, and then 3 miles of single track, and then a mile. Thank you.
Can't quite see bib numbers to give you an update there yet. Oh, we got 2 more coming through. 3 more coming through.
They're stacking up at Milk Ranch.
Man, poor Noah there by himself. Yeah, in the chat, there's a question with the real-time location of athletes. Yes, if you go to the Cocodona250.com website, you are able to get to a leaderboard tracker, which has the map that moves along. That's the main map, as well as the leaderboard.
8 to lane. Yeah. Climate. Miles.
Oh, and this just in. Breaking news from Chris Warden. Tara Dower on Cocodona After Dark. That is exciting. Claire, hello. Somebody that I met on the way down here. We wish Claire well in her recovery and in her first 100.
Keep it up, guys.
That's a really flashy hat. And that's a Hawaiian shirt. I almost wore my Hawaiian shirt today. It would totally clash with this orange Janji that I'm wearing, but it is pretty exciting.
It looks like that's Max right there, standing in the background.
Standing in the background, the black vest, white shirt.
And I think that's Mike McKnight, but I'm not sure.
Patience, how you feeling? You? Yeah, okay. I'll tell them. Yeah. Also, another thing I wanted to tell you, my old roommate, friend of mine, his name is Kiss Design. I know he's messaged you a lot about stuff.
Yes, that is Mike McKnight, and apparently his old roommate has been messaging a lot. So we'll let that conversation keep going. And it just keeps getting darker and darker out there. Okay, so that was that whole herd just came through. Finn is through, Jesse. So Garrett Nelson and Cody Poskin look to be 2 of the runners that we just saw. And Brody Chisholm, Max Jaleef, somewhere nearby. Jeff's already been through. And then we should see female 3, Mika Hughes. Or possibly Lindsay Dwyer. They look pretty close, so they both will be coming to Milk Ranch here with Noah. And if you're just tuning in, this is mile 24.6. It's a water station, and if you followed last year's race, this is where the water station was vandalized. But we've got plenty of water, and Aravaipa RD Noah hanging out there to keep it safe with the birds. And we'll go back through our leaderboard right now, right quick. I just got to get the right tab up. So we had Harry is currently in the lead, followed by, who is he followed by? Pow? Oh, I've got the wrong thing up. Pardon me. Let me refresh that.
So we got another runner coming into Milk Ranch. I know we're going to be cutting to a commercial break here shortly. We'll
up to 1 liter. Perfect. How you feeling? Good. We got almost exactly 8 miles, 7 miles of climbing. Okay. Beautiful. About 3 descents, but pretty much good. Under the top of that. Great. So 4 more miles of this crappy road. Fun. 3 miles of single track, and just kind of cruise into the road. Okay. The wrong way. But get some views. Did you see the lake behind you when you were climbing up?
A little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we're going to cut to a commercial right quick, so we will be right back, and we'll update you with the leaders as soon as we come back from this quick message.
Great. Where are you from?
From New York. Currently out of Durango. Out of the.
Okay.
Yeah.
State or?
Yeah.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides to red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together. Every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play.
Yeah, exactly right.
Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation.
Hey, all right, we are back here in Flagstaff. I am Greg Varigan. I am with
Troy Meadows.
And we are recording live for Cocodona 250. Thank you for joining us. We are just over 5 hours into the race right now. And we got a leaderboard update for you. We got Harry came through Milk Ranch, which we had a live cam at, in 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 45 seconds, mile 24.6. He is flying. He was flying when we saw him. And for a quick leaderboard, we've got Pow is 13 minutes back, Jack 15 minutes back, Dan 21 minutes back, Courtney, female 1, 25 minutes back, and then Ryan was 26 minutes back, Versteeg was 30 minutes back, Rachel and Trekken, female 2, she was 31 minutes back, Michael Greer, 39 minutes back, Finn and Jeff were 48 minutes back. Jesse 51. Brody 55. Garrett 55. McKnight, Max, and Poskin were 57 minutes back. So we are anticipating female 3 very shortly.
Yeah, and that's either going to be Georgia or Lindsay.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Then Sarah was nearby. We were watching Sarah O and Georgia climb up Soap Ridge by the drone. Gosh, that was like an hour ago. Time is kind of flying here, but we were watching that. So that has been pretty good. And if you're just joining us, you can also see the developing story is the weather in the background. There are some huge storm clouds. Well, yeah, Jamil's at about mile 17 on Soap Ridge. This static cam at Milk Ranch right now is at mile 24.6, and Crown King does have some potential showers. So you can see the little ticker's got the Crown King temperature there. And we had a report earlier that Lane Mountain, which is the aid station following where the camera is, it was 40 degrees. So if it does start raining, it is not going to be very fun for people out there.
No, and a correction, it's either Mika or Lindsay that'll come up next, and based on my tracker, it looks like it's probably going to be Mika as F3.
Yeah, and we'll have Crown King again. We'll get some more visuals of people. So that'll be the next chance for the leaders. I was going to say, I thought I saw somebody, but that is just an Aerovopic horse marking blowing in the breeze in the background there. The nice orange ones. Very easy to see. Got the fun of course marking for Black Canyon and helping set those guys up. And we got a whole bunch of sponsors here, too, that we would like to send a thank you to. If you saw me on the thing later, I'm wearing the new John G. Sun hoodie. You've got a nice John G. You've got John G. pants on, too. Those look more comfy than mine.
Yeah, their Atlas pants are legit, the mountain pants. I'm a big fan. Yeah, actually, if the weather turns and it starts raining, these would be really nice pants to have in your pack.
Oh!
So they've got zips that go all the way up to the knees, so you can put them on and pull them off, and they have a really awesome pocket set as well.
Pockets.
Yeah, well, that's what John G's known for.
Yeah, that is what I like. My shorts need pockets, so that is fantastic. But we got runners coming through here. Who is coming through Milk Ranch? There's Noah off to the side.
That
Great
looks
big
like
sun
Mika.
hat. Mika with the big sun hat on there. Desert hat.
I need a buddy for that.
Well, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, I'll be having no water by the time we get to 18 miles, but you know what? Here we are.
Your bladder's already empty?
Went through it all.
I drank more than I thought.
Thank you so much. You are a lifesaver. You are a saint, a gentleman,
A leader's
a
better than
scholar.
Yeah, leader's better than nothing, right?
I'll take what I can get. Yep. Oops, no.
How far is Courtney up ahead?
He came through here about 9:30.
Woo!
Oh my gosh.
He was in like 6th, maybe.
Holy
Harry
crap.
got here at 9:05.
These are things I don't need to
It's
know.
going to be a fast one this
And
year.
Harry did not stop. Every single person stopped besides Harry. He's like, no, I'm good.
What?
Live stream here if you want to say
Oh,
hi, everybody.
Hi.
audio's on. They can go back to it if it's not live. Right?
Hi, Audrey. And you're here. And Matt, and crew, and Charles.
Sup,
And David.
Tallahassee?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's,
Well, you got everything?
wait, was that okay?
Hi, Mom and Dad.
If you want to
And
drink
Amanda,
something, have-
Travis, and Ansley, and everybody. Uncle Danny. Oh, man, everybody.
Clouds are great.
That's
About
weird.
4 more miles of this crap road, and then 3 miles of single track, so it'll be a little bit easier, traction-wise, and then it's just a mile. And 8 to the 8.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, nice job.
Thanks. All right.
All right, and for your course description, the next 3 miles are crap. Yeah. So everyone knows that now.
Yeah, and that correction, and thanks for the correction in the chat, that this is Lindsay Dewar F4 as Mika came through already.
Okay, so we missed Mika. Wow, well, they both looked pretty good, and Lindsay was out of water, so that's very fortuitous that Noah's there. So again, big thank you to Noah for making sure that water station does not get vandalized.
Yeah, and the person she shouted out, Audrey, that's her twin sister.
Oh.
Yeah, and that happens to be my neighbor in Asheville, North Carolina.
The teacher?
Yeah, they're both teachers.
Oh, okay. So we're talking to the class right now.
No,
is that
possible?
Am I mixing up stories?
Yeah,
already?
no, it is. Yeah, Audrey's class is watching the live stream, hopefully all day. So
wow, you're with us all day. I'm sorry. Wow, so Lindsay just came through. So that looks Sarah O or Georgia would be one of the next coming through for female. Oh, Allison's in the mix there too. And then there were some questions about Cameron Haynes. We do have the Cameron Haynes Speedland shoe. This is quite the cool shoe here that we've got. So it looks like he is somewhere around 2 miles out from this aid station. So 30 minutes or less, I'll estimate. And we'll throw a big thank you to Speedland as well for being one of the sponsors of this race. We got NAC. I'm going to try some of this NAC Boost Energy. I'm going to do it right now. Ultraspire is also out there on course. They're doing great things. Satisfy has got Fane Ranch. I know there's been a lot of comments in the chat. A lot of people are very excited for the Satisfy aid station out there. The photo I saw looked very comfortable. And we got Tailwind as well. We've got some DeWalter Melon here with us. And so that gives us our top 4 women. Courtney was through where we're watching at Milk Ranch right now in 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 10 seconds. Rachel was 7 minutes later. They had traded the lead at least once in getting to that point. Mika was 38 minutes back, and Lindsay Dwyer just came through 44 minutes back. So you can see we're about 5 hours in, and this is mile 24 and a half, 24.5. So people are doing pretty good pace. Seems like this is a pace that's got a chance to break some records. And lots of people were looking strong.
Yeah, quick rundown of the sponsors for the live stream. We got Catahoula, Squirrel Nut Butter, Speedland, Tailwind, NAC, Ultraspire, Garmin, Janji, and Satisfy.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the volunteers. Thank you, all the employees. Thank you, all the dudes in the booth over there. This is a great event. It does take an army to put these on. And it looks like our army of 6,100 people watching right now as well is going. Where are Andy and Eli? Andy was most recently seen talking to Jamil at mile 17. That was probably 25 minutes ago. So maybe the next hour and a half, he'll be through Milk Ranch here. And Eli was a little bit ahead of that. He did say hello on the camera when we were going through a Corey Waltering as well was on when we had Jamil from that very exposed ridge. And there's Noah again, doing his thing in the background, keeping an eye on the water. And yeah, we're just waiting to see when this rain's going to start.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was hearing them talk about how they had the water under lock and key down there at Milk Ranch because last year, I guess someone vandalized the water, dumped it all out, and there wasn't really any water available for at least the front of the pack. So now they have the race director guarding the water with his life.
Yeah, and we'll also say thank you to Noah for being out there, one of the originators of the Mogollon Monster. So if anyone's looking for a tough and challenging 100-miler on the Mogollon Rim Trail or the Highline Trail, my mistake, and parts of the Arizona Trail. That is something that I'm looking at. And hello, Trail Gangsta.
In the house. Eat my tailwind.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned Mogollon. It's actually on my list too.
Yeah.
I haven't signed up yet, but if I can make it work,
yeah,
I would like to come back out to Arizona and run that this year for my Hard Rock qualifier.
Oh yeah, no, it's been on mine for, you go up, you go down, you go up, you go down. Like, we could team up. I will go uphill all day long. You can do all the downhills. That's all we got to do. We'll wear the same thing. I'll grow a beard. Just switch out.
No. I like climbing more than I like running downhill, if I'm being honest with you. So. Vanessa Gomez in the chat. Last year, someone vandalized the water at this water spot, and so Milk Ranch now has someone there to make sure that the water stays where it needs to, which is in Rutter's bottles.
Well, yeah, and especially with Lindsay coming through saying, "Hey, I'm out of water." Great, you got to an aid station. You got 8 more miles of challenging road and up and down to the next one. That is not the best. And the weather's been a factor. Well, has been a factor. It's been nice and cool, so there are some good... Oh, we got another runner coming through here. Black vest, white shirt. That is very common this year.
What are you doing today? Pretty good. Was Jamil here last year?
Yes, I was here. Last year.
You were here, yeah. You think Jamil was here?
Yeah, it's a year before. Last year, I think he was up there.
Yeah,
he took the video.
Yeah.
It's
one leader, so I think
okay.
This is only half, right?
Yes. Anyway, I thought I like to be.
You know the deal. 8 more miles to lane.
Yeah.
7 miles of climbing.
Oh, certainly, yes.
Yeah, right? Just have to memorize it. Nice weather.
Each year,
different course. Yeah, even a little bit different.
Yeah. I come here to celebrate. Yeah,
she crewing you?
Yeah, well, she's in Prescott already.
Oh, cool.
So,
just skipping crown thing going there.
And I stay, you just stay east. So,
yeah.
Then you let's see.
How many years?
11. Nice.
Awesome.
See you later.
Congrats, great to see you.
Thank
There's
you.
a camera here if you want to say hi. Live stream.
All right, hello. And if anyone's trying to just check the live tracker, there are a lot of requests on the server right now. So it comes and goes and comes and goes. So it will work, but there are a lot of people trying to get updates on everything. So just be aware. And we got another one coming in. Reports are that at Lane Mountain, which is the next aid station, the temperature is 40 Fahrenheit, which would be in ref numbers 4 Celsius. Don't quote me on that, but somewhere around there.
They'll give you up to a liter here.
Okay, do you happen to have any sunscreen?
I do, actually.
Okay.
Oh, it's a full service aid station.
Wow.
They have sunscreen.
No, with full service, yeah. Probably make you a grass sandwich, or there might be some more tea out there to spice up your drink.
Good feeling.
Actually, fairly worked.
Yeah. It's a tough section.
Yeah.
No relief up or down. That's the problem.
Okay, and Sarah O likely will be coming through shortly.
I don't know if you know, there's like a big knoll with a whole bunch of slabs on it.
Yeah.
I felt good up in there, and then you have to kind of like, you see the trail, it's like snaking over to here, and then that's kind of when the slogs started. I'm feeling like, overall, like,
Yeah, yeah. You know the section's tough. It's just they're steep. You know, like it's. You just gotta crank it. Is it? Okay, there we go. Yep. Yeah, you got another 4 miles of that same crap. So the same road, and then it's 8 to the. But 4 miles of this, and then you hit a single track. 8 miles to the aid station. 7 of climbing. Okay. But 8 to lane, and then you only got 4 on a pretty good road, drivable. Yeah. So another 8. So you're great though. Yeah, thank you. It does hit us. Oh my God, dude! Yeah, the day up to where before was just logging. It's so nice, like the desert smell. Yeah. The rain. It is. The color comes out pretty quickly with just a little bit of water. Oh, I was wondering that because I was talking to some lady. I was like, is everything like more green just because of like just a tiny bit? That's amazing. Awesome. Really, that's awesome. It's so green. Yeah. Because normally this is like. Yeah, that's usually water there. Get it, and it's gonna.
All right, that could be Sarah O coming in.
Good morning.
Morning. Is it still morning?
Yeah, I know that
Sounds like her.
Half a morning left.
Yep.
Welcome in. I can give you up to a liter here. Thank you. Yeah, you got it. Nice job.
It's like 10.
Oh, Town King? Yeah. It's more than 10. 8 to lane.
It's at like 8. Okay.
37, I think is.
Okay.
Yeah, like 25 maybe? Sure? You want to drink a little? Copper? I mean, if you got 2 liters, you're probably 7 miles of climbing, and then you got like that mile of kind of that dirt road into the 8, and then the next 4 are pretty easy.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Thanks so much. Nice to
nice
see
job,
you.
Sarah. We'll see you up the course.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a quick statistical update. When Harry came through this aid or this water stop at Milk Ranch, it was roughly an hour faster than last year off of Joe McConaughey's time. So just an indication of what the weather has done and how fast people are going. As someone else comes through here.
Man. What's happening? Welcome in. Thanks. How you doing? I'm good. You're here?
Yeah.
Welcome to Milk Ranch. I can give you up to a liter.
All right, I got 2 little 500s.
Perfect. If you want to, small chairs, or feel free to hop in here if you'd like to actually.
Not doing that.
You will not be sick.
Just need some water and move on. Probably don't even need the water.
There's what have it, right? 8 to the 8.
Right.
And 7 more miles of climbing.
Yep.
You know the deal.
That's my 3rd time.
You know the deal. The 3rd time you start to like remember corners and stuff, right?
Yeah, you're like, oh, there's that.
I remember this tree.
Forgot about that one. Blocked that out really well.
This is by far the nicest weather. It's crazy.
Oh my God! Like I'm like, do I need water?
I know. Well, it's nice because then you can actually just keep drinking because you're still climbing 10,000 feet or whatever.
It is still dry. I'm still sweating like crazy.
Yeah.
So.
That's what a couple people said. They're actually sweating more for whatever reason.
No, it's definitely needed.
Yeah, when I came down, because I came from Crown King this morning, it's like 37 degrees up there. So it'd be good to get out of there if you can before the night. Yeah, I haven't seen what the forecast is, what's kind of like on it, or.
Good race. Love it. I mean, 3rd time, I'm like, I don't think I need a crew. I kind of know what everything is. Just drop back thing, and then drive out here and like.
Totally.
But then like, I have 5 people that are like, "Hey, you need help?" I'm like, I do. So the whole thing like came together in the last 2 days.
Oh, really? This week?
Yeah, I mean, I know people here in Flag, and I'm from Washington, and I did the Monster a couple of weeks ago, and like one of the dudes that works that came over and like
Doing the double, huh?
I'm doing 8 or 7 this year.
You're doing them all.
Doing them all. I don't think anybody else has, and I don't think anybody else is. So that's my claim to fame.
So that would be the Oregon one?
Nope. Divide and Sun.
Okay.
And I'm on the list for Mammoth, so that might be 8.
Damn. Hell yeah.
And I might end up in the speed project in November.
Live stream here. Really?
So we'll see.
It's a big year of miles.
Hey.
Because weird, it talks.
I know.
Party on. You want to talk with us?
Yeah.
First time looking in my living
Yeah,
room.
tell us how your race is going.
Race is awesome. It's perfect
Excellent.
weather. Keep the
Excellent.
rain away. Great.
And did we just hear correctly? You're going to do 8 200-milers this year?
If Mammoth comes together, then yeah.
Wow.
Whenever.
Savage.
Dude, that is amazing.
It's going to be fun. Ask me in August how I feel.
Yeah, we will ask you in August.
Great job.
Yeah.
Adam.
The turnaround between Summit and Bigfoot of like 10 days. So that'll be nuts.
What was the turnaround between the last one and this one?
300 and here was like 3 weeks
3 weeks?
or something.
Fully rested.
Yeah. No, I feel great. All right. See you guys.
Nice job.
Awesome. Have fun, bud. Wow. So, yeah, as you heard, that's 8 200s this year, possibly more. It's that's intense.
Yeah, setting a new bar for what crazy looks like.
Wow. Do you get a special award or something for that? Here's a beer.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, this is Milk Ranch. They've got, as you've heard multiple times, 3 hours of challenging rocks like this, and then it's a downhill cruise. And then from the next aid station at Lane Mountain, it could be pretty fast down to Crown King. So we could start to see even more times here. That could be Georgia.
Leader here. I just want this filled.
They've got dark hair. Sounds like it could be Georgia. If it's Georgia, I sat beside her at Javelina in the costume contest 2 years ago. I was Christmas Ken with Mitzi Hahn. Georgia and someone else were... They were Princess Jasmine. That was quite the entourage. They totally should have won.
You sneak right out of the gut too, you know, for your
Yeah.
climb up to the. What's you on the BCT?
Yeah. Yeah, everyone was running that uphill, so I was like running it, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
To Lane Mountain. Renee?
What's going on?
How are you?
Good. And the myth, the legend.
Welcome back.
All right. Maybe if we could get a little bit on, so I don't. Yeah, or like.
You don't like that part?
No. This is a good little spot in the woods you got.
Little living room. Yeah.
What are you
I've
out here
acquired
for?
these. There's like another shed over there. I've like gone and hunted some tables and
Nice.
it's beautiful. It's great, right? It is. Best with what you have, Noah. Love it. See, this is why you should have a bib on the back so I know that it's breathe.
It is on the back.
Oh, I just
That
wasn't
could be Kyla.
Okay, maybe I'll see you in a little bit, Bree.
Oh, no. Allison Powell, perhaps?
Yeah. It's kind of where
Bib
I'm at, right?
163, Mr. 8 200s is Adam Williams. So you guys can check that out.
You up to a leader here for people. You have 8 miles to Lane Mountain. About 7 miles of climbing. Man. Be patient with your knees.
You're all good.
You guys come over here if you want.
Self-serve.
I just found this to be a lot easier to
Yeah.
pour out of without trying to. Luckily, we got the clouds and cool weather, but sometimes it's down to the last people. Like,
Yeah.
worried about the How's everybody feeling? Good. Good. I like it. There's a camera here if you want to say hi to the live stream.
Hi,
Yeah.
people.
Hi, everybody. Trying to see, we've got you. Yeah, pretty sure that's Kyla with the red hat on.
Jigger Johnson over the summer. Yeah. Welcome out west, Pat.
Shout out, yeah, shout out to John G.
Yeah. I did Arizona 300. I got injured, but
Maybe I'll catch up to you, but I'm going to do a bathroom break.
I'm like, I need to move out here.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can't really see any bib numbers for other people, and people just keep coming in.
My girlfriend just
Noah's a busy bartender right now.
I mean, it's pretty cool. And it's
Hello, thanks for waving at us. You want to chat?
Vamos, familia.
Hey, what's your bib number?
The camera talks.
The camera talks. The camera's talking to me. Does anybody want to talk to the camera? The camera is talking to you. If you can hear this, please wave and smile. These are not the drones you were looking for.
So Harry was here at 9. 10:37.
Okay, is the live tracking down to the question we've got? No, it's just got about 7,000 people trying to refresh it simultaneously.
Every other person stopped. Harry's like, I'm good. I'm out of here. But everybody's look good.
Yeah, that's interesting because I know last year he really took his time, kind of snuck up.
Yes, exactly. Now he knows what to expect.
100%, yeah.
How you go, man? Good. How you like my chair? Pretty nice, right?
Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more, depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then. Happy running. Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more, depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then. Happy
All right, so we are back here at Cocodona. We have a new host, and we have some breaking news. So welcome, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Good to be with you, Greg. Caleb Stevens here. Excited to be joining the live stream. Been following along all morning. Was out at the starting line, just getting a feel for all the vibes and how excitement everybody was. It was an amazing morning.
Wow. So big update that we've got is the race leader, Harry, just ran through the Lane Mountain aid station. Did not stop at all. It was somewhere around 5:35 on the race tracker too. So he is absolutely flying. And then we've switched to a drone shot now where somewhere out there is male 2. So hopefully that will pop up here shortly. But we've had quite some interesting storylines developing 5-6 hours in almost.
Yeah, this race is off to a flying fast start.
I think course records are going to drop. We got nice cool temperatures. It's breezy. You can see the threatening storm clouds in the background. Can't tell who that runner is, but we are back at Milk Ranch, and Air Viper race director Noah is there guarding that aid station, which was vandalized in last year's race. And we're here in the studio on Flag, where the weather is pretty similar to what it's doing on that screen right now.
That's for sure. Yeah, I remember coming through here last year, and when I heard that you weren't able to get a full liter of water, I thought it was a joke. And I looked at the gentleman that was sitting there, and I'm like, that's a great joke. You're kidding, right? He said, no, we had vandals come through here, and we're a little limited. So good to see that we have a full reservoir of water for everybody out there today.
Yeah, and we'll do a quick thank you to our sponsors. I know there were a lot of questions about Cameron Haynes, and we got that Cam Haynes shoe here. Oh, and there's Noah. Hi, Noah. Hi, Noah. Oh, it must be getting ready to rain there. Yeah, I've got the Cam Haynes shoe, and this thing's pretty cool because it's even got a hole you can cut out for drainage in here. So thank you, Speedland, for being a sponsor. Sharp. Yeah, we got Knack over here. We've got Ultraspire, John G. This is the really cool John G sun hoodie. I know we've seen several runners out there already using it to keep the studio lights off my skin. And we got Tailwind, Satisfy. Who else was there? Squirrels Nut Butter, Catula, Mountain Outpost, Air Vipa. And we got more people coming into the water station. Wow. And before they come in and chat, for a quick update on the top 5, Harry is in the lead. And off the last tracker, I've got 2, 3, and 4 are very close to each other, and that would be Pau, Jack, and Dan. And then at the moment, Courtney is female 1, and her and Ryan Sanders are very close. And Rachel and Trekken is female 2. And then it's going to be Mika in 3, Lindsay Dwyer in 4, and Sarah O in 5 to round out the top 5 either way.
Yeah, one of the big questions coming into this year's race was just how the weather was going to impact it. And tracking that forecast, over the last week or so, it was almost like it was too good to be true of what we were going to expect out there on the course. And this morning, I mean, it is just absolutely perfect. And you're seeing that in these times. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, the strategies as these runners continue to push the pace. I don't think anybody believes that they can continue to hold these paces, but how long will they keep the pedal on the metal here? I mean, everybody's flying. The weather's going to continue to kind of cool off, especially as we get into the later hours and start doing some of those bigger climbs and then into the overnight hours. So it's going to be pretty fantastic to watch. I mean, even just earlier on the live stream, they were talking about, you know, the sun, and even if it's not super warm out, that sun in Arizona really cuts you. And so to have so much cloud coverage out there too, in addition to the cooler temperatures, I mean, this is a Cocodona runner's dream, how this race is setting up so far.
Yeah, and we're looking at the storm coming in too, so that'll be, well, we'll see how it tracks and where it goes. I mean, it's that rain jacket requirement. I know there are a few people buying last minute rain jackets. We're trying to see, I don't see any numbers on people who are here coming through. Can't see them yet. We should be somewhere. And then it looks like it's raining at that aid station right now. I can see some drops coming through.
Yeah, on my way to the studio here in Flagstaff, I saw a little, I believe it was snow flurries that were coming down. So just to kind of, give everybody a little, you know, sneak peek of what's to come here in the next, 2 days. Eldon was fully immersed in the clouds. So yeah, this isn't just this section of the course. I mean, really the full 250, I drove up from Phoenix this morning and the full 250 really looks like this right now. So interesting times.
Yeah, we definitely had some flurries of rain and snow and hail here yesterday. So we'll see what it all brings, but it is perfect weather. And I mean, the more it stays like this, the lower those records could drop if everyone continues on the pace they're going and not stopping at aid stations. This is bonkers.
The interesting thing, though, is going to be, the pace is being pushed so much right now. Everybody's feeling so good. Humanly, like as a human, how long can they really sustain that? And is it giving almost too much excitement to the runners of how good they feel in this moment, knowing that we still have 220 plus miles left? And what is that strategy going to look like? It'll be interesting to see those that are out really pushing the lead right now compared to somebody who's maybe being a little bit more conservative. Are they able to really throw the hammer down in the later stages, knowing that they didn't burn up so much energy? That's going to be really fun to watch.
Well, yeah, and we've got Crown King aid station coming up here too. So that's the first crew. That's the first drop bag access. So, if anybody is out there exposed in the rain, at least from where we're looking, Lane Mountain is 31st. Hey, you can see those raindrops. And there is number 2. Is that Courtney? No. Okay, can't quite tell who that is. I remember people were in it, but again, big thank you to all the drone pilots and live stream cam people we have out there. This makes it really cool that we can see so many different points on the course and on what's happening. Now, did you take a shot of whiskey when you got to Crown King last year?
I did not, but I think I had 2 burgers. So I was,
nice.
I was just throwing the food down, having a great time. That aid station's just so incredible. The food that's there, the atmosphere, you come through. I compared it earlier to almost like Narnia on the preview show with Chris and AJW, and just talked about that first 35 miles, is really like you're stepping into another time. It's like you are fully immersed now in the race, and it's like a rite of passage. And when you get to Crown King and you've got this incredible spread of food, so much support from all the volunteers that are out there, you've got your crew there, you get to see them. I mean, it really lifts your spirits after you've just, done 10,000 feet of climbing, 35 miles or so. It's a great time. One of the things that AJW said on the preview show that I thought was really interesting and something we're going to want to keep our eyes on is he said when he volunteered there a few years ago, you could really tell by the look on everybody's face how they were feeling. Some came in there feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm so thankful that that's over. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rip it. Others came in and it almost looked like they were ready to quit, is what he said. And it had just zapped the life right out of them like they were a ghost. And so as we see these folks, and again, really pushing the pace here early in the race, it's going to be interesting to see. Are they still, vibes still high? Are they looking good and solid? Or kind of what is that expression on their face? So our team out there will do a great job getting that footage for us. And yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see as they come into Crown King.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some big smiles. Rachel had a big smile. Courtney had a big smile coming through.
I don't think we expect anything else from her, right?
No. No, I mean, it's perfect. I mean, this is like Leadville weather. So what more could you expect or ask for than, like, hey, it could have been 106 at Black Canyon starting off today. And breezy, cloudy.
Absolutely.
Very Colorado-esque. And this is really cool with the drone shot, too. We're getting to see the diversity of the terrain. You don't see any saguaros anymore. We're in the pines. You're up at elevation. You're in the rain now. Lots of different things happening. And as well, when you get to Crown King, you've got that chance to swap your gear out, get different things in. Even if you do get caught in the rain somewhere in, geez, for Harry, the next 4 miles, you've got a chance to resupply.
Yeah, weather in Crown King right now, 48 degrees, feels like 44. So it wind only at about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, and that cruise down into Crown King, it's rolling double try, like, 4 miles, like 30 minutes maybe, depending on what they're pushing in a 250.
Yeah.
Crazy. And do you want to do a quick intro of yourself, Mr. Caleb, since we kind of jumped on with all the breaking news?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is such an exciting race. Jumping into it was the right thing to do. I'm Caleb Stevens. I finished Cocodona 250 last year. It was really a dream race for me. I mean, I'm so pleased to be able to be here and just grateful for this opportunity to now cover the race. It's so iconic, and the memories made along the way of this Cocodona race will be with me for the rest of my life. The course is so beautiful as you go, from the desert up into Sedona and then end up in Flagstaff. The terrain that you get to go across, I mean, it's like running multiple ultra marathons. Yes, the distance, but it's almost like you're going different parts of the country as you run one continuous race from Black Canyon City to Flagstaff. So it's a real dream come true for me to be a part of this team, to help call the action. There's so many incredible stories out here of these runners who have been training for months and months and months for this opportunity. For some of them, they've been dreaming about this chance for years to be able to compete and to line up at the starting line. And that's what was so cool being out there this morning, is just seeing the expression on people's faces, seeing the excitement, the nerves, right? Some folks, there's a lot of fear that comes along with this. But as you get out on that course and you start to click in and you remind yourself, I've done this time and time again, all those long training runs that I put forward, it's all worth it. And so, yeah, just a great pleasure for me to be here. Love this community. Moved out here 2 years ago, and the Air Vipa family and all it stands for is just so wonderful to be able to be a part of. And yeah, it's going to be a fun week.
Awesome. Thank you. And we got Rachel and Trekken, female 2. And just a little while back, that might have been Scott Rokas taking photos out there. One of the great photographers. He was wearing something similar when I saw him yesterday. We'll also say thanks to Howie Stern and Anastasia Wild, who are somewhere out on the course right now doing their thing, and they will have a very, very busy week.
Yeah, Scott always seems to find places where as a runner, you're in desperate need of seeing a smiling face and a kind person to give you a high five. And my experience last year was just, every time I felt I needed that, there was Scott with his camera. And so it's so cool to see the photographers out there. And, they're doing big hikes to get back into these areas, to be able to deliver really iconic photos that will stay with these runners for the rest of their lives. And so they just do a fantastic job.
Yeah, we got some great shots of the course, too. You can see the single track that Rachel was on. And the ruggedness of the Arizona landscape. It is not easy in any point.
Yeah, this first 35 miles, you really want to have shoes on. They're going to protect your toes. The later half of the race is much more runnable for this. Obviously, with the big climbs, you've got some pretty large rocks that you're going to be kicking for several miles. So being able to get through this section with your feet relatively unscathed will set you up well for the later stages of the race.
Yeah, I'll also point out, you may get lucky. You may see some wildlife as this drone is flying around. We're at high elevation. There are bears up here. Might see some elk or...
Probably some javelinas.
Yeah, javelina would be really cool. Yeah. Yep, there's definitely coyote country. Probably mountain lion country, too.
I see a shout out to Ashley Durston in the chat. Ashley was actually on my crew last year. She paced me the last 30-ish miles. So she's running it this year. Go Ashley. I agree with that one.
I see a question. Did Jack Scott pass through? I am unaware of that right now. We are looking. We know Harry's been through. Now we're back to Milk Ranch, mile 24.6. A lot more people popping in to get water. And now we've got some backpacker style folks showing up. What was your strategy for this section that we're looking at here between on the way up to Crown King last year? Were you trying to get out, not breakneck speed, but at a decent pace to get ahead of things, or were you conserving?
Yeah, I was definitely overhyped while also being in survival mode, which is a real conundrum if you're a runner. But I did make it through this section. The climbs are just so iconic. When you get up to the top of some of these and you can take a look around and you can see Lake Pleasant behind you and the starting line and some of these other areas, really, really beautiful. Once I got to this point, like I said, it was quite a bit warmer yesterday, so kind of got into water conservation mode in this area, and then made that one final kind of climb up as you make your way to Crown King.
Which was the hardest part of the course for you?
This section, I would say, is I would say top two hardest parts of the course. But if you just think about the sheer terrain and what you're running on and what you're experiencing, I think as you go later in the race and you're quite tired, that if you look at the totality of what you're experiencing, there's definitely other sections that are pretty tough. But this one, it really kind of punches you in the gut early. I also think the climb up Mingus was quite difficult for me. That the sleep strategy isn't coming into play here yet, obviously, but as folks start to make their way towards Prescott and those areas, you're going to have to start taking that into account. And if you fall behind on that sleep, that's where it becomes a bit challenging, which made my climb up Mingus pretty difficult last year. But I would say that was definitely the toughest section for me, was that climb up Mingus.
Wow, did you do that in the daytime or in the night?
That was in the daytime, so it was also quite warm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, got up to the top and had some of that incredible pasta that you hear, such good things about. Took a nice nap and was able to get a good reset at the top.
Awesome. You gonna do it again?
I would love to, but this opportunity is also pretty awesome to be able to be a part of the team, being able to call the race. Seeing it from both sides is a really cool experience. And just being able to, I'm such a fan of the sport and watching everybody do this and being able to see their stories. It's really fun to be able to take it all in. 300 plus runners out here all have a unique story and are all going to have a unique story once they finish this race. So it's fun to be able to actually see that versus when you're running, you don't get to experience as much of that. So as a fan of the sport, there's nothing better than Cocodona Week.
Yeah, it looks like that's 267 bib number on the corner there. Find out who might be. Nope, 261. Chris Haas, potentially. And, oh, we're up in the clouds at Lane Mountain now. Wow, this is cool.
Yeah, wow. This really gives you a cool perspective. We've seen the shots from the ground where you can tell that it's cloudy and it's overcast and whatnot, but to see this is really giving the audience a good kind of bird's eye view of what runners are experiencing. And again, that cloud coverage, it's so thick today, which is so unlike what you're used to on an Arizona day.
But again, showing the diversity of Arizona. It's not just cactuses and empty desert. You have such diversity. I mean, even in the first 17 miles up to where Jamil was earlier. Mm-hmm. We've got another view here. That's an Ultraspire sign. Thank you, Ultraspire, for being one of our sponsors. And was that Camera Crew? Or we got cameras or drones here? So you can see the wind is blowing too because that storm is coming through. Yeah, and it looks like when we were just leaving those last shots at the water stop, we were getting more into the middle of the pack, and you could see the packs getting bigger as opposed to the not small, not big, not minimalist, but very different between what Harry was running in and what we were seeing.
That's for sure, yeah. A lot of friends being made this week.
Oh,
a lot of
yes.
lifelong memories being made, acquaintances that folks will have for the rest of their life, which is another beautiful aspect of this race.
Sally McRae, happy Cocodona Week. There, see, as we say that. Thank you very much.
Happy Cocodona Week, Sally.
Okay, we are at Lane Mountain. I'll do a quick thank you as well to NAC for their support in this race. Ultraspire, Tailwind, Satisfy, John G. Yeah, so you got John G stuff on. I got John G stuff on. Lots of people that we've seen got John G stuff on.
This might be the most comfortable shirt I've ever owned.
Yeah, that was it. I just put this
John
on
shirt.
I just put this on this morning, and I am very much liking it. Like the color too, and that is some heavy rain that we are seeing there. Again, can't quite make out the pack number of who's standing there.
One of the nice things about the rain is going to be, in a long race like this through the desert, you get a lot of dust, right? And that can impact your lungs a bit. Some of this rain might help control a little bit of that dust, which would be really good for the runners.
Yeah, keep the cool temps, keep the body temperature down.
Mm-hmm.
It's been about 50-50 for who's wearing sunglasses, for who's got them on their head. And, oh, that's interesting. Suspenders there? Holding up the
Yeah, I think
waist
this is
pack?
a
Wow.
shot of our best dressed runner so far today.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting costumes or something. And not they're not out there. I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah.
Did you see anything fun at the start line? Or
I didn't. Everybody looked like they were in their full ultra running gear and ready to rip it. You know, one thing I did see actually today that was...
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
We're switching. Who's that coming through? Is that Pow?
Second
Number 2
overall?
Yeah, yes, that is Pow. Little Canada flag there. So coming through Lane Mountain. Male 2 has just entered. Oh, and there's Howie Stern with the camera in his hand, doing a great job. What do we got? Yeah, again, Ultra Spire. There's Hannah, Aerovipe aid station. Again, all of the tons and tons of food and bananas and ice and everything that go into making this event possible. And again, a big thank you to all the volunteers. Lots of people have given up their time to be out there, drive to some of these remote locations. I don't know if you can see the Starlink in the background there. Oh, and we got, that is Jack Scott. Male 3 is in. These guys are maybe going to team up. We'll see what we see.
Yeah, and you were mentioning the aid stations. You know, a 250-mile race as a runner, you can get palate fatigue pretty easily. And that's one of the things with this race specifically that is just makes it such a premier event. If you're going to run a race like this, you want to be able to have great support. And the Aerovipa team, all the volunteers, all these aid stations, they're fully stocked. They have incredible food. And everything is a little bit different, right? So you're not going to have that palate fatigue. You're not going to get sick of eating the same thing time and time again. I actually was excited to get to aid stations, not just because I had a chance to maybe take a nap or get off my feet, but because they had such good food at every single one of them. And the volunteers are so kind, so friendly. And you can tell that this race isn't just an opportunity for them to volunteer. It's an opportunity for them to be a part of Cocodona as well. And it speaks volumes to what this race has become. And really, I think what the continued future of it's going to be. Everybody wants to be a part of this race in one form or another. And you feel that when you're out on the course.
Yeah, I'll do a quick thing. And thank you. That was Hannah at Aerovipe Aid Station. I saw Kirsten, who was part of the Black Canyon finish line aid station last year. Hi, Kirsten. And, you know, just tons of great people doing great things. And as well, if you're thinking of an Aeroviper race, if you have any type of dietary issues, just mention them. There is gluten-free on request. Many of the items are vegan, whatever your thing. And the important thing is let somebody know, because there is something that we can always find for you. And wow, they are in the clouds there at Lane Mountain. That is going to be interesting to go through. And I see a lot of Canada flags in the chat right now as Pow came through. And has Harry made it to Crown King? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, this shot right here and just seeing the clouds and the fog, I'm such a big fan of the race, and it's almost like a dream when you watch it, when you participate in it, when you're around it, and it's just so symbolic seeing the clouds engulfing the course, because it literally here looks like a dream. It's so neat to see the course in this shape, to have this type of weather, something so different than what we've historically seen in the past. What a fun start to this race.
Yeah, and for the people that are getting this aid station later in the day, there is the big gear check here to make sure you have enough cold weather gear, because, getting here, we're at mile 32, but, if you're here at 5 o'clock tonight, noon or something, you got a pretty decent chance of getting cold overnight. And yes, some very British weather for the very West Coast Canada weather too, or West Coast in general weather too. You just see how big it is there at Milk Ranch. I would imagine Noah's back to hiding over the water and staying as dry as he can.
One of the interesting stats, if we could get it at some point, would be how much water is historically consumed on day one by the athletes versus what will be consumed today. It's going to be a stark difference. I have a feeling.
Yeah, we've got, who is that coming through Lane Mountain there? Is that Dan? Bib 24. That is Dan Green, so male 4 coming through Lane Mountain.
Yeah, and Dan's just had, if you follow him on Strava or have seen any of his stuff, he's just had an incredible build up to this event. Multiple 160-mile weeks. He's got speed. It's going to be interesting to see how it translates to a multi-day race like this. Such a good and stout 100-mile distance runner. So I'm really excited to see what Dan does throughout the course of this week. I mean, this dude is an absolute monster. And he's gonna be so fun to watch.
Yeah, that's been a very common prediction for the kind of sleeper, kind of not sleeper. And Jack Scott was another one, winner of the Spine.
Yeah.
Blech. Wow, that sounds challenging.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat from Arthur asking if the runners are going to try to stay dry in this weather. No, they're not.
Oh.
One of the... Oh, here we go.
We got Courtney coming through. Wow.
That smile. Iconic. That iconic smile.
And she's not stopping either. Well, we got 4 miles to the aid station at Crown King.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did not mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. So just weather-wise, if you're running Cocodona 250, you're not afraid of weather, I would say that. And I think that goes for every single person in this field. So, no, they're not going to worry about rain. They're not going to worry about sleet. They're not going to worry about all of it. I mean, these folks are out here. They're grinders. They're tough. And, I think if you polled the field, most of them would want miserable conditions because it just makes it harder. And if you're the type of person that's going to run Cocodona, that's what you want. You want to earn that belt buckle. You want to earn that finish. And so nobody's going to shy away from the conditions that we're seeing today.
No, I mean, if you're in the middle of back and getting soaked, it's a little less pleasant to be getting soaked. But, if you're out there going for the win, you got to deal with it and go strong. So, holy cow. People know about Sally McRae in the live chat right now. Thank you for joining us. And I see lots of hellos and kudos to her and questions for her. It's cool to see who shows up and who's doing things.
Yeah, that photo of Sally crossing the finish line a couple of years ago in that green suit is so iconic. And just really embodies the excitement of the sport and what it means to run this race. It's just, that was an epic year, the year she ran it.
Yeah, wow, now we got... This is who we saw on the drone at the start. I can make note of who this is here. Is this Ryan? It's Bib. $14, so that is Ryan. So then the next person we had after him is Rachel, so... That might be a little bit longer than the gap between people that we just saw, but man, that is our top 5 men have hit Lane Mountain. And Harry's got to be getting play close to Crown King. Presuming he's at the same pace and everything. And it looks like it's coming down more on Noah. Thank you for taking care of that camera for us. Man, he's leaving Lane at a really good pace, too. And we're 6 hours in and 32 miles for a 250. Wowzer. And yeah, our epic is now fully raining, as you saw from Noah's camera shots there at our Milk Ranch aid station. You can see rain jackets are coming on, rain pants might be coming on. And I guess we've probably lost Jamil, who was at mile 17 for that. So some of those people might be dry, but we shall see. This will change the comfort level, but such is life. Did you have a strategy when you did this, if you were going to encounter inclement weather, packed extra gear or different layers or, like hand warmers, anything like that? Or was that like drop bags and deal with it as you possibly could?
Yeah, that's the majority of it. I mean, my crew had quite a bit of extra stuff for me if I needed it. The mandatory gear list does a great job of really making sure that, you're good for all conditions and whatnot. Yeah, so crew is important. I mean, there's a lot of folks out here, though, that are going crewless. And that's, you think about the complexities that are associated with that. If you're just going straight drop bags, you're going to need multiple jackets across different points. And what that looks like logistically, it's such a larger lift, if you're going to do it uncrewed. So that's going to be interesting too. The folks that are doing that with conditions like this, what does it look like for them? How much does that slow them down compared to a normal year, where it's a little bit warmer and it's a little more predictable? But yeah, nothing outside the bounds of what you would typically do. For me last year as I prepared for this.
Yeah, this is me. We got some runners running by the live stream studio in the background. That's fun. And that might be Andrew Glaze right there. Andy Glaze looks like possibly his shorts.
Yeah, those are definitely wrong. The Andy Glaze jorts. Andy's one of those guys that is just such a huge figure in the ultra running community. One of the things I appreciate most about Andy is just his ability to bring others in to the sport. I mean, it means so much to us that are a part of it, but so many of us got started by seeing, Andy's videos or hearing Andy on a podcast and what he's been able to do to make the sport seem and feel and show people just how accessible it is. And you don't have to be scared of these races. You don't have to be afraid. And if you're not a runner today, it doesn't mean that you can't be a runner tomorrow. And so that's one of the things I appreciate most about Andy. I've had a chance to share some miles with him at a number of different races, and he's always so positive. I remember watching him last year navigate this course, and no matter how he's feeling, he's just always so upbeat. Even if he's having all sorts of crazy mind things that are going on because he's been up for hours and hours and hours, he always thanks the aid station volunteers, is always so supportive of other runners out there. And I think he really does such a great job of embodying what this sport is and then being able to project that out to folks that aren't familiar with what ultra running is. So he's such a good representation of our community.
Yeah, and at all hours of the day. I was at Coldwater at 2 a.m, and he came with the very first thing out of his mouth. Hey, how are you guys doing? Thank you for being here. Before I could ask him, what do you want? Do you need warm? Do you need that? It's really cool to see that and to see more people doing it. As a volunteer, that thank you can go a long way.
Yeah, 100%. Yep. Yeah, and it's a good reminder for the other runners that are out there. I mean, if you see Andy Glaze thanking everybody around and the mileage he's put on and how established he is, it's a good reminder for you, especially if you're new to the sport, to thank those crews and aid stations and all the volunteers along the way.
Yeah, man, and even on that note, it's nice to see, like, we're looking at the live at the cam right now. No one is frowning. I can see Noah smiling. I no idea who it is, but we got the light blue jacket and the multi-layers there. Got a smile. This is just great to see. Now, may not see the same thing at mile 100 or, in 2 hours, but it's pretty good. And, people are having fun. I mean, yes, it's hard physically. Yes, it's a huge mental challenge. You don't know what's going to happen. You're dealing with pivot number 1 right now into the rain, but you can choose your attitude for it. And that makes a huge difference. Question from the chat. Yes, Milk Ranch camera is before Lane Mountain. Milk Ranch is at mile 24.6 and Lane Mountain is at mile 32.
Yeah, there's a question if Eli and Andy are still together. I'm not sure if they're together, but they are, I believe, close from what we've seen.
Yeah, they were close when we saw them with Jamil at mile 17. And then just that whole group kind of came through, so possibly. And then I see a question about Callie Vincent as well. When we last saw Jamil had not seen her. So I would guess somewhere before Milk Ranch. Probably getting pretty close, though. Wow, okay, and we're back to Lane Mountain now, and it has got even darker up there. Good golly. Those clouds are just dropping. You can see just off to the left is the medical tent. So what's awesome for this race is there is fully staffed medical, not volunteers, but medical staff at this race. So that's always a nice thing to have. And
yeah, and they'll help you in any and every way that you need it. I can't tell you how many of those medical experts helped me with blister problems and different things last year. I mean, they're so well equipped, and they know how to deal with your personality when you get in there too, right? You may be on an incredible high when you come in and you just need a little tune up, or you might be in a really low and you need a lot of help, and they're able to navigate that with you. And again, just showcasing the incredible support that we've got out there on the course, from volunteers to medical and crews and everybody that's putting this together. It's a real community, and everybody comes together to help, each and every runner across all the different races. Right now we're just focused on the 250-mile race, but we've got a number of other races throughout the week. And it takes, an army to be able to deliver this and get everybody across the finish line. And it's so cool to see everybody takes and does their small share to make that happen.
Wow, I mean, there's little patches of blue sky. We've switched over to Tower Mountain now. And again, you just see some of the rugged roads and jeep trails that have been carved into the Arizona landscape here. And it also looks dark. Wowza. Or back to Lane Mountain. Oh, that's photographers. All right. Okay, yeah, this is going to make this part of the race interesting for the mid pack and back of the pack. If they're hitting this rain now, it could be on there for a while. We'll go back to our forecast here and see what happened. Oh, we got a Crown King. Is that Hillary? Hillary, can you hear us? Wave.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, we can hear you now. It looks
oh
sunny
my gosh.
there and not raining.
Yeah. It's so weird. I had my giant puffy jacket on 5 minutes ago when I got here because it was cold, and it was like some raindrops coming down, and then all of a sudden the sun came back out and it was really hot, and I'm peeling jackets off. So it's interesting just to think of it from the runner's perspective, because I mean, if you're sweating probably staying pretty warm, but when that sun disappears behind the clouds, like there's a bite in the air for sure. Like it's got that sort of high desert cold right now, which is just so unexpected for, you know, this time of year and this course really. So yeah, right now it's nice. For the next 5 minutes it's nice, but then as I look up overhead, there's like big ominous clouds just off in the distance behind me. So I don't know, it's sort of a mixed bag. Like I was sort of listening in, trying to hear what you guys are saying about the forecast, because it's hard to know what it's going to do here.
Yeah, well, just pulling up Weather Underground right now so we can give you an update now. I had Prescott up earlier. Crown King AZ. What's it got? 54. Feels like 52. It's got a 67% chance of rain. It's that 1/4 inch of rain tonight. So hopefully a lot of people can get to and through Crown King. And then high of 50 to more with 71% chance of rain. So it looks like it's going to be kind of rain, stop, at least according to the internet, which is never wrong.
Yeah, right. Well, it's interesting. When I got out of the car, I checked the forecast from where I am, and it was like high of 48 right now. For middle of the day type of temperatures. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what it brings, especially as people get tired later. If it gets wet, it's definitely a good challenge, just trying to stay warm. But Harry just came through in first place a few minutes ago. Honestly, like he was a couple miles ahead of where I thought he was. All of a sudden we heard cheering and I'm scrambling to get down here. And he looked so calm and cool and collected. Like he was just, like it didn't feel like he rushed out of here, but he had a plan. He was like probably in and out in 5 minutes and just really like under control. So kind of cool to see in a 250 miler, a very similar approach to what you at a lot of these 100-mile races, as far as that kind of pit stop aid station. Like even though this is the first time that he's seen his crew in 37 miles, he's still like very dialed, knew what he wanted, was not wasting any time, clearly on a mission, which is also interesting. You know, he's the defending champion, so in a sense he's got a little bit of a target on his back, you know, and you could argue that it's a very different year for him than last year when he didn't have that pressure. So it's cool to see him taking the lead and just being like, I'm going to be here. You know, I'm sort of putting my mark down. Obviously, it's early days. We have a lot of miles yet to travel, but I think it's very intentional that he's going out like this and sort of making that statement to the rest of the team and the rest of the field. So, yeah, his crew did not seem surprised to see him coming through so early either. So I feel like this is part of his plan. This is right on track. And yeah, it's really exciting. And, you know, I guess you guys probably have more of the information on the tracker than I do. I'm sort of popping in and out as I'm driving up here. But yeah, it looks like there's definitely that chase pack coming very imminently with Courtney right in the mix for the top podium, which is really cool to see too.
Yeah, they were all within minutes of each other, and there was overlap between Jack, Pow, Dan, and Courtney through the aid station. And at the same as watching Harry run straight through, no stopping. Oh, and there's Jeff Browning.
There's Jeff Browning. Hi, Jeff Browning.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
We're just chatting through what we're kind of seeing up here, the weather, the changing temperatures.
Not hot.
Not hot. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Fast conditions,
yeah,
for sure. And it looks like they're going pretty fast today. So
Okay, we're back to the drone and Tower Mountain. Looks like the audio just cut out, so we're working on that with Hillary and Jeff Browning. That was really cool to see Jeff just, here's Jeff.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, though, if we go back and kind of some of the stuff that she talked about Harry, you know, him coming through there, and hopefully we can get, you know, Hillary back just to kind of check in and see, you know, we from a fueling perspective and different things. And it looks like we've got them
I can't.
back here.
I'm going to look.
Okay,
that's really fast.
We can hear you now. Are you back?
Can you hear me? Are you?
Yes.
I'm back. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, no, Jeff and I were just chatting about Harry sort of taking the lead and charging out in front, and you know, certainly a bold move.
It is a bold move. It is a bold move this early with the field that's here.
He's not the dark horse anymore, right?
No, he has to take some risks, right? he's got pressure on him now. So we'll see what he can do. Hopefully he can hold it.
Do you feel like that will change his strategy at all, knowing that he can't just sort of sneak in and like be in the background? He's got to like go out a little harder than he might want to?
It's personal preference. I don't know if I'd do that, but personally, but just saying. That's all I'm going to say, because it's his race, you know, it's his race to win and lose. So, you know, hopefully he's not taking too big of a risk right now, but there is potential there to be a little risky going this fast.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's either going to work out or it's really not, right? Like,
yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
whether he has a rough or not, but hold it.
Yeah.
Hillary, when Harry went through, did he pick up food? Did he pick up water? Because seemed like the last 2 aid stations we had, and we lost that feed. So just taking a look at the course for the Tower Mountain, you can see that looks runnable, 2-track going up the hill, but you can also see how steep it is.
Yeah, that looks like every trail runner's dream trail, huh?
Yeah, we're 5,000, 6,000 feet up there somewhere. So, and interesting just how the weather's changed. That little bit of extra distance. No precip at Crown King right now. Let's take a look, and then you've got we dropping 5,700 say for Crown King
on day 3. We'll see.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay. You guys still got us over there?
We got you back now. Yeah. Can you tell us, what did Harry get when he came through? Because the last 2 aid stations we saw him run right through and not stop. So people are curious. Is he eating and drinking?
It looks like his crew was sort of filling him up and just sort of like he's filling them in on. There was like a little crowd around. It was hard to get really close, but it looked like he refilled bottles and they just sort of topped him off and checked in. But he seemed like he didn't need a lot. He was
You don't need a lot this early.
Yeah.
It's still early.
Yeah, Jeff says you don't need anything at this point.
Yeah, you're just picking berries on the flyby. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
Living off the land.
Yeah, you need to be a hunter-gatherer at this point.
I mean, just hold out your tongue when it starts to rain, you know? But really curious to see, as you know, we get the rest of the lead pack coming through, what their strategy is and if they're on the same wavelength as Harry.
I like to just see, like, are people anxious? Are they feeling like rushed? Are they pretty relaxed? Like, that's good to look, because this is so early. And this is the first time you see people too. So you've kind of been with your own thoughts for, 6.5 hours. So.
Right. I mean, I always think of you and, we talk about these longer races and you're like, spread the peanut butter,
Yeah, exactly. Make sure you spread it clear to the end. You don't want dry toast at the end.
Yeah. No one wants dry toast. The peanut butter. Cool. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah. No, we should be getting our next runners in pretty shortly. Can you guys see on the tracker kind of where our next leaders are?
Pow and Dan were really close when they came through Crown King, or not Crown King, through Lane Mountain. You're at Crown King.
Yeah.
And then Courtney and Ryan were right behind. People were kind of overlapping through the aids, so the tracker's got that it's 3 miles between Harry and Pow, so somewhere 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. And Pow was someone I feel like no one had on their radar going into the race. I was he's a Canadian, so go Canada. But sort of cool to see how it's shaking out so far with some of these leaders and who's willing to sort of put their neck out there right now, right?
Yeah, and then Courtney's got a 1.5 mile lead on Rachel as of the last tracker, but they did trade the lead at one point earlier on. So Rachel is not shying back, and she had a big smile on her face the last we saw her climbing up that hill.
Yeah, I also was surprised and, stoked to see Rachel. Her crew is just over in the corner there. I saw them a few minutes ago. So they're definitely here and sort of ready to go, I think. But yeah, she's definitely not afraid to step up and sort of be in the mix early on, which is exciting.
Yeah. What's the vibe like up there right now? Like, looks pretty fun. Is anybody doing whiskey shots yet, or?
Not yet, but I am expecting that to start. I went into his bathroom and it's in this like old crazy cool bar saloon. So the vibe here is awesome. Even driving up here, it's pretty crazy. It's just like from Bumblebee, you're on this like narrow road that goes down to one lane, and you're in the middle of nowhere. And then all of a sudden you pop out into this mining town, and it's just sort of like so random. Like I was like, am I going to the right place? Did I put the right directions in Google? Very, very cool up here, and just like these big epic panoramas as you drive up. So really cool chance to see the landscape. Definitely getting busier now. I think crews are starting to assemble, and yeah, it's fun. Like there's certainly that energy of just it's the first time that everybody sees their runner. Like you haven't got any other like pulse reads on how they're doing or anything. So this is a big information gathering point, I think, for the crews. And I mean, it's a cool day because there is such a small amount of crewing that people can do. So really, it's sort of just like keeping up and like checking in and hoping everything's going well. And then as the race goes on, it's sort of like reverse, right? Where we get to see the runners all the time as they come through the aid stations. So it's a challenge on day one for sure. And the cooler temperatures, I think, are only helping runners, honestly.
Cool. Thank you so much, Hillary. We have eyes on Harry, so we're going to cut to that right now. He is
Sweet.
Flying. All right, party on. All right, so there is Harry making good progress.
And
it's sunny again.
Yeah, he ran right through the storm. You know, and he is the storm. One of the things, just I don't want to continue to beat this drum, but for Harry, and we've seen it a number of these different aid stations where he's kind of gone right through it. In some of his pre-race interviews, he talked a lot about lessons learned from last year was nutrition and hydration. One of the top things that he struggled with of the two was cramping. And so it's going to be interesting to see, what that strategy looks like this year, as we've seen him go through a couple of different aid stations. I know, Bronco Billy was saying it's early and he's good, everything's good, but it's just going to be interesting to see how that approach changes, if he'll continue to make quick work of those aid stations and kind of skip water and some of the nutrition, or what that will look like. So again, just kind of straight from his pre-race interviews that cramping, and he wanted to do a little bit better job with that hydration and nutrition this year. So
it looks like he's nailed it so far. Yeah. Going through, he's making great progress. And still pushing the pace. Like from the tracker now, he's got somewhere around 2 miles, 2.5 miles as a lead. And then it does look like the next 4 chasers and, 5 chasers, including Courtney, they're all pretty close to each other.
Yeah, and we've got Harry on the screen here. Another kind of cool thing that he shared in some of his pre-race interviews was just that prior to Cocodona last year, going to the Grand Canyon was the only time that he had been in Arizona. So he wasn't familiar with the terrain. He wasn't familiar, with the course. Obviously, he'd studied it, but hadn't been out on it. And so this year, leading up to this race, he talked a lot about, I know what to expect now. It's going to give me an opportunity to be a little bit more free with this because I've seen it before. And you're seeing him take full advantage of that now. This isn't a course where he's going to be surprised by anything. He was our champion last year, and he's just putting in the work right now. You see him going up a big climb here all by himself. He is miles ahead of second right now.
Yeah, and just looking at the map, it looks like Rachel's making up ground on Courtney on this climb. And Harry might be going into some weather here, or the drone's hitting the weather. But you can see that looks runnable and nice. At least from here, it looks non-technical. So that'll let people make up some time as they're going there. And it looks like in the next few minutes, we should have Mail 2 coming through Crown King. So maybe we can get a live shot on that, or see if Hillary can chat even. Probably not, but maybe wave hello.
Wow, look at this shot.
And then walk around intervals on this too. This is impressive. And then, yeah, this is the one big climb out of Crown King that Harry's on now. And then it is a, rough numbers, 1,500 foot descent over the next 12 miles that he's got. So looks like he'll be able to really start flying for a bit. One small climb and then maybe even make up more time.
Yeah, Harry's about 38 miles into the race. And if you were with us right at the start, you think about the terrain that the runners were on. You think about the cactuses, the desert. And over the last, 6.5 hours or so, you look at how much things have changed and the beauty of this race. And you're starting to see that. It's such a diverse course, and that's what these runners are really going to thrive on, and all that changing scenery that you guys are all going to see here as the leaders continue to push the pace at a record-breaking effort level. A lot of fun stuff to come, but it's just, this shot's incredible. And just, he's 38 miles from the start line, and it looks completely different than what we saw at 5 o'clock this morning.
Okay, and we're going to switch, and we've got Pow is in Crown King, and there's Jen Laughlin. Aravaipa social media. Hillary, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Okay, big excitement. So yeah, that was Pow, and then was just trying to confirm who else that was coming in. But
Ryan
who was that with him?
Number 14?
No, that wasn't Ryan. No.
Jack
Sorry,
Scott,
wait.
17?
Who was that?
I was like 17.
I think that was Jack
17,
Scott, right?
Teal vest.
I saw
Teal vest is Jack
UK.
Scott. Yeah,
Teal
that's
vest
Jack
with the UK flag. So we got Jack Scott and Pow coming in from Canada. So yeah, I know, that's exciting. And they are definitely looking just about as comfortable as Harry is, and running not together, but adjacent to each other. It'll be interesting to see if they go out of the aid station together or if one of them tries to get out before the other one. But yeah, it's sort of cool to see them coming in together and a little bit working together maybe to catch Harry.
Yeah.
But Harry's got a little bit of time on them already. Like, he's put a few miles on them this early in the race.
Yeah,
sort of the going for broke. Yeah.
We
you guys had eyes on
cameras,
him, right?
Yeah, he's cruising, so still pushing it, not letting down. He's almost done the climb, so then he'll be really able to hammer down.
Yeah. All right, and I just got word from Sean that Courtney's just about to come in. So,
wow, okay.
Yeah, I know. They're all right on top of each other. So there she is in fourth place, coming in. Yeah. Crazy.
Is she on her own, or is someone else with her?
So it looks like there's another runner with her. That looks like, is that Ryan with her? Or? Give me 1 second.
In red?
No, so she's in the orange shirt there, and it's a guy in white with the blue
Dan
vest
Green?
here. That's Dan Green. Yeah, we got Dan Green and we got Courtney. All right, let's see if we can take a peek at what she's up to. So she's taking her vest off. Looks like she's doing a full vest swap here. She's got Kevin and Paul and Meredith, some of her classic crew out here, doing a little spot tracker swap. So it looks like she's already got her bottles and everything preloaded. More sunscreen going on. A little bit of wet wipes. Just sort of that little reset,
Mm-hmm.
There's some sort of a
this
Gatorade.
is an amazing shot.
You hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Cool. Yeah. No, it looks like all three of these guys are just all kind of in their little crew corners right now, and everyone's pretty quiet and focused. So I think zooming out, it's sort of, I think very similar to Harry. There's a plan. This is the first time everybody is getting runner information. So just trying to. Just trying to, I think, assess where everybody is, especially going up this climb, dealing with a little bit of weather. Honestly, the weather's looking really good. We haven't gotten hit with any of the major rain that is threatening. Nobody looks wet per se, and they're not sweating excessively. I'm not seeing everybody coming in drenched. So I think we're definitely getting a lot more you can manage your nutrition. You can manage a lot more of the issues that people normally face on day one in this race just because of the good weather. So it's cool to see that, and sort of, I wonder how that's going to play out and whether these faster times will be more sustainable, just given the fact that we've got, a little bit of a cooler weather to deal with. All right, and we have Ryan coming in.
Ryan's coming in too. Okay,
All right, they are all. Nice work, Ryan. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, just a couple minutes behind the other guys here. So again, right now in the aid station, we have Ryan, Courtney, Pow, and Dan Green. And it looks like, and Jack Scott.
And Jack, yeah.
And it looks like Jack is just about ready to go out again. Okay. So he might be the first one to come out of the aid station here. Where are we? Right over here. Yeah.
Okay.
And it looks like Courtney's also ready to roll. So yeah.
Oh, geez, wow. They are flying.
Man, you guys, it is chaos here.
Yeah, it looks like it.
All right.
Thanks for being out there.
So Courtney is first one out.
Wow. So Courtney is over an hour ahead of last year's leader at this point. She's an hour 13 ahead.
Of the course record, sorry, or I missed that last part?
The lead woman last year.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, she's flying. I would assume at this point she's crushing any course record that's out there. You know, I mean, she just left.
Oh, and a quick note as well. Harry is currently
down
over
a
an
chair.
hour faster than Joe McConaughey last year. Joe was 7:15.
Yeah. So he's.
Doing a shoe change.
Okay. Yeah, so Ryan just did a little shoe change. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so rough math here I had on Courtney was about 3 minutes at that aid station. So pretty quick, in and out. Her crew's dialed in. Obviously, there's some of the best in the business working with her and her family. Just incredible.
Yeah. And now we're back to the rain at Milk Ranch. But yeah, that was incredible to see. And those leaders are just ahead of the storm. They could stay, like they've got the perfect conditions right at the front of the race. I mean, that's Courtney's right now. That's almost 2 miles on what the tracker's got for Rachel. Oh no, that's mistaken. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, it looks like the tracker is slow, but it is picking people up as they're in the aid stations. So Rachel's somewhere, it looks like within a mile. It's really hard to tell right now.
Yeah, and that pack that just went through there, I mean, you've just got obviously elite runners, having them all together to help push the pace with one another, right? And continue to kind of support each other, whether they're communicating or not as they're doing this. That kind of iron sharpens iron mentality and that continued push is going to make this race even faster. And then with Harry really kind of the knife's edge out there, but knowing that he's got 5 people right behind him that are going to be able to throw down all throughout this race. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then we've got the slow, methodical, make sure you've got everything thing happening here. It's quite the difference of the NASCAR style pit stop to everyone taking care of themselves and going. I'm just amazed at that beautiful weather at Crown King right now.
Yeah.
And we'll also say a shout out to Jen Laughlin, Air Vipa social media coordinator, who was running behind Pow as he came in. Heard her voice a little bit there.
Yeah, Jen will be all over the course today, capturing some of the best content. Everything that you guys see out there is Jen and the rest of the Air Vipa team. They're doing everything they can to deliver you stories, not just of the lead pack, but of the entire team that's out there, the entire group of runners that are out on the course.
Okay, and we're going back to the field right now.
All right, we're going back to the field. We have the other half of the dream team, Kevin DeWalter Smith here. How's it going, Kevin? You just saw Courtney for the first time?
Saw her for the first time since 5 a.m. She's looking great.
All the runners are looking great. Beautiful day for running out here. I think it's a good one.
She didn't look like she was breaking a sweat out there.
Yeah, it's a little chilly.
It is. We were just saying that as soon as the sun goes behind the clouds, right?
Yeah, it feels like Leadville weather. It's perfect.
Yeah, totally. You guys are right at home. You guys did like a full pack change. It was very like NASCAR style.
Yeah, we got rid of the bladder. They don't need that anymore. So we just did a whole pack switch and tried to smooth it out.
How much do you feel like the pack weighs right now? What's your best guess?
Her new one, probably 5-6 pounds. The last one was about 9 pounds with all the water. 9-10.
Significant amount of weight to haul up a mountain with you.
Yeah, it was quite a lot for the last 35 miles.
So everything's on track so far?
Yeah.
Looking good.
Yeah, she's moving great. She looks great.
Cool. Well, cheering her on. Thanks, Kev.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
We got Ryan here, who's just,
Thank you.
how's it going, Ryan?
Yeah, good. Trying to keep it as
All right, now we're back in the studio here, having some difficulties with the internet connection at Crown, but it's remote, so these things happen. But we got some great interviews there, great footage.
Yeah, just incredible to watch Courtney go through there. Ryan, obviously, who we were just getting a quick interview from there, has done some incredible things in his career. 18 years in the sport, real professional. Sit the Himalaya FKT, just an absolute beast out there. Excited to see him. I think he said it's the first time he's been in the States since I think 2018 or 2019. So he came out 3 weeks early, I believe is what I heard, and he's coached by Jason Koop. So he's another name that you really got to look out for. He knows what he's doing. He's been through difficult things like this in the past and has always produced. So it's really, again, we were talking about, just the depth here that we have right behind Harry. Yes, he's out to a pretty decent lead, but there are some absolute beasts that are right behind him that are going to be hot on his heels. And with 220-ish miles to go.
We're at mile 36 right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot that can still happen. But, the weather, being a British Isles guy, this is perfect weather. You must be in heaven right now.
Yeah, and Kevin too, talking about, hey, this weather is a lot like, Leadville or Colorado. So true, and there's a lot of folks that think that this is just a race for, Arizona people in terms of being used to the climate, the environment, especially those mid and back of packers. Imagine signing up for this race and being from Seattle or somewhere on the East Coast where you've been so worried about heat training, of getting acclimated, and you sign up for this race, you're training for months, that's your number one concern, and you show up here and it's just like home, right? It's 50 degrees, kind of rainy, totally cloudy. You couldn't have written a better script for some of these folks that are coming out here from places outside of Arizona.
Yeah, and for some quick numbers in case you just joined us here, Harry is over an hour faster than Joe's time to crown king. Joe was 7:15 elapsed, so that's still 22 minutes from now. And Courtney, the lead woman last year was Megan McCarty. That was 7:59, so Courtney is over an hour ahead of that pace as well. So did Courtney move into second? It looked like it because of the pit stop nature of things. We'll have to verify that once we can get cameras back up there. But it did seem like she was the first one out since Ryan was being interviewed. And we didn't see Dan or Powell though, so cannot confirm it, but quite likely. If not, they're running together most likely, or within 6 paces.
Yeah,
So
it looks like we
exciting.
have Hillary back in the field.
Just listening to what you guys are saying, Courtney did leave here in second place overall. I would say she just had a more efficient stop than anyone else, and I think doing the whole vest swap, and then she just really applied sunscreen again and sort of was on her way. Whereas we saw Ryan stop, took his shoes off, took a bit of a, assessment of everything, and then, like you said, Pow, Dan Green, Jack Scott, they all went out together after Courtney did, sort of with Ryan. So she left probably a few minutes before the guys. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we're talking, there's hours and whatnot of movement left. So who knows whether that's going to make a difference. But I think it just really shows she's dialed. She's treating this like it's a 100-mile aid station. She's not taking a lot of extra time. You know, Ryan Sand's approach is also interesting. It's his first crack at a 250-mile race, and he's clearly taking the approach of a bit more conservative as far as making sure everything's good, not rushing out of here and missing anything. Because I think that's the danger with these long races is if you get caught up in the excitement early, you know, especially when you're in that lead pack, you risk kind of rushing out of here and missing something that could come back to bite you later on in the race. And I think that's really important. And it'll be interesting to see how all of these different strategies play out. You know, like none of these guys are strangers to long distances and to pacing themselves. But when you're in the pressure of the competition and seeing what everyone else is doing, and you know, like even in the aid station, like you see everyone huddled with their crews, you see them like trying to get out of here as fast as possible, everyone cheering, it can add pressure to what you're doing. And so sort of staying locked into your plan and knowing what you need to get done at the aid station is really important.
Yeah, and just in the background there, it looks much quieter now that the lead pack is taken off. Like,
yeah, the energy definitely calmed down. I think people are there's a lot more smiles from the crews as everyone's like, okay, my runner's good. Everything's on track. Because you were all just going off the little dots on the GPS tracker up till now. But, you know, and even as we're talking about the temperature, it just shifted again and we lost the sunshine. I see a couple people wrapped in sleeping bags just off camera. I'm kind of tempted to put my puffy jacket on. It's really changing by like almost the minute up here. And that's going to be interesting. Oh, I have a puffy jacket being delivered to me. Thanks, David.
wow,
Yeah, so I know. What service, you guys? But, you know, all that said, it really is helping the runners more than it's hurting them today. Like we're not in that really, really cold. There's no hail or anything like that. So at this point, colder temperatures are always going to be faster than the warmer temps, and especially not sweating as much and not, you know, burning through all your nutrition plans this early in the race. It'll be interesting to see Rachel come in too. It sounds like she's not that far off, and really curious to get eyes on her.
Yeah, and then we've got an update too. There's a projected time. If Harry maintains this pace, he'll be at Whiskey Row at 7:15 tonight, which is absolutely bonkers. But it looked like from what we saw on the drone footage that he's probably on the descent now into the next aid. So picking up time at the moment.
That's interesting. And I mean, if you think about it, it looks like we've got
Rachel.
Someone's coming out. No, we'll give you an update. Oh, Pow's leaving. Okay, I didn't realize Pow was still in the aid station. So he took his time. Yeah.
Drop bags haven't arrived yet, and all this stuff was in
Oh my gosh. So, okay, you guys, breaking news. Apparently, not all the drop bags have made it here to Crown King. Nice work, Pow. And his drop bag had not arrived. And so he was actually in the aid station just now, like crowdsourcing gear from other people and like volunteers and stuff like that. So I don't know the full story there, but especially with the weather, I feel like that's pretty critical that he has all those pieces. And yeah, so he is going out of here with a jacket on and looking, you know, prepared for the weather, but it sounds like it's not necessarily his gear that he's going out of here with.
Jeez, yeah. Yikes. Well, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out, and I hope his gear's at the next drop bag location. Wow. Doing this with no crew, and we're back to Lane Mountain now. Couldn't see who that is. Missed the number.
Yeah, to just one thing that Ryan Sands, something that he said, he's a part of that lead pack that was so interesting leading up to the race is, the guy's a Solomon athlete. He's had an 18-year pro career, and he said, it almost feels like I'm starting my career all over again with a race like Cocodona because there are so many unknowns with it. And, you think about somebody that's had so much experience in the sport, but still is able to have that like childlike feeling towards this race and excitement. It's so cool. And to see him go through the aid station being really calm and reserved, it was a great thing to see. It looks like we have Hillary back in the field at Crown King.
Okay.
We have Rachel again, you guys.
Rachel right
so
there.
She's cruising in. Yeah. I don't know if you can see her in the distance there. All smiles, all business.
Yeah. And her crew's got the van there. Oh, right there.
Yeah, I know. I think they're actually crewing out of what looks like
a little car there.
Some sort of Toyota. Yeah, out of the car there. But yeah, they've got everything laid out on a blanket for her. Just sort of give it a second and get a read on how she's feeling. But she did come in looking really strong and, comfortable. Certainly not in a panic.
Yeah, and that's the same energy she had at the water station at Milk Ranch with Noah.
Yeah, she's like having a great time, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it across the years, 200 miles or 48 hours, my mistake, and trying to go for the Spartan qualifier, and she smiled the entire time. All 48
That's a
hours,
skill.
all 200 miles. And yeah. Chatting with
It really
me in the
is,
booth
right?
here, like, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
need
if you can
effort for
lock
that.
into that, yeah. I mean, Courtney has that too, right? She's got that big smile. Like, I feel like it is a huge advantage with ultras if you can stay in that headspace and just sort of be out here, be present, be grateful for it all. It really does make a difference,
Yeah, and I think there's two times if you can force yourself to smile, no matter how you're feeling, it tricks your body a little bit into believing that, I actually am having kind of fun here. Yeah. So I think there's a little gamesmanship that goes on even mentally for folks that can force a smile even through those really difficult moments.
Yeah, now is that McConaughey or Mike McKnight? I can't see a bib number. That is Lane Mountain we're back to. And thank you, Ultraspire, for sponsoring everything. This is Greg Verrigan and Caleb Stevens, our live stream hosts. I see several questions there right now popping up. And that looks cold and wet and dreary.
Yeah, I think that's Garrett.
Oh, Garrett Nelson out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, Garrett and I got to know each other in the Midwest, running a lot of the local races there. Garrett's a big part of the Ornery Mill racing community, takes part in a lot of those races. Also a frequent participant in Air Viper races out here, makes his way out to the West Coast quite a bit for these. Believe he did Sedona Canyons 125 last year. He's done Cocodona in the past as well. Looks like he's dialed in and having a really good start to his Cocodona 250 to 2025.
Yeah, and he had a really pretty good showing at Desert Solstice 2 years ago. Really nice guy, too. Looks like they got broth and noodles or straight broth to warm up.
Yeah, and to go back to some of these almost NASCAR-like pit stops that you're seeing the leaders do, if you're a fan of the sport, if you're trying to get better in the sport, one of the things that you can do is you can watch these live streams and you can study what some of these elites are doing and what other participants are doing. And you can get and gain a lot of really cool information and make yourself better by seeing the ways that they're able to quickly get through aid stations, logistically, how their crew is handling it. I mean, you saw with Courtney, right? It's a full vest swap, right? So instead of having your crew take all the bottles out and do all these different things, it's, hey, let's swap the vest. She was in and out in about 3 minutes. So if you're watching these, you're trying to think of, hey, how can I cut off 15, 20 minutes, in my next race, or an hour or two if you're doing a 100-miler or something longer. Watch this and pay attention to some of these details. Take notes and really study what you're seeing over the next 2 or 3 days. It's going to be filled with nuggets of information, and you really can get better this week by sitting on your couch and tuning into the action that we've got here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and if you're like me and you know people, then like one comment and start chatting, and 15 minutes have gone by and you're not moving. So, you're really seeing people are only engaging with the crew, maybe a quick glance, and it's nothing malintent or anything like that. You're just like, this is my job. I'm doing my job right now. And it's great to see Courtney and Rachel, the two that stuck out with the big smiles on their face. Not to say anyone else wasn't smiling, but that was very noticeable coming through. And who've we got? They were coming through Lane Mountain. Hey, party on. 70. Who is Bib 70? Eder Ramirez? Okay, I don't see a bib number there. I think that's a Satisfy hat that I see. And yeah, we'll say a big thank you. Satisfy is one of the big sponsors here. Fain Ranch. Did you enjoy your time at Fain Ranch last year?
I sure did, yeah. Not only do they have some of the most comfortable couches you will ever sit on, but the porta potties there were just next level. They were almost like a trailer setup. Super comfortable, great spot to regroup, really good food, and it sets you up for that climb that you've got coming out of it. A really fun, great memories with my team there, just hanging out and enjoying that whole aid station.
Yeah, and if you're watching too, you haven't done our Viper race, you can see the variety of food that's there. What's in the screen right now is the standard offerings, and then as we were chatting about a little earlier, there is a menu that you can find in the runner's guide of what each station's specialty will be, if you choose to know that and look forward to a burger somewhere, or if you choose to play roulette like some people I know and not know until you get there.
And it looks like we have Joe Corcione in the chat. Joe is just such a vibrant, awesome dude. Great part of this ultra running community, specifically the Phoenix area. You know, Joe brings joy to everything that he does. Finished Cocodona last year, and it's just always on these missions to be better and to demonstrate to other people what you're truly capable of accomplishing. So excited to see him in the chat here, and I know he'll be popping in all throughout the week.
Yeah, Nelson's got lots of great information on the Everyday Ultra podcast. So
Absolutely.
Feel free to check that out. Give it a subscribe, like, and all that. Man, it is getting colder and wetter out there. Is that Kevin Russ? Yeah, and again, you're seeing how helpful volunteers can be, because if you've just come through some rain, whether it's warm or cold, your hands don't function best. So one of the things I have done a lot of at aid stations is put bottles in and out for people whose fingers don't work. Yeah. So big thank you to everyone out there. I see Bib 45. We'll get a name to go with that bib. Cody Poskin. That's who had the amazing shirt that I saw earlier. That is pretty sweet. I may have to bring out my similar one tomorrow for a live stream. And we're back to Milk Ranch, so that's at mile 24.6. It's a water-only station. We've got Air Viper Race Director Noah is there somewhere off-screen, and if the volume's up, people can actually hear us at that one, so we did get some fun conversations with runners a while back. Oh, and we're back, or had audio back for a sec. But yeah, let's do a quick shout out to all of our sponsors here. Speedland, we've got the Cameron Haynes Keep Hammering model here in the studio with us. John G, who I know there's lots of John G athletes in this. They've got some great stuff. I'm wearing their new Sun hoodie. It is really comfy. I just put it on this morning. We've got Knack Nutrition. So I'm excited to try the Boost Energy, probably pretty shortly here. Ultraspire packs. I don't know if you saw Jeff Browning was wearing one of them earlier when he was briefly on. We got the DeWalter Melon flavor of Tailwind. Catula Squirrels Nut Butter. Hopefully we'll see Chris at Squirrels somewhere on the live stream here shortly. And then Satisfy Running, the big Fain Ranch sponsors. So I see some questions in the chat here. Yes, Courtney did leave Crown King in second overall. And there's a chase group with her, behind her, still going after Harry, who was absolutely flying, and from what I see on the tracker, continuing to fly as he cruises downhill.
Yeah, Harry right now on the live tracker is on pace to do 142 miles today.
Good gravy. Like Prescott in, what would that be, 14 hours to Prescott? That's
unbelievable.
Mind-blowing.
That'd be in that roughly 40-hour range if he were to keep this pace
Okay, you gotta
up.
come back to me then.
Who is that?
Okay, Rebecca Crown King. Hillary.
I have no idea. I didn't see
Jen.
it.
We live with Jen.
Okay.
It's the hardest part because even like last year, like when I came in, so hard.
Hillary, you are live. What's happening now?
Hi guys.
It's
All
raining.
right, it is raining. I'm adding all the layers, all my jackets. You get to see them all at once. Just started raining a few minutes ago. Rachel left here 12:07 p.m. So she was in here for like maybe 8 or 9 minutes, I want to say, or close to 10. And she went back and forth from the aid station to her crew, definitely making sure she got everything right before she headed out. I was just trying to get a bib number for the guy that just came in, but Michael Versteeg came in a couple minutes ago, and he's actually just behind this little aid station here. He's got his hand pressed over his head, which I'm not sure what's going on there, but it looks like there may be something going on with his head. He's sort of just like holding his hand to his head right now, and his crew's sort of talking to him. But I'll let you know when I kind of hear what's going on. Not sure if it was a fall or what it is, but there's some sort of head issue that he's dealing with. And honestly, when he came in, he did not look as happy as some of the other runners. But as I mentioned, started raining here too. So, it's light right now, but that's definitely on everyone's minds a little bit more. And hopefully everything's good with Michael. Other than that, really, it's just, we've seen our top 2 women come through very much in the middle of the lead pack, which is exciting and really just cool to see that, in the top 10 to have such strong women pushing, and for Rachel to be looking very calm and as she got everything together and headed out after Courtney in second overall. It's really exciting. And the men's field, I feel like, right now, obviously we got Harry just like way out in front, but everybody else is very much dialed and focused and running their own day. And I would say at this point, there's a lot of moves that are going to be made in the next little while. This rain will be interesting. I feel like staying warm, like even now, like my hands holding the microphone are kind of chilly. So a lot of just like temperature variables. Got more crews arriving here. Yeah, it's a fun place. I feel like there's a lot of like, we've all been watching the tracker. We've all been glued to the live stream, just trying to figure out what's going on. And so everybody's getting that information. Everybody's getting that first glimpse of how their runner's doing and sort of checking in. So, this is the crew's time to shine, right? Like they get to actually, implement all the plans and you have your plan A and the hot weather and you have your plan B, and we're on to plan like B, C now based on.
Yeah, and to round up the women's top 5 at the moment, now 2 have gone through. Rachel and Courtney have gone through Crown King. That actually looks like Courtney's up on the screen there, very strongly power walking up that hill. The rest of the top 5, Lindsay Dwyer, from what we can see, is 0.2 miles ahead of Sarah and Mika, and they are 0.4 ahead of Georgia. So we very likely will have 4 in the at Crown King in or around the same time, depending on how fast those pit stops happen. So there could be a lot of movement. But again, it's early. That's mile 36. And you can see Courtney is just crushing up this hill. Probably feels easy for her. It's not 10,000 feet. And we got Hillary will be coming back to the... There we go. Oh, someone's coming through there.
Yeah, we got another runner coming in here, looking very spry. Cheers for our volunteers. They're the glue that keeps it together. So it looks like Michael's up and moving a little bit, sort of getting ready to go back out, which is great to see. Looks like, whatever was going on with him, he's sort of moved through and he's now focused on getting his vest all restocked and everything dialed as he heads out. He's still in a t-shirt, which is interesting. Most of the runners that are leaving here are putting on some sort of layer right now. But, TBD on whether he had something on his way out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not warm, to be in a t-shirt and shorts.
No. Did Rachel make any clothing changes when she left? I know she had a long sleeve on when we last saw her.
Yeah, no, she did not. So that's also interesting. She seemed, but I don't know. She just seemed more comfortable and sort of like, I know she had it with her. Okay, there goes Michael, no jacket, Yeah, Not quite sure sort of what was going on with him, but it's nice to see him back up and moving and looking good. So hopefully whatever it is won't slow him down too much. But yeah, no, interesting choice not to layer up given this weather.
Yeah. Well, we'll see when we get to the next one.
Hillary, of everyone that's come through there so far, is there somebody that stands out to you as just kind of being the most chill, most relaxed, and has really just kind of executed very well through that aid station without any stress?
I thought I had to check in. I came in last year and checked in first before I went to the car.
Hillary,
I can hear you guys again.
Okay. Of everybody that's gone through that aid station, is there somebody that really stands out as having been, the most stress-free and just kind of easygoing through there and just looks the most relaxed?
Honestly, Harry looked really good. And like he did not look like he was rushing, considering he was so far out in front. So, but I do think that whole lead pack looked really good. Like nobody in there sort of stood out to me as like, oh, they're pushing themselves too hard for where they are in the field. So it'll be interesting to see if that continues to play out and if everyone sort of can stay within their comfort zone. But given that Harry is pushing the pace, I think he looks really good. And so that's cool to see, and whether he can hold it for another 220 or whatever miles remains to be seen. But both of the lead women also looked really good. So I would give a shout out to them. Neither one of them looked like they're, pushing or particularly like rushing anything. So honestly, it's what I would expect for the caliber of racing that we're seeing at these distances. Like I have been involved in a lot of 200s and I feel like every single year we see people more dialed and they treat the aid stations a little bit more like it's 100-mile and less like a mile, and they know what they want. They're sort of in and out. And I think there'll be times we see during the race when they do choose to slow down or sleep or kind of do all of that stuff. But certainly right now, the top runners are pros and they're really like coming in with a very clear plan and sort of sticking to that. So it's exciting. I think there's less margin for error. Like I don't see anyone just like fantastically blowing up at this point in the race. And so really it's just going to be, did you manage to keep everything dialed? Have you kept it together? Can you hold it together all the way through the race like this? But right now, I wouldn't say anyone standing out as like, ooh, they're in trouble.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. It looks like
rain's coming down now.
It's raining down. I was going to say, as we're watching Courtney climb the hill, and you can see the rain from the drone. So that will be interesting to see how that plays out because it is 32 miles to the next drop bags from Crown King. So, and it's 41 till the next crew access. So there could be some changes, or maybe not. Maybe you're warm enough and you just run through this, but traversing the Bradshaws may not be as easy.
It's interesting, like over the camera, it's all dark clouds and kind of raining, but then behind me, there's some blue sky over the hills there. So I could honestly see it going either way with the weather right now. I think it's deciding what it's doing.
Yeah, very traditional spring day in many parts of the world.
But not in Arizona normally.
No. Yeah, exactly.
Traditional in the PNW maybe.
Yes. Yeah, so you're there at the aid station. What is the big exciting thing happening at Crown King aid station besides the whiskey and beer?
I mean, yeah, I feel like we're almost in whiskey hour. I feel like the shot glasses are going to appear pretty shortly. But really, I think it's just like, the crews are staging down at Bumblebee until their runners get close enough to drive up here. And, just having been up here, it's kind of a long, like hour-long bumpy ride up here. So by the time they get up here, they're just like excited to be in it. And, like when you're at Bumblebee, you're sort of just like waiting for that call until you get to head out and head up here. And I think it's like, okay, my runner's close enough now, like I can spring into action. So I think it's smart not to have everybody just descending up here all at once, and so we are seeing a bit of a trickle effect where the crews come in for the runner and then they're leaving again. So it's sort of like this constant turnover of crews right now. I think there's definitely that sense of anticipation, just being the first crew access aid station, and that's fun to see. And I think right now everyone's sort of figuring out the weather. Like a lot of people are hiding under umbrellas and, the eaves of the saloon and sort of like, is this going to go away? But TBD on that.
Okay. So we can
yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. If you bring it over here.
What's been your highlight of the day so far?
I enjoyed going to Bumblebee. I thought that was fun. They had the live stream set up on a screen and everyone was just like hanging out and watching. And honestly, just being out on the course, driving up to Crown King, it is so beautiful. It was just like layers of the rolling mountains. You really feel like you're getting out here. It's super remote. And then all of a sudden you pop into this like little mining town where we also like a go here. So it just feels like there's a lot of history to this area. It's sort of quirky. Yeah, it's just like, it's really cool. It's got a really interesting atmosphere. It's weird to be up here in the rain, you know, like when I think of these blazing temperatures, and I think really that's the biggest sort of like mental headspace shift we're all doing right now, trying to figure out how that's going to impact the race. But, you know, as I say that, the rain is lessening up again. So I don't know, you know, it's this constant change, but I'm just really enjoying being out here and seeing everyone. There's a lot of familiar faces and, you know, interviewed a couple guys down at Bumblebee who are from Missouri, first time out in Arizona, first time crewing a 250 miler or anything over 100 miles. And it's just really fun. It's really, oh, we got another runner coming in. All right. Oh, this is, I need to grab his bib number. This is 35. So who we got for 35?
35 is
Michael. Yes, Michael Greer. So Michael actually came in a few minutes ago and checked in, but hadn't checked out yet. So I guess he was out. He was getting crewed just down the road. So now he's officially out. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
It looks like the next little herd that'll be making its way in to see you is Jeff Garmeyer, Finn Mellinson, Jesse Hines, Michael McKnight, Garrett Nelson, who you just saw at Lane Mountain, Cody Poskin, Max DeLeaf. They're all within a mile of each other, somewhere around 33. So,
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they're working together or if they're all just sort of running adjacent to each other right now. You know, sort of, especially with the weather, maybe people are working together more. Where are the next women in relation to this little pack coming in?
About a mile behind where that pack will be is Lindsay. And then about another mile behind that is Sarah and Mika. And then Georgia's slightly behind that.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
cool. I mean,
yes.
and like, those women are veterans, right? Like they know what they're doing, are no strangers to this course. And so I feel like they very much are kind of in their own race and their own flow, but that doesn't mean they won't turn it on and catch up with Rachel and Courtney when they feel like it's the right time to make a move. So yeah, definitely will be interesting to see how it all plays out as far as strategy goes right now and what people are sort of feeling is an appropriate.
Yeah, we might have just lost Rachel, or not Rachel, Hillary, as we've got Courtney back on the camera. Yeah, it's neat to see Rachel's racing her.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to call out one of the neat things that Hillary was talking about there of what Crown King is like and just that historic town. That's one of the really neat things about the course in general is that you go from, you know, this beautiful terrain that we're seeing from cactuses all the way up to the ponderosa tall pines. And along the way, as you're making that journey, you know, you're in the middle of nowhere. You feel like you're totally isolated. And then you roll into some of these old Western towns with saloons and just very small communities that are then so supportive of you in doing this. And so it's like a journey back into time for a lot of this course. And it's really neat to see these types of places, these old saloons, things like you'd see in an old Western. It's really neat. And Crown King really does embody that. And it sets the tone for the rest of the race.
Yeah. Yeah, we're heading into Prescott. So mining history, gold, silver, copper, cattle ranching, cattle rustling. The Earps were involved in Prescott. There is an amazing cowboy museum in there, Western history museum in there. And that was Jack Scott in the teal vest hiking up. And, you know, this section, this is a quick math in my head, 16.4 miles between Crown King and Arrastra Creek, and is all double track like this. So definitely a place you'd be able to make up some time, but it's a long stretch.
How about Hillary also saying that of everybody that was going through Crown King, Harry maybe looked the most relaxed?
Yeah, that's really cool for all of the pressure on go do it again, dude. Get out there. Everyone's watching you. Everyone's going after you, and he's not backing down. That's cool to see.
He's not, and it's not just that he's not backing down. He is throwing down, and for him to be, so chill,
an hour ahead, and just cruise through the aid station like, hey, crew. His crew even looked pretty relaxed for everything when Hillary was chatting with them earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And that looks like we're back to Jack from the air. This is really cool. You can really see how much the landscape has changed with the size of those ponderosos, those bull pines up there. Like 40, 50 feet.
Yeah.
And a big thank you to our drone pilots who are out there today from all over. You got Troy, Mitch, and Mike are out there with drones, as well as we had David doing some interviews earlier. Andreas is out there. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of us out here doing this. So from the John G Skycam, really cool to see. Such a diverse place of Arizona. If you haven't been, please come. If this is getting you inspired to race, please check out the website airviperrunning.com. Cocodona has its own cocodona.com, but go on there. You can head over to Ultra Sign Up and sign yourself up. And if you're looking for something to do too, there are still volunteer slots open. I will drop that link in the chat if anyone's in the area or spontaneously decides to hop a flight and be here for watching DFL or anything.
Yeah, before I moved out to Arizona, I just thought it was all just one big desert. I didn't realize just how beautiful the state is. And that's what's so cool about Cocodona is it really does showcase, from south to north, how diverse it is. It's not just all desert and cactuses and rattlesnakes, no matter what you've heard. It's absolutely beautiful, and we're going to get a really good shot of that all throughout the week. We're already starting to see it, and that is one of the neat things about the course is you can look at your watch, whatever type of watch you're wearing, and you can see that you're making progress, but you also see it all around you as that continues to change. The course continues to change, and it gives you a little boost, as you go from one type of terrain to another, to another, to another, one small town to another small town, one great meal to another great meal, every aid station having something different. There's these really nice markers all along the way that just continue to help reiterate to you that, yes, you do still have a long way to go, but you are making progress.
Yeah, this is Ryan Sendez we've got on the drone cam right now. Solomon athlete.
Nice.
May have been teaming up with Courtney for a while as they were climbing the hill, but just cruising along. You can see the descent. And what's also something that was a deal, I know last year there was that big controlled burn outside of Flag in the area of Walnut Canyon, somewhere out there. And, there is so much material on the forest floor right now. That orangey color that you're seeing is most likely dead pine needles that fall off. And those things burn very quickly. So, you can have, there can be some things can happen fast. This is really great weather for the forest and for the health of everything too, just to get a little bit of moisture in. And it was a while back, maybe an hour or so back, there was a runner that was asking at the Milk Ranch webcam or water stop that, just that little sprinkle of rain, so much stuff turns green here so quickly.
It is,
we
yeah.
may see a completely different course tomorrow morning.
Yeah, there's nothing better if you're out here than going out on the trails, an afternoon after it rained or the next day. Everything gets so green. At this time of year, too, things are starting to blossom, so cactuses and all the desert plants are really starting to flower, and it's a beautiful time to come out. The other thing, too, it's not just the plants, it's the way the rocks, as they get a little bit darker, they get wet, they change colors, and it really pulls out all the different, variations within the rock, and it's absolutely beautiful. What a treat for these runners today.
Oh, and you get the smell too, that creosote. Nothing is like having rain in the desert. It's until you've experienced it, it's very challenging to describe. But yeah, so basically, if you haven't been, you need to get on a plane to Arizona and come out now. Do an Air Viper race. There's lots coming up. Mogollon Monster, if anyone's looking for a 100-miler in September. It's one that I'm pondering. Have you done it?
I have not.
No.
I have not. We are getting warned in the chat that we need to stop telling everybody how great Arizona is because the locals are wanting to keep it to ourselves. Yeah, we're sorry about that.
You should all go to Cleveland. Cleveland sounds fantastic right now. And we've got a camera switch here too. So we'll say thanks to Satisfy. And we had a Sedona Posse Grounds was getting set up there. But, there's Jen Goins in the background. Probably can't hear me with Hillary in the mic. Hillary, can you hear us? Hillary, we can't hear you if you've got the mic. Someone is in there doing something. Is that Finn? Finn Melanson? With quite the entourage of people. I think on his podcast he said he was going to have less people this year. And yes, Cleveland rocks. Thanks, Tom. Courtney, or Hillary, can you hear us? What's happening back there? Okay. All right, and we're back. We'll come back to Hillary in a bit here, but you can see Sedona Posse Grounds, and this is interesting. There's no leaves on those trees in the background, so just again showing the variety of things happening in the Arizona landscape. But I know Sedona is a beautiful place, and you can see the aid station set up there. Is that Dawn, the medic, in the background in the red? Possibly. Got some nice picnic tables for people. I know I was crewing and pacing a runner last year, and so the Sedona stop did have a great aid station, so I'm sure that will be the case this year. Now we are back on car. Who is that Pow? Pretty sure Pow had a red pack with his, I guess, Frankenstein conglomeration of gear now.
Yeah, we're going to have to adjust a little bit with everybody throwing on new jackets and wardrobe changes as they're leaving Crown King. Bear with us, y'all. We'll.
I've got my sheet going and I've already changed it. I know Jack Scott's got a teal vest and Ryan is still in red. Courtney's got those flashy shorts on.
Yeah, and just a shout out to Hillary. It's so great to be able to get that live action from Crown King, and we're so grateful for that. So,
yeah, nice to see people in the field. And if you're just joining us, Harry is crushing it, way ahead of the course record at the moment, setting a blistering pace. What we've got on the tracker right now, we haven't had eyes on this, is Dan and Jack just leapfrog. So top three men, what we've got now is Harry, followed by Dan Green, Jack Scott, Pau Rios, and Ryan Sandus. And Courtney is female 1 in 6th overall. Rachel and Trekken. Okay, and we're going to take a quick break for a commercial and then come back and see what we've got new. Thank you for joining us.
Wilderness Volunteers is the official nonprofit partner of Cocodona. The mission of Wilderness Volunteers is to engage people in meaningful service that conserves and protects America's wildlands. Spend a week in the great outdoors on one of their 30-plus annual projects in wilderness areas across the country. Give back to the wild places you love by removing invasive plants, building and maintaining trails, rehabilitating wildlife habitats, and much more. Learn more at wildernessvolunteers.org.
They call you crazy.
got wise blood to come when somewhere. You got wise blood to come when somewhere. I'm an outlaw on the brink of self-implosion, alone in a crowd on the corner, going nowhere slow.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona Race Director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, Janchi. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I am Greg Berrigan, and I'm with Caleb Stevens, and we've got Hillary Yang in the field. We're going to go right to Hillary for Cocodona. You had someone out there.
Yeah. Gosh, you guys, so much has happened in the last few minutes. So right now, we have Jeff Garmeyer just leaving Crown King. So he spent probably a good 10 minutes in here, and he actually peeled off his sun shirt, which was soaking wet from the rainstorm, and threw on a puffy jacket for 5 or 6 minutes and was definitely trying to warm up. We also have Finn Melanson, who came in before Jeff and has not left yet. And when he came into the aid station, he told his crew to prepare for Arctic conditions. So he's definitely been feeling the cold. He's bracing for more cold. And he's been in a puffy jacket trying to warm up for the last like 15, 20 minutes now. So it's interesting to see the weather start to affect people. That said, I just peeled off my rain jacket and it's back to being sort of sunny outside. So we're seeing like variable conditions, like literally every 10 or 15 minutes. Also had a chat with Michael Versteeg's crew after he'd left, and it sounds like it's very humid out there, and that's also been a bit of a challenge for a lot of athletes that have trained for this drier race. they're dealing with some, sweat issues, electrolyte management, just all of that. And so I think really the bigger story is just the weather is all over. It's certainly not just like, predictably hot like we normally see, but the changes and stuff is causing a lot of just like pivoting and little issues. And, like if you're running 100 miles, like maybe it's not such a big deal, but when you're running 250 miles, all this stuff adds up. It matters. And so I think it's smart that these runners are taking the time to make sure that they are adequately prepared before they head back out. So it's, we've got another runner coming in. Oh, Mike McKnight also came in. So he is somewhere, it looks like he's up by the aid station with his wife right now. He's also done a shirt change. And then let's see if we can figure out who our next athlete is coming in. He's got his poles out.
What's
all
the
right,
number?
this is number 44. 44.
44 is Garrett Nelson.
All right. Nice work, Garrett. Yeah, Garrett looking great. He's got his wind shell on, it looks like, over top of his jacket, and he looks a little drier. I really think these storms are so isolated. They're like these little pockets. And so depending on where you are, you either got soaked like Finn did. Finn came in looking drenched. And then you have someone like Garrett that just came in and he honestly looks pretty dry. So I think that's sort of a just luck of the draw thing, but definitely is having an impact on how long people are having to stay at Crown King to warm up before they head back out right now.
Yeah, wow, it's nice to see the sun back out. And the last time we saw Garrett, he was hiding from the rain in the tent at Lane Mountain, having it look like a coffee or a cup of some warm liquid.
Well, I mean, that paid off because he's looking great right now.
Yeah.
All right, we have more
else
runners
is in.
coming in. All the excitement, you guys. Let's
you
see
get us
who
a
we got
number, we
coming
got
up
you
the
a
hill.
name.
All right, good teamwork. Oh, that's Max. We've got Max coming in.
Max? Okay. We had several questions from Max in the chat.
Yeah, so there we go. We got eyes on Max coming in with his crew. And then we got another runner. I do not have his bib number yet. We'll report back on that. But Mike McKnight also heading out right now.
Got your squirrel's nut butter?
Wow, there's a big plug for Squirrel's Nut Butter.
Yeah, shout out to Squirrel's Nut Butter. I mean, hey, humid conditions, you need that. We need all the anti-chafing help we can get. We got Jesse Haynes coming out. Yeah, Jesse.
15, just need to check it.
Nice work, buddy. Hi. Good to see you. Good to see you. Jesse looks great. Just did a little gear check. The biggest question the volunteers are asking is, got your rain jacket? And I think by this point, everybody takes that part seriously. So, yes.
Yeah.
So, lots of action happening right now. Jesse's out. He's been a while in here as well. Jesse was in here around the same time as Finn Melanson came in, and Finn is still here. So those guys, I think, got hit with a bit of more of the storm. Nice hat. It's great. And then we've got Max Joliffe over here with his crew doing a change. Looking pretty good, I'd say. Max looks pretty fresh, as far as just how people are looking and feeling as they're coming in. We're definitely starting to see some people looking a little bit more beat up by this day as we go. But looks like Finn is also sort of prepping to head back out. So, whether or not you're in and out in 5 minutes or it takes you 25 minutes, we've definitely got, lots going on. But, everyone's managing themselves. And that's the important thing, right? Like, it is early days.
Yeah, it looks like someone else coming in
another
there.
Athlete. Yeah, we got a very colorful shirt.
Okay, I said Lindsay Dwyer should be getting close.
Okay. Oh, interesting. So she's third female right now. That's great.
I won't go on the tracker yet.
Yeah. Okay, so 45 just came in.
45 is Cody Poskin in the flashy shirt.
All right, cool. So we've got Cody in. Still waiting for that other bib number of the runner on the ground there. But, I think I was chatting about the women's race earlier too. Just really exciting to see so many of our top women are so experienced and they're, right in the mix. Finn heading out, very popular fan favorite. Looking good. He's looking a lot warmer than he was looking when he came in. He came in looking cold. He was so wet. Just went right to his crew, had his shirt off, had a puffy jacket on, and was just sort of huddled there for a little bit. So he definitely needed that extra time. But yeah, we got a shoe change going on for Max Joliffe. So that's also interesting, you know, like early in the race, but people are really making sure that they're not running into foot problems. And coming from, you know, the world 200s, that's obviously the biggest thing that plays out for a lot of people is you get that grit in your socks, you get that grit right in between the layers of your shoe, and that can cause huge problems down the road. So I really do think, you know, Ryan took the time to change his shoes and socks, Max changing his now. I think those are the only two athletes so far that have done a shoe change, but I do think it's worth that time. Yeah, for sure.
Has anyone gone into the medical tent for anything, or everyone's looked good so far?
No, not yet. I was worried about Michael Versteeg having to go in there for a few minutes because he was sitting in the chair holding his head, but his crew did say it was mostly like humidity and I think feeling dehydrated from lack of electrolytes, which is interesting because for a lot of people, this is sort of the opposite of what they're expecting as far as the heat goes, but that humidity can be really sneaky, and if you aren't keeping up with your electrolytes, then you are sweating more because of it, especially coming from Arizona. Like, he's used to dry conditions, so you know it's a different ball game for him and maybe different challenges with that.
Yeah, wow. It's shaping up to be an interesting day, the way it keeps changing here. And, you know, just what's it going to be like when the main pack starts hitting Crown King? Because we've seen Milk Ranch and even Lane Mountain, and it's been a lot of rain in the last few shots that we've had. So hopefully people can get warm and stay warm and keep moving.
I think Lane Mountain has been hit pretty hard, and we're definitely seeing the effects of that. But like I said, it's like isolated pockets of moisture coming through, and not everybody is being hit equally.
Yeah, and just a quick note on the leaders. What the tracker's got now is Harry has nearly a 5-mile lead on Jack.
Wow. That is wild. So it looks like Max had his gear checked just right now and did not have his headlamp with him. So that was a good catch by the Aravaipa crew, just making sure he has that as he heads back out. Yeah, it's easy to miss things, especially when you're sort of distracted by the weather right now.
Yeah, it looks like Hillary Brody Chisholm is one of the next people who will be coming in. So that's a really exciting story to see.
Yeah, that's great. We still have one more athlete in here who I'm waiting for a bib number from, but he is on the ground with his crew doing like a full change, it looks like, another sock and shoe change.
Oh, wow.
So definitely, there's a little bit of carnage happening, I would say, as we get into this like front, not the very front pack, but the front chase pack, as we would call it. Yeah, definitely a little bit more of maybe people pushing themselves and sort of trying to manage that now. Yeah, where are our next women? Let's get an update on how the ladies are doing.
What we've got is, well, the tracker right now has Rachel ahead of Courtney. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that's what the tracker's got. And then Lindsay Dwyer, Lindsay Dwyer should be coming through somewhere near. If Max has just come through, she was a little bit behind that. And then a bit ahead of Georgia and Mika.
Okay.
So,
and Sarah also in the mix there somewhere?
Sarah was, according to what we've got now, Sarah's dropped a little bit back. I mean, a little bit being a quarter mile, but they seem like they're all within sight distance of each other.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool to see them all aware of where the other person is. And that should make for some interesting aid station transitions too. Because again, that does play into the strategy a little bit, you know, how much you want to show your cards.
Yeah, and have you seen any of their crews up there yet?
I have not seen any of the other crews except for Rachel's, and they've taken off now. So no, I'm expecting they'll start to set up pretty fast for Lindsay. So we'll keep an eye out for them and hopefully grab some thoughts from them once she comes through. It's really exciting to see Lindsay sort of jumping up to this distance too, because this is a first for her. You know, we got some pros in the field as far as the 200-mile distance, but then we've also just got some good athletes. And so, you know, whether that fitness can play out and they'll be able to make all the right choices is sort of the question mark. But cool to see her in the mix for sure.
Yeah, and Lindsay's training over the last couple months has just been bonkers. It's been really, really cool to see her. She's been at 160 plus miles a week, several weeks, 22,000 plus feet of climbing. I mean, she is ready to rock this week.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's cool to see. It's cool to see, athletes sort of testing out where that sweet spot is with the volume leading up to these races, and there's always that like balance of getting it right. And the temptation, I'm sure, is to like overtrain almost. But if you can hold that to a lot of fitness that you have to play with down the road.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wow. Looks like, a little
exciting.
Air Viper Racing. Maya Detmer is around mile 29 right now. So maybe in the next hour and a half, she'll be coming through. Shelby Farrell's in about the same place.
It'll stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You got it.
It's like a sleeping bag that Cody is shoving down his pack right now. How are you feeling, Cody?
Good. Enough. I can move my fingers now. About 2 hours ago, I couldn't move my fingers.
Did it get cold up there?
Yeah, there was ice and snow everywhere.
Wow, snow up on top. That's crazy.
Sleet, and it was sleeting, and then it froze and muddy. It was great. It was great.
Perfect. Well, in Cody's words, it was snowing and it was freezing, and
And we lost Hillary again. But yeah, that's ultra running. It was snowing and muddy, and it was great. And I'm freezing, and now I've got a Coke, and I'm happy. That looks like Michael Versteeg. Well, he's rallied from whatever and doing pretty good pace up the hill.
Yeah, he looks so steady there. Lindsay's tracker just updated. It looks like she's within 1.5 miles now of Crown King. So we should see her coming in there probably in the next 20 minutes or so, 20, 25 minutes.
And yeah, if this tracker's showing that Rachel has almost a mile lead on Courtney at the moment. So hopefully we can get some drones or something to verify that. That would be a huge change. And that is a big difference too. And Harry is pushing closer, mile 47.4 off of the tracker. Lots of movement starting to happen. Well, and we'll see how people rally from that cold. Who got hit by the rain and cold and who is just far enough ahead of it to skirt it entirely.
Yeah, and we've got, Michael Versteeg here, a shot of him. Obviously, one of the prominent figures in The Chase, the film that documented last year's Cocodona 250. Was interesting to watch him. He was the inaugural winner of this race. Just a Arizona boy through and through, has lived in all the towns that this course winds through. And one of the interesting things that he shared, in some pre-race interviews was that he just doesn't feel like he's run that well or up to his potential in previous races. He feels like this is the year that he can put it all together. So it's going to be fun to watch him as he tackles this course. Obviously, we got that update from Hillary earlier that he was, appeared to be battling something. Not sure what that was, but he's looking okay here as he makes his way up this hill, and he continues to kind of push along here.
Okay, and it looks like Courtney's tracker just came back because Live Tracker's got her still in number 2 right now.
Yeah, and that's one of the things for the folks out here is you guys are following the trackers. Don't get too excited if you see a giant jump on somebody. Sometimes those trackers can lag in their updates. So just kind of be patient, keep hammering that refresh button, and eventually it'll likely shake out.
Yeah, and we're seeing the same thing with talking with Hillary coming in and out. This storm is definitely affecting things. Well, Versteeg stopped for a minute, but back on out there now, and we're back at Lane Mountain. Who's coming through Lane Mountain? If we got, I just missed that bib number, but we can grab it. 106. That would be Brianna Cornell. .38. That is Kaylee Demergen. Hopefully I said that properly. Nice Ultraspire shirt. Ultraspire is one of the big sponsors. Thank you to them. Okay. Let's see a number. Live stream, if you can hear us, if we can see numbers, that would be great. And it looks like it has stopped raining at Lane Mountain right now. It still does not look warm. You see the volunteers bundled up in everything. And yeah, it's got kind of some smiles. It doesn't look like the most ideal conditions out there, but at least I see some laughter, which is promising, and lots of eating. 250-mile eating contest, if you will. That might be Andrew Glaze in the background. See if that can, when the camera goes back there. All right, well, they're off. They're not off. Yeah, there he is. Not Glaze. 150 something. 154.
I believe is that Kevin Goldberg.
150. Kevin Goldberg.
Yeah, Kevin Goldberg.
Nice.
Yeah, Kevin did a great job. Obviously, the Distance to Empty podcast did a partnership here with Aravaipa, covering kind of all the front runners and really some of the big notable names leading up to the race. Just loaded with great content. If you're thinking about running a 200 miler, can't recommend their coverage enough. Their podcast is incredible. Again, Distance to Empty. And if you're curious or thinking about running Cocodona next year, go back through some of those old interviews and hear what some of these participants had to say. It's chock filled with great advice, great thought, great perspective from these athletes as they were getting ready to take this race on. So Kevin does a great job. It's good to see him out there, always battling this course, has a great history with it. So it's fun to see him here on the live stream.
Yeah. And again, just a thank you to everyone out there watching us. 6,400 people right now decided to spend part of their day with us. And also thank you. Thank you to Tailwind, Mountain Outpost.
Yeah, it's amazing that 6,400 people took off work today to watch the live stream.
Yeah, we got people using Cocodona training plans on some of these runners that we've got. I mean, basing their whole plan off of it. If anyone needs some, I just tried the Knack. That's what's in my bottle right now. It's pretty good. You should try it.
Yeah.
Got a bag here. Got some bars here. I know the John G shirt, pretty sweet. And the Cameron Haynes shoe. Check it out. Keep hammering. We should be seeing him pretty soon at Crown King. He was pretty close to us on the tracker.
Yeah, a lot of folks tuning in to watch Cam. Cam inspires so many people. It's really neat to have him out on the course today.
There is, just trying to take a quick look here. Cameron Haynes, the last update. And again, the tracker is, there may be some delays. Mile 32.3, so that would put him about 4 miles from Crown King. So,
probably an hour or so.
An hour or so, because there's the downhill. And we're back. We got Hillary back now. Hillary, can you hear us?
Can hear you guys. All right.
Awesome.
We're just trying to figure out. We have our third female coming in. It looks like that's Lindsay. Right here. Wow. Great timing. She's looking strong. Looks like she's got music in one ear and just cruised right on up the hill. I feel like it's sort of a marker of how you're feeling because there's this little tiny hill just to come in the aid station and the people that sort of walk it in versus the people that are jogging it in. But Lindsay just came cruising up that little grade into the aid station. So she looks great, honestly. And things here have been cool. I just chatted with Max Joliffe's partner, Mackenzie, and they just rolled out right now. But yeah, he got all sorts of weather out there and was definitely dealing with a little bit of the temperature changes. She said he's swearing by eucalyptus oil on his bandana for a little spa experience, which is very SoCal of him. So I don't know. Apparently it's working. He got it from Harry or Harry's partner. So maybe the two of them are onto something with this whole eucalyptus train. Who knows? It's the first I've heard of it. But if they're extra zen, maybe that's why. At any rate, she said he was doing really good and in really good spirits and just sort of everything together. Lindsay is in the aid station now, getting crewed. So I'll give you guys a little update on her as I see her sort of coming out. But yeah, it's really awesome to see our third place female in. Very exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, we can give you a quick weather update. It is hailing in Prescott right now. So that might have some impact on the leaders for who chose to take things or not take things, and is 41 miles from their crew. Okay, and we're back. Who've we got climbing? Can't quite see the bib number. I see a really nice Jeep on the road out there.
Yeah, we might need to get some eucalyptus leaves in here to put on our forehead just like that. That
Well, it is
sounds
a bunch of dudes in here
relaxing
right
and
now.
yeah. It's a strategy that I hadn't heard of before, but one that maybe will be implemented in future races for me.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of research. You know, essential oils do fantastic things for people. So if you can take the advantage, do it. I know there was it the single track podcast? I was talking about smelling salts and who was going to try smelling salts or Zin or any other things. So, you know, do what you can.
Yeah, Hillary is absolutely killing it. A lot of love in the chat for her. Doing a great job bringing us all the coverage from Crown King, all the inside scoop on what the crews are facing, what the athletes are facing. It's great. It's great to have that coverage. She is absolutely crushing it. We also have Kevin Goldberg in the chat. Kevin's out on the course. We just saw him on the screen doing a great job navigating the course.
Yeah, and we got an update on the pace. Harry is an hour and a half ahead of his pace from last year. So this is mind-boggling. We'll see. Can he sustain it? That is a huge... And he's been making up time as he's gone because the last update was about an hour. So, yowza. And weather update here in Flag. I can see the sunshine. There's a little bit of sun out there in the grass. So hopefully this continues and this storm blows through and we get some great weather for people.
Yeah, 6 minutes ago, Harry was at mile 48.
And that's at 8 hours of a 250.
Yeah.
Wow.
Courtney's tracker recently pinged as well. She's at almost mile 44 3 minutes ago. She is holding firm in second. But still, he's opened up about a 4 mile lead.
Yeah, I've got a question about Airvipe After Dark. I thought I heard that it might be Tara Dower tonight on Airvipe After Dark. That'll be very exciting with Mr. Warden.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch Tara take on this course at some point with her skill set and how talented she is. Hopefully that's something we'll all be able to watch here in the future.
Yeah, I'm betting on her.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who else is in the field. I will bet on Tara. Yeah, it'll be great to have some of her insights too for the live stream later on and later on in the week. And if you're just joining us, thank you very much for being part of the day today. I'm Greg Verrigan. I'm here with Caleb Stevens. If you'd like to follow us, Caleb, what's your Instagram?
Caleb's_adventures. That's Caleb with a K. I try to not take things too seriously on there. You know, I like to just have some fun. You know, experiences like this that can be quite miserable. My favorite thing is to just kind of make fun of the experience as much as possible to help me get through it.
Groovy.
So yeah, that's kind of my shtick.
Awesome. And yes, there are lots of questions. The race tracker, there are a lot of people trying to get race updates right now. So it's working slowly and it will come back. But yeah, and this is bonkers. Even if you get up on the live tracking of the leaders, seeing the map and now the distance between the little icons going into the forest. And if you didn't hear that we had a report that it's hailing in Prescott, so that could have some effects on the leaders as we get in there, because after leaving Crown King, it's 32 miles till your next drop bag, 41 miles till you see your crew. So that is a big stretch to go through. We're at just after 1 Arizona time, which is Pacific time at this time of year. Can be a little confusing. So, say another 5 to 8, 9 hours for that. There's a lot of chance to get cold and wet, a lot of chance to stay warm and dry. But the weather, really the big story, and the blistering pace everybody's setting.
That's for sure. And with these colder temps that we've got this year, some of those aid station fires are going to feel even a little more appealing. So it's going to be important that runners understand, yep, I got to get warmed up, but I also need to keep moving. You don't want to spend too much time sitting around that fire, because you got to leave it and you're going to get real cold real quick. So it's important to warm yourself up, but don't get too comfortable. Get in and out and keep moving forward.
Yeah, and those sleep stations are going to be really inviting when people get to them later on today. Wow, and to answer a question in the chat, there's 125 hours to complete this race. So it started at 5 this morning, and that will go until 10 a.m. on Saturday. And you can see it looks like it stopped raining on the climb out of Crown King aid station. I know we could see lots of heavy drops earlier just after we were watching Courtney go up, but that seems to have dissipated, so that'll be good for anybody in behind.
I just had a question over how many people are racing right now. Over 300 lined up at this starting line, and then we have several other races that will kick off throughout the week. And yes, it is 250 miles, not 250 kilometers.
Yeah, because what else have we got for this? There is Cocodona. There is the Mingus Traverse 82. There is the let's just click the register. Oh, too late to register.
Yeah,
the Sedona Canyon starts on Wednesday, so that's the 125. So we start from Jerome, so you get to start off and run down a really, really steep hill. Mingus Traverse will be actually tomorrow, 6th to 8th. So that's the 82. And then the Flagstaff Crest, which is on the 9th, which would be Friday to Saturday. So there will be a lot of things going on, and there'll be a lot of different things to follow as we get later in the week on this, with the leaders from the winners of the 120 or 250 will finish, and then we'll have multiple overlapping things. So lots to keep track of.
Yeah, and one of the neat things about the way that this race is structured with multiple races throughout the week, for me last year, taking on the course, you get to a point when you start getting really exhausted, it helps to have other people around. And so as these other races really start to inject life into a field that's quite exhausted after 3 or 4 days, it helps having fresh faces around. It helps having people running around you, especially if you've been out kind of by yourself. As the field really starts to stretch over the course of a day or two, having that new blood in really, really helps. It lifts your spirits. One caveat to that, initially, when you start seeing people fly past you, you're like, where did they get their legs? And you forget that they're actually not running the 250. So it's a little bit of a shot to the heart initially, and then you realize, okay, they're running a different race. That's okay. And a lot of them, when they see that you're one of the 250 runners, they go out of their way to help lift you up, which was really kind of a joy for me as I was taking on the course last year.
Yeah, it really helps. And even in some of the other races I've done too, like doing Javelina, I'm like, where did this come from? Oh, that was great. And then David Roach just blew by me.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, yeah. Cool. But to give you all some quick course stats. So the Cocodona 250 is 256.5 miles. You have 125 hours to complete it, which makes it sound a little less intimidating when you consider that. The surface, it's 45% single track, 9% pavement, and 46% double track. So what you're seeing right now in the Tower Mountain Cam is the climb out of Crown King aid station, and that is some of the double track. Highest point on the course is at 9241, and the minimum is at just under 2,000 feet. So you got quite the variety of stuff, because you're going to gain almost 41,000 feet, and you're going to lose almost 36,000 feet. So it is a definite world adventure, but you get really similar challenges with all of the courses. The 125, you got a 75-hour cutoff. It's almost 15,000 foot gain and 12,000 foot loss. The Mingus Traverse, 79.4 miles with a 44-hour, 45-minute cutoff, and that's with 10,000 gain and 11,000 loss. And then, we're back. We've got Crown King. We got Hillary.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
How are we doing?
We're great. How are you doing? You look dry.
I am dry, but it's weird. It's like this misty sprinkle, and my hands are definitely cold. But yeah, we're definitely seeing a little bit of a break in this weather right now, which is cool to see. Lindsay is still here. She is hanging out on the other side of the aid station with her crew, and waiting to sort of chat with them as she leaves, but she's not rushing out of here, which is interesting. And who else have we got that's come in? Brody came in. So that's kind of cool. So he is now over by the saloon, hanging out, looking good. Came in looking really spry, got some cheers from the crowd. But I think in general, we're getting a little bit of a break in the weather right now, which is helping everybody out. But people are starting to take a little bit more time in the aid station as they come in.
All right. Keep rocking to the right. We can get it. We're gonna try.
We got 58 here. Who's 58?
58.
That's Ryan.
Is Ryan Coons.
Ryan Coons. All right. So he's looking pretty chipper as he heads out right now. Definitely hearing a few people have been sort of thrown a wrench with the aid station drop bags not all being up here. So that's been a bit of a challenge for a couple crews now. But, for the most part, I think everyone's prepared. I think the biggest thing is people just don't want to go out of here without all the warm weather gear. So if volunteers are really taking their time to make sure that people have that, one way or another, you got to have that gear going out of here. And just hearing that it was snowing on Lane and seeing some of the photos of the photographers that are out there, there's large puddles and it's muddy, and people definitely look like they're sort of in it. And I think especially as we get into the mid-pack and people are taking a little longer to move through the terrain, they're not warming up as much. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge to keep those body temperatures going.
For sure.
So yeah,
an update to pass on to you is it was hailing in Prescott about 20 minutes ago. Was a report that we got. So
there's a first for everything, right?
that might have an effect, because after Crown King, it's 32 miles till your next drop bags and 41 until you see crew again. So that is a long, lonely stretch.
That is a significant chunk of time. And they're running pacerless for this first day until they get to Whiskey Row. So that's also part of it. And I'm not really seeing anyone sort of running together. Really seems like, especially at the front, people are very competitive. There's not a lot of teaming up to tackle this. So you really are just out there in your own head. I saw Lindsay had maybe Shockwaves or something, one of those Jawbone headphones in one ear. So a lot of people sort of that zone. I think, Max Joliffe's crew, I don't know if you heard me sort of talking about how he's feeling, but I think for a lot of people, it's just sort of you want to get into the flow, you want to not be in your head, but also it's hard not to be in your head when you are out there just undistracted and you are dealing with a little bit more weather than expected. And I think Michael Versique's crew was saying that too, just it's early days, but it's also hard not to feel a little bit of that pressure when someone like Harry is going out so fast and they're really pushing the field and they're throwing down the gauntlet. Harry came through here, now it was a couple hours ago, really just hey guys, what's up, And I think it's definitely a challenge to the rest of the crew and the teams out here, and how they respond to that is sort of the move right now. But there's a bit more pressure on everybody, and I think a little bit more questioning. Am I making the right choices? Am I where I need to be? And it can be really hard, I think, with a race like this, because you know it's early days, but you still get swept up in it. You don't want to let these leaders go. You want to know that they're within range to pull them back in. You know, when we're talking 250 miles, it is a game of hours. It's wild how much time you can make up or lose depending on how you're feeling, especially later in the race. Like, I mean, from all the races I've been at, I've seen people go from just like feeling great to barely able to walk and having to nap every 20 minutes. And they could be 10 miles from the finish. It doesn't really matter when that hits you. So there is always that variable. But, you know, yeah, Harry is certainly putting it out there that he's not afraid to be the person in front being chased, which is also tough, right? Like to know that everyone's behind you and you're just sort of going and you're hoping that your pace is good enough and you're hoping that no one's going to catch you. All right, we got Lindsay coming back through. It looks like she's changed her top.
Right here, this way.
Okay, so is that a purple? We're making notes here so we can see from the drones.
So Lindsay's now in purple with a pink neon vest on, and it looks like it's one of those like fleecy layer purple tops. Like it's got some weight to it. It's not just a sun shirt. So people are definitely kind of layering up a little bit more than you would think they would. Got another runner that just came in. We'll look for a bib. It's sort of interesting. Like he's still got the sun hat on with the, you know, like true desert vibes. And then we're sort of seeing people transition out of that and be like, okay, where are my gloves? Where's my like warmer jacket? So a little bit of weather confusion. Okay, that was 27 that just came by me. And, you know,
that is Michael Pewitt.
Michael Pewitt. Okay. And we got a runner also coming in up the hill. Again, the measure of how they're feeling is whether they're running up the hill or whether they're walking as they come into the aid station. That's my new metric.
Yeah.
Oh, is that our volunteer again?
Got another quick stat here. Courtney is pretty much 2 hours ahead of last year's women's splits. And Rachel is an hour and a half ahead of the lead women's splits and a full 2 hours ahead of her own splits from last year. So they're boogieing.
That's pretty cool. I mean, and just looking at like both Harry and Rachel, that's freaking fantastic to see them both up there, like pushing the pace. For Rachel to be so far ahead of course record pace this year is really, really exciting, you know, and she's not afraid to push herself. They know this course, they know this terrain. It's Courtney's first year on Cocodona trails, right? Like it's sort of going to be interesting to see how it all plays and whether that experience on this terrain will make a difference, a real tangible difference in the long run. But it does seem like everybody is sort of like stepping up and they're willing to take that risk. Hi, good to see you. Looking for a bib number, but we just had a couple. Okay, we just had our fourth place female in. So Sarah came in fourth place.
Yeah, it's good up here, man.
Speaking of experience on this trail, right? I mean, that's exactly what I was just saying. We do have a number of athletes that know this terrain, that know this course, and Sarah being one of the probably veterans of the race this year. I don't know exactly who else would have more experience, but she certainly knows the course really well. Came in with her rain jacket on. It looks like she's sort of doing some layer changes already. Keep an eye on the time for how long she's in the aid station, because I kind of get the sense that she's going to make a quicker transition than Lindsay did. But really cool to see her in, pretty close to Lindsay leaving, really.
Yeah, and how Sarah had a smile on her face. She was doing okay.
Yeah, Sarah looked great. Honestly, she's looking pretty good. She's not even sitting down. She's sort of just standing up and talking to her crew, and she looks pretty like she's running her own race right now. She doesn't seem like she's in a huge hurry, but yeah, very comfortable. Again, this weather, it's sort of like started drizzling on me again, but it's very sort of, yeah, you can never quite predict what's happening with it right now. All I know is that my hand is freezing. And so I know that a couple runners have come in complaining like they were having trouble with their poles and even getting their gloves on. That guy we were chatting with a few minutes ago was having trouble, like, you know, making a fist. And that can be difficult when you're out here on stretches. Like, I mean, they're heading out for another 40 miles without their crew. They have to be very self-sufficient through this section. And it can be more challenging to get your nutrition, to get stuff out of your pack, to sort of fumble, you know? And I feel like that's definitely something I hope runners are aware of right now, is just you got to stay on top of that nutrition. Speaking from my own experience, when I get cold, I sort of shut down and like lose the motivation to do all the things I should be doing, especially when you're on these climbs and you're just sort of in survival mode. So, you know, I think that will sort of play out, you know, and we'll see who's able to just stay warm, keep the body temperature warm, and keep eating, really, even when they're a little chilly. Yeah,
Hillary, when
perfect conditions for
Brody,
people that live in Colorado.
when Brody came through, was it just him, or was he joined by anybody else from his family? Obviously, his mom's running, his brother's also running.
It looked
Brody
like, I
Chisholm?
don't know his family very well, but it looked like there was another like younger kid running in with him to the aid station, and he's still here, I believe, right, David? Brody hasn't left yet. So yeah, he's still kind of gearing up and heading out. And, you know, like, again, like your body fat and like there's a lot of factors that come into play when it's cold outside. And so I do think he's taking his time sort of warming up and before he heads back out.
Sure.
So, yeah, it looks like the Elliott's at roughly mile 32 and Jenny's at almost 31. So they have separated a bit, but they're all doing really well.
What a cool family. It's awesome.
Yeah. And,
no.
On the women's side, it looks like Georgia is within about a mile right now of Crown King, and Mika is right behind.
Sweet.
So you should be seeing them pretty soon.
So that's 4, 5, 6 that are all very close together. I mean, and even Lindsay. So 3, 4, 5, 6, all very competitively spaced. And especially in a race this long, like 10, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, it's all really like a moot point at this stage in the game, you know? So that's cool to see. And again, Mika's no stranger to these distances. Georgia, I believe it's her first time their first time jumping up, but from what I've heard, they're, you know, in great shape and very ready for the competition. So I think all these ladies at the front of the field know what they're getting into. They know that it's a very exciting women's race. All right, there goes Brody.
Okay, perfect. Head layer, perfect. Mid layer, emergency blanket. All right, you're good to go. Have a great one.
All right, so there he goes. Still in his shorts and his sun sleeves. So I guess in answer to my question before, he's not feeling the cold. Maybe it's that young blood.
Yeah, Brody, of course, is 18 years old.
Wow. Oh.
All right, so it looks like we lost Hillary. I was just looking here at Harry. He has officially crossed the 50-mile marker, and he's averaging over 6 miles per hour, which is insane. He's already accumulated 11,000 feet of vert. That first, 50 miles is some of the most technical sections that we have on the course, and he is just crushing it.
Yeah. And just to see, not just to see the splits, but to see him moving as well.
Yeah.
Like moving very well.
Yeah, he's about 2 miles out from his next aid station, right around there.
Mika and Georgia. All right, so we have Mika and Georgia both came in.
Okay.
So
Who looks better?
They both look pretty good. I'm just trying to get eyes on Mika right now. Okay, she's up right on the steps here, but Georgia just cruised by looking like she was heading for her crew. She's also got her shirt coming off. It looks like she's going to throw on a warmer layer. Her crew's got like a puffy blanket around her. Definitely just a lot of weather management right now. Looks like Mika might be having a moment. She didn't look so happy as she just walked past me right now. Looked a little upset about something. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll kind of see what's happening there, but it's interesting. I think again at this stage of the race, it's really hard sometimes when you maybe have an idea of where you want to be, and playing the long game can be really hard. And I think a lot of times in these races, you really want to be up there the whole time, and it can be hard to sort of believe that you can reel people in. And so maybe as we start to see a few more of these sort of like just off the podium spots coming through, especially in the women's race right now, there's a little bit of sort of, am I where I wanted to be? Can I keep my headspace locked in? How much do I believe in myself that I can sort of just hold my ground and that the race will come to me? You know, it's a really tough balance. Here, these fields get more competitive, and it's like any ultra you go to now, like there's no guarantee you can reel someone back in once they've gone. So, you know, it's a constant fine line. But Georgia looked really good and definitely seemed like they're sort of dialed and not really stopping to, you know, talk about feelings as much as just getting gear changed and kind of getting ready to head back out. Sarah is also still in here doing her gear change. So also interesting for the women to get eyes on each other and for them all to be in here at the same time. Like, you know, we got, what are we at? 3, 4, 5 right now? No, 4, 5, 6 in here right now because Lindsay's just left. So yeah, we've got 4, 5, 6 all in the aid station at the same time. You know, you get a little bit of a gauge. It's sort of like an out and back. You get a little bit of feedback on how your competitors are doing. You get that little tell. You know, I think sometimes crews want to play things close to the vest or maybe not reveal how their runner's feeling. But when everybody's in the aid station trying to sort of, you know, get in and out as fast as possible, you do get that little bit of beta. So I think, you know, there's probably some of that being exchanged right now on the crew side. Looks like Sarah and Georgia just waved at each other and said hi. So yeah, very aware of where they are in the field, but also both of them seem quite comfortable just sort of taking their time and getting everything ready. I'd say it looks like Sarah is probably getting geared back up to leave in the next couple minutes. She was first in, so wouldn't surprise me if she's sort of first back out for this little crew of women.
Wow, yeah, and that's not quite 10 minutes that Sarah's been there, so pretty decent time.
Yeah, that's about what they've been doing. I think these leaders, like most of them have been around 10 minutes, unless there's sort of an issue. I know Finn was longer. A couple of people have been longer, just I think depending on how cold they were coming into the aid station. But yeah, in general, I'd say that's been about the turnover. Definitely, you know, a little slower than the front of the pack, like when Courtney came through, when Harry came through, especially that very front, like 3, 4 people were in and out in a couple minutes, like 3 minutes. So, you know, we are seeing a little bit more of what you'd expect from a 200 miler, where it is people sort of like, okay, I need to take the time to reset. Like I have 40 more miles before I see my crew again. It's a long time. And you're really getting late enough in the day now where it's just going to get a little colder. And so if you're already sort of dealing with that. All right, we have Allison coming in. I believe that's Allison Powell. Wow. Yeah. So, I mean, speaking of the women's race,
made up a lot.
Yeah, she's really doing well, and she looks great. All smiles.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just
That
looking
was
at
Jake.
the weather.
I was just leaving.
Good.
Just Jake, number 30, just took off from the aid station for anyone.
Okay. Jake Jackson.
Nice work, Allison. She looks great, right?
Yeah,
all
she looks
smiles.
really good.
Yeah.
Smiles and big hellos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just pulled up the weather tracker, and north of Towers Mountain is a giant blob of precipitation clear to Prescott. So that could get interesting if there's reports of snow and stuff between there and Lane, or you and Lane to the south. It could get hairy up there.
Literally, Harry. Sorry.
Yeah, pun intended.
It's too early. It's too early. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, no, I could see the weather getting a lot worse before it gets better. And I think Finn was spot on with his Arctic comments. I think anyone who's leaving here without taking that seriously could end up in a little bit of trouble over the next little while. Like, we're talking quite a long distance until they see their crew again. And just with that weather rolling in, like even overhead, it honestly could go either way at any time right now. All right, who else is coming in here? Adam. Got Adam coming in. But yeah, it's really, I think that's honestly, we talk about day one shakeups. Adam Williams, there we go. You know, day
Adam
one
Williams,
shakeups.
That's our 8 200s in this year. He's going for 8 of them.
Wow.
163. Yeah, he told us that. He chatted with us from Milk Ranch.
He's crushing it. Like, he's off to a good start. That's awesome. But yeah, no, if we look at like, you know, day one sort of explosions, which you see at most of these races, there is always the jockeying for position and like people going out too hard. But often the heat is such a big factor. And so I think because no one prepared for this other extreme, I think it's sort of like ruining some people's plans, and it'll be interesting to see which crews are prepared and like ready to pivot. But it feels colder up here than I would have expected it to feel in the middle of the day already. And to know that they're just going up from here and it's just going to get colder. Like you said, there's that big storm system sitting up there. Like, that's no joke. Like, honestly, I think that's really going to be, I think by the time we get to Whiskey Row, which I'll be later this evening for some more updates with you guys, but I think we're going to see a ton of movement. And I just think like there's going to be some shakeups with where people come in. And then I think people are going to be in that aid station for a while if they did not manage the temperatures very well. So this next section is going to be very telling.
Yeah, good luck to everyone who's already started and all those who are still to get to Crown King. It could be a
Enjoy
long
that hairy
night.
weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. How's the rest of the pack doing? I'm out here talking away, but I feel like, what's going on,
The rest
guys?
of the pack. We're starting to, it hasn't quite hit you, but what we were seeing on the cams at Milk Ranch was like where it would be a trickle of people, it was starting to be 3 and 4s, groups of 7. And even going back to when Jamil was up on Soap Ridge at mile 17, it was trickle, a few. So I would think in the next, say, 3 or 4 hours, it's going to be very consistent going through there, and a lot of people very happy to see their crew.
For sure. I mean, at this point now, how many hours are we into the race, right? Like, it's been a while since they've had any sort of crew
8
access.
and a half, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
That's a
people
long
really
time
excited to
go
see.
without crew.
Sorry, Hillary. A lot of people really excited to see some barbecue and some good food that they've got up there at Crown King, and a nice place to sit and relax after 8.5 to upwards of 10 hours, 11 hours as they start rolling in.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up here. I think, we're starting to see more of the crews roll in and get set up for their runners. Like you said, they've been out here for a while without seeing them. I think the crews are just as antsy as the runners are, like you just want that point of contact to know that everything's good, especially coming up that climb in the rain. But Allison just rolled past me a second ago out of the aid station, and it looks like she's sort of with her crew, but gearing up to go again. Honestly, like of this pack of women, I think she looks maybe the best, I'm going to say. Like, Sarah's looking pretty good, but good to see you.
I'm going to Camp Kippa.
Oh,
thank you.
Enjoy. Yeah, you got it.
Nice work.
It's going to Camp Kippa. He's got it. But yeah, I'd say of the women that are in the aid station right now, Allison's looking the strongest and just sort of, really happy. So,
Very happy.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Making some moves already.
Yeah, well, quick note for you. Cameron Haynes and Kevin Goldberg are the next two that show up on the tracker about a mile out, so should be seeing them pretty soon.
Should I tell Kevin to stop commenting in the group chat and run faster?
Totally.
I'll make sure to give him that feedback. And also, he does a great podcast. I was listening to it on the way over here, too, with all of his Cocodona predictions. So, great guy.
He's
cool
probably
to
going
see
to drop the update if he's in the live chat. All right, and we're back in the studio in Flag.
Yeah, and it looks like Harry is getting ready to come into that next aid station. He should be in there probably in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, and what's that, like almost a 5-mile lead on Jack as of the last tracker update, so there could be some variability with that, but that's good. What we got right now is Jack Scott's in second, Dan Green's in third, Ryan Sandus in fourth, and Courtney DeWalter is in fifth, but could be Ryan and Courtney are running together. And then there's a couple mile gap before Pow, who'd be the fifth male, and then Rachel Entrecken, female 2, is still trucking along up there. So
yeah, I just hit refresh on this, and it looks like Courtney is still in second. She's about a mile ahead of Jack. She's at almost 48 miles here.
Yeah, and that weather is going to play a role.
Yeah, and we've got Harry about a mile out.
Wow. Absolutely flying. And, there's probably people that are still about to get to Milk Ranch at mile 17. Can we get, scrolling down the tracker here. Oh, hey, Andre Lee, local awesome guy. He's still out there. Elizabeth Russ, Kyung Lee, volunteered with her a bunch. Yeah, there's lots of names in the low 20s to mid 20s. I mean, there's probably 100 people that are on their way to mile 30. So there's still lots of time. We're 125 miles or 105 hours for this 250 miles. So, we've mostly been on the leaders right now with what's happening, but there are still a lot of people out there doing a lot of things. So it's really going to be, it's the adventure the whole time, but there's just as many people with just as many stories to tell who are out there.
Yeah, and Hillary talked a lot about the weather and what that's like for the runners. That's also really difficult on the crew as they're trying to get, totes of gear out and all sorts, and, have a full spread ready for their athlete as they, get to their van or their pickup truck or whatever they're using. So the climate does take a toll on the teams that are out there. And so that's going to be something to watch too. A lot of the front pack, they've got almost professional crews. They've got folks that have been around a lot of races, potentially other teammates that they run with and things like that. But it's more that middle and the back of the pack where you may have, your parents out there or your friends that maybe have never participated in a race like this. And they're going to have to navigate some of this intense weather, the cold, all of it. So if you're out there listening, if you're part of a crew, just like running, you got to take it, 1 hour at a time. Just continue to stay focused. Make sure you're fueling and taking care of yourself. Get a nap when you can. You got to stay fresh, right? So that's our key to you guys. Don't let the cold weather get you down.
Well, yeah, and on that note too, in relation to Black Canyon 2 years ago when it rained and there was the water crossing getting into Deep Canyon for vehicles and there was trouble doing that. It is Arizona, but some of these roads get quite challenging when it does rain. So maybe not today, but if that rain spreads across, we might see it out at, what have we got out that way? Munds Park to Kelly Canyon. Well, no, there's no crew at Kelly Canyon, but some of that access, Walnut Canyon, is a long dirt road. So if you are out there driving, please be careful and know your capabilities.
Yeah.
That can be very helpful.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind here too, and the interesting dynamic of the race is going to be, the sleep schedules and things like that. We've talked a little bit about it, but even just naps. If you see that there's a mile or a 2 mile gap between folks, nobody's taken a nap yet. And you can easily erase a gap like that if somebody takes more of an extended nap than what you're doing, right? If you're a little more dialed in on your schedule. So that's where the race is really going to start to heat up, is it's going to be who's going to push through and say, I'm going to push my sleep until maybe I get to the Mingus area, right? Somewhere in that space, versus who's going to take a nap a little bit earlier, and what does that look like? The nighttime is going to be really interesting. Chris is going to be on, with Tara later tonight to be able to do Aravaipa or Cocodona After Dark. It's going to be awesome to watch the racing unfold. Chris on the call, obviously, with Tara, who's such just an incredible elite athlete. It's going to be fun watching her break down the sleep schedules. Obviously, FKT holder for the Appalachian Trail, and it's going to be really great to get her perspective on all of this.
Yeah, so if you've just tuned in, we are at 8.5 hours, coming up on 9 hours into the race today. We've got multiple people at sub-course record pace at the moment. We'll see how that plans out. We've got a developing weather storm in Prescott, and we're starting to hit a time where, people are thinking about sleep, like Caleb just said. We are here with Cocodona. I am Greg Verrigan.
Caleb Stevens.
And we'd like to send a big thank you to Cocodona. Cameron Haynes should be that. As I say that, there is someone running into Crown King. It might be Cameron Haynes. We've got his shoes here. Speedland's a big sponsor. Thank you, John G. Knack.
I do not see Cameron yet.
Can
you guys hear me? But there are now 3 more ladies in the aid station here. And the biggest challenge right now is that none of the drop bags made it to king for anybody yet. And so nobody has and people that don't have crews don't have any of their warm weather stuff. And it sounds like it was an issue with the highway closures and the vehicle not being able to get up here. So they're expecting about another 30 minutes, but some people are calling in and they're crowdsourcing gear right now, but it's definitely adding a little bit of a mental challenge, I think, as people sort of pivot from their plan and have to sort of make do with what's here. So we've had a little bit of sort of commotion with that. But yeah, like it'll be interesting to see if that has an impact. I think so far we've been able to sort of cobble together stuff for people, and hopefully those drop bags will be here soon. But yes, no Cam Hanes yet. It is cool to see Cam Hanes running another 200 miler. It's been a minute since he's been out on one of these races, right? And you know, fun to see him tackling the distance again for the Cam fans.
Yeah.
Also got fun. Oh, go ahead.
Which women came through while we were on other stuff?
So 106 is in here, and I believe I saw 38.
Brianna Cornell
as well.
Was 106, and Kaylee
Okay,
DeMergian.
and then
they were together at
so
Lane
that's-
Mountain. We saw them.
They were, yeah, and so they're still together. There's one other woman just right behind me here. I'll get her bib number in a second. Mika Thews is still in the aid station, wrapped up in a sleeping bag. But Allison Powell looked really good. I chatted with her actually for a few minutes before I believe she's headed out now. But she looked awesome. She has trout tattoos all over her. So I was asking her about those, and it's the Trout Run Club that she's got in Bozeman that she's repping pretty hard, but she was in great spirits. And honestly, I think, you know, already sort of making up some ground on the other woman. So it'll be interesting to see if she moves up in the field some more. But yeah, I think it's definitely everybody sort of stopping now and taking their time just with this weather and trying to sort of figure out gear and layers right now.
Yeah.
Lots going on, guys. It's exciting. Who said that ultras can't be exciting?
Yeah, we got Harry approaching. Was it mile 52 now?
Mm-hmm.
Arastra Creek, he's almost there.
Yeah, I mean, he's crushing. So how far out ahead of the field is he?
What we've got on the tracker at the moment is...
He's got about 3 miles on Courtney.
Yeah, and about 4, almost 4 on Jack, who's in second for men right now.
Has Courtney made up a little bit of time on Harry? It feels like that gap is closing a little bit.
It looks like it. The distance between, as the tracker refreshes, is shrinking.
Yeah.
And I feel like it was around
That's sort of how
5
it feels.
miles for a while ago.
Actually, Harry just checked in. His tracker was about 9 minutes behind, and he's now at the next aid station.
Okay. Oh, here comes Kevin Goldberg. Speaking of, fan favorites.
Which way?
Along with number 40. You're out that way. Nice work. 303 is just leaving. Kevin, everyone in the chat loves you.
How can you not love Kevin?
Right? We all love Kevin. So that was Kevin, Connor, and then it looks like Cam Hanes is coming in right now. Go out back. Good job. Hey, nice work, Cam. Good to see you. Yeah, right in here. All right, number 13, Cam Hanes, rocking some dinosaur shorts. Very cool. He's a bunch of runners as he comes in, all smiles, doesn't look particularly fazed by the weather. You know, it's Cam. He spends a lot of time outside. He's got this. Awesome job, Chris.
Yeah,
nice work. Spirits are high. Yeah. You know, the day is not without its challenges. And the thing about these races is even when you plan for everything, something will still go wrong, whether it's the drop bag issue or it's weather or whatever. I think it's just races is how resilient can you be? And it really comes down to that. And, you know, when you get thrown a curveball, can you refocus? Can you take it in stride? Especially as you get tired. I feel like I get way more emotional. I start to do math. Math is never good. But Sarah's leaving now. So Sarah, again, was in here for longer than I expected to see her. So Allison ended up passing her as she left. But Mika's still here. So within that kind of first chase group of women, it was then Allison, Sarah, Mika's still here, and then a few other ladies in the aid station. So definitely some movement happening for the women's field right now. But yeah, just kind of back to what I was saying, like that resilience piece, right? We're seeing a lot of that right now as people sort of have to pivot from their plans.
Hillary, as you're starting to see more and more crews arrive, obviously some of these, especially as we get more towards the middle of the pack, they're going to be folks that maybe haven't crewed a race like this before. Are you noticing a shift at all in the nerves of the crews? All right, we'll have to wait on that one. Looks like we lost Hillary.
Well, we'll say thank you, Julian. Helicopter for drop bags. That's a neat thing. So
yeah,
we'll just go with that.
Yeah, maybe we could use some of the drones or something to help shuttle those.
Didn't I just hear Amazon's doing drone delivery in Texas or something?
Yeah.
Oh, you're back. All right.
We got her.
I'm back. Yeah. So I heard the end of that. So yeah, as we get more into this sort of like chase pack, I do think we're seeing more crews that maybe this is their first time crewing a 250-mile race or any sort of big ultra distance. I think too, the runners' approach to the aid stations is changing, and they don't need to be quite as dialed. Like I think the minutes aren't quite as precious as that front pack where they really do have to have everything perfectly lined up. So I think in a sense, it doesn't matter quite as much if their crew doesn't have that same level of, NASCAR F1 efficiency. It's more about how well do they know their runner? How much can they dig them out of a deep hole and just sort of keep them moving? And, like my mom and dad have crewed me for a couple ultra until I stopped that. But all right, we got Michael 27 leaving. But yeah, like you can have people crew you that have never been to an ultra before, but as long as they don't ask you how you're feeling, that's the most important part.
Yeah. That was
Right?
Michael Pewitt,
Just
number 27.
don't do it.
who's just
No.
leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, so looks like we got a couple women sort of sitting down in chairs. I see one woman wringing out her socks right now. So not quite sure if she's got a change of socks or what the strategy is there, but she's definitely dealing with a bit of foot stuff, it looks like, which is early days, But again, like you cannot be too careful with that. Yeah, right? Like it's worth the time for sure.
Yeah, and that section of course they just came through has a lot of opportunity for smashed toes and blisters and things like that, which is how technical it is and the size of the rocks. It's also interesting too, this group is likely the one that went through a lot of the rain, is what you're seeing there, Hillary. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's why people have slowed down so much. There was just sort of this like marked shift as soon as people started coming in wet. It was right around when Finn came through, a couple of like Michael Versteeg, a bunch of those guys came through, and all of a sudden everybody looked really wet and cold. And there's been a lot more like sleeping bags on runners, big puffy jackets on runners. The aid station transition times went to like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, which is totally fine for a 200 miler. Like honestly, far better to get it right than to go rushing out of here. But there was just sort of that shift with the weather, and it's holding off right now. It probably looks really good this way because I have blue sky behind me. But for the record, if I look over the camera in the other direction to the Bradshaws, it's still pretty dark. So we're sort of caught in this like middle ground. There was actually like a rainbow a few minutes ago, which was pretty while it was drizzling. But it's definitely, you can see how they're heading into weather from here for sure.
Yeah. Well, good luck to everyone. You have the fire department behind you now. Lots of things happening.
Yeah. I don't think it's for an emergency, so I'm going to say maybe it's just medical or something. But things have been pretty under control here, all things considered. I think, it's more just like that are coming in really want that time with their crews to do a little reset and to sort of figure out the next section. I'm seeing someone go by with a burger in their hand from the saloon. So, an update on the vibes and the food here. It looks like a pretty tasty burger going by.
Yeah, we're still waiting
Kinda
on drop
jealous.
bags there. That's correct.
It's a fun spot. There's literally this classic like red and white saloon right behind the camera here with like the bunting outside looking very, patriotic. It's it's got that feel of a place that's sort of stuck in time, you know, and like driving up here and seeing sort of the old mining remnants and the ghost town feel. It's cool. Like, when do we get a chance to sort of explore these areas and to be out here? It's a fun spot for an aid station for sure.
Yeah, and it's also the finish of the Crown King Scramble. So if anyone needs a fun adventure from Lake Present to Crown King, check that out for 2026. That'd be March 22nd, 23rd, somewhere in there.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, this whole area is stunning. Like, driving up here, it's truly a beautiful area. I would imagine that if it's not raining, the runners are getting some amazing views on the climbs. Hopefully they're getting some views for all that hard work. But yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. Lots of people running around with water bottles and getting filled up. It's like, you know, like
families and
a
stuff
stream
in the
of
background
runners.
now.
Yeah, the crews are getting bigger, although there is still like the one vehicle per crew or per runner limit. But it does seem like people are sort of maxing out the number of bodies that they can fit in the vehicles as they're coming up here. And it's nice to see, you know, I think a lot of people are here for the week, and you know, you want to come see a runner out here. And it's a little bit of an adventure just getting up here. Not a lot of sprinter vans up this road, which it's a little bit bumpy and windy for that. So I think a lot of people sort of just hitching rides and finding their way up here where they can. I see Alyssa Clark here. I know she's got, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name, but one of the female runners coming in. That's who it
Shelby?
is. Coming.
Is she crewing
Yes.
Shelby?
Yeah. So
Okay,
she's
'cause we
going to
saw
crew and pace
Mercedes last
Shelby.
night. That was also part of Shelby's crew.
Yeah. So yeah, Alyssa is going to be pacing her in a little bit and crewing her, which will be fun to see. Yeah, it's fun. It's showing up. It's a good time.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's nice to see all the movement in the background, all the smiling faces of crews. They're not nervous, or it doesn't look from here what we can see that they're nervous or anxious. Like, and have the whiskey shots started? People have been asking that.
They have not. I'm really frankly disappointed that no one's shown up with like a shot of Fireball for me. It would probably warm me up. Also, maybe not a good idea this early in the race, but I have not seen whiskey yet. I am seeing burgers and I'm smelling burgers. It smells really good here right now. But definitely I feel like, I don't know, these races are great because you do have more time and, you know, like you don't have to be quite so rushed. First pack. Yeah, and it's not raining, you guys.
Yeah,
the
no,
bar is
that
set
sounds
very low
great.
right now.
Yeah, Hillary, how is we'll get some questions here on Cam. How's Cam looking at this exchange, and is he still at the aid station?
So Cam's still at the aid station. He is behind camera. Looks like he's being crewed out of a sprinter van setup right now. And he's got a couple friends here who have sort of like camo jackets on and stuff. So I'd be curious to talk to his crew and know whether this is their first time at a 200-mile race or whether they've come out and supported Cam before. But it looks like he's got a good little crew of maybe 4 or 5 people sort of with him. But he looked great. Like, he was stopping to say hi to people. And fun fact, I first met Cam Haines on this like epic run in Death Valley in like 2016. And it's been really cool to watch his sort of journey into ultra running. But really, really nice guy. And it's really cool to see him out sort of in the community again. And he's always super positive. So yeah, I think people are enjoying having him out here. And he looks chill. Like, he doesn't look like he's forcing anything. And he's just sort of taking the day as it comes and sort of seeing where that brings him.
Yeah, and Cam's one of those guys that's just bringing so many people into the sport and highlighting the amazing community of it, right? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of keep hammering people out there that are tuned in just to see him. So it is great to see him out on the Cocodona course.
Yeah, it's really fun. I mean, this is right up his alley, just sort of moving through the mountains and terrain like this. You could see how this is a really good fit for him. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how Cam's race plays out. But right now, I'd say he looks like he's in great shape and just very, very comfortable running his own day.
Awesome.
Wow, so an update from
Yeah,
the
I
live
know.
tracker, since it just pinged. Courtney is at mile 50, so cross mile 50, and Harry 1 minute ago, which is at 53.7. So they're moving pretty much the same pace. And then Jack is about a mile back of Courtney.
Yeah, we've got Jack, Ryan Sands, and Dan Green all kind of lumped together right behind Courtney.
Yeah, and Rachel and Trekken is past Pow, so
yeah, this one
that
inside
would
the
put her
store.
in
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's nice to see all the people up there having a good time and enjoying things. It is a very community feel at the moment, especially knowing, hey, the drop bag's not there, people are sharing things. That's a very stark difference from some other activities that are out there. Great to see. Oh, we got somebody jogging in here. Who have we got coming up here? Hillary, can you see the bib number on...
You're catching
that
me
Brody?
mid granola bar.
Oh, yeah, that looks like... No, it's not.
No, it's
278? Kevin Bott? Oh, and we are just lost Hillary here again, so we'll go to the drone between Crown King and Arastra Creek.
Weather's looking a lot better in this shot than what we saw
Yeah.
earlier, just about an hour ago. A lot more enjoyable for the runners out there.
Yeah, I mean, that looks way better than what the radar was showing, so maybe that's just going to blow over and we'll get lucky.
That is the one thing
They'll
about
get lucky.
Arizona. When we do have weather, you just never know exactly what that's going to look like. Typically, it's going to blow through. I mean, 95% of the time, we just have sun and great weather, whether it's heat or not. It's usually pretty sunny. When the storms do roll in, they usually come in and they move out pretty quick. It's typically just a question of how intense is that storm going to be. So I think we've managed to kind of stay away from any of the storms that are too crazy, but I'm sure some of the folks that got a little wet earlier aren't too happy with that.
Yeah, that house looks really cool. That bottom right corner one there, that gigantic deck with a 30-foot drop. That would be so much fun to have. And I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. It's crazy seeing we're at 2.3 thousand likes. So we hit the goal that Troy set once we hit 6,000 people. So this is great.
Yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. It's a pleasure to be able to bring this action to y'all, and it's so cool to see so many people so interested in everything that this race has to offer.
Yeah, like we said, there is something for everyone. There's a 250, 125, 82 or 79, 39. You can crew, you can pace, you can volunteer, you can watch us on the live stream from the comfort of your own couch or more the comfort of your own office, it seems like today. And if anyone is thinking about doing Cocodona 2026, May the 20th is when registration will open. I would imagine it sells out very quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice things this year with registration a little bit after the finishing date. It's going to give the folks in the field too some time to kind of lick their wounds, get a little bit of rest, and make a decision on if they want to come back versus it needing to be kind of a quick gut decision or having it open up during the race. So it's nice that the Air Vipa team is doing that so that everybody has a chance to get in if they want to.
Yeah, and if you are looking at the cost saying, oh, that's a lot of money. If you're volunteer at Air Vipa races, you can get race credit towards your races, or if you're not a runner, you can share that credit with your runners. So, if you got a friend out there or partner out there, family member, whatever it is, that credit can be transferred. So if you got some time, check out Air Vipa running. I'll just put the link in the show notes. That's way easier.
Yeah, and if a 250-mile race isn't, up your alley, but you still want to be able to experience some of these trails, we have a number of different opportunities for you to be able to run all different distances, all different types of terrain, different sections of the course that you can go and run on. So don't feel like, hey, I want to experience this, but I can't because I don't think I can do 250 miles. There's plenty of options out there, and with that means you could do a multi-year approach, right? So do a shorter race, do a little bit longer race, and then step your way up to Cocodona 250, get some good experience out on the course. And this is an opportunity, you know, if you can pull it off, I would say swing for the fences, come out, give it a shot. You're not going to regret something like this.
Yeah, you'll make lifelong connections. You'll meet new people, maybe meet your partner. Who knows? Lots of things can happen. And looks like we are going to have a commercial coming up here and a crew change on our side. So, okay. So we're just going to have an ad and we're going to keep going. I was incorrect. So party on and we'll see you on the other side of these ads.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event. And we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners. If legit
Welcome back. Caleb, what's up?
Yeah, I got a new partner. How are you?
Yeah. Doing great. Hey, everyone. Excited to be here again. I'm Corinne Chalvoy. It's Cocodona week.
It is.
It's exciting.
Yeah, how's it feel to be back at the desk?
Boy, it's a whirlwind. I literally flew in this morning and drove right up here from Phoenix, and we're here. Yeah. But it's already an exciting race. I've been following as much as I can, and there's so much happening.
It's
and
amazing.
I'm stoked to talk about it. So it's good.
Yeah, Harry is crushing it right now. Courtney's right there with him. So good to see you again. The first time we met was last year at Cocodona 250.
I think I interviewed you after your race.
Yeah, that was
met
the first
your whole
time.
family.
Yeah,
for sure. Now you're here.
Yeah,
it's exciting.
It's pretty cool. Full circle moment here.
I know. I heard you saying that you were enjoying being on this side of it and just kind of being able to participate and follow along. And I totally understand that. Sometimes when you're in the race, it's just it's actually kind of quiet and lonely. And you're I want to be in the chat. I want to be on the live stream. I want to know what's going on. So I feel that.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
sure. And we are where in the field right now? We've got.
Yeah, we've had a lot of action in Crown King.
Yeah, I've been watching some of the folks come through there, some experiencing weather issues, some not. It's it seems very hit or miss. I mean, I was driving up from Phoenix and it was I was like, oh, it's definitely raining. And then I was like, oh, it's raining hard. And then 10 minutes later, it was sunny.
Yeah.
And it just seems like these pockets that are, you know, people are probably just going in and out of.
Yeah.
But that's challenging. Like it might like actually be exciting because you're like, you get some variation, but then you're like taking stuff off, putting stuff on, trying to mitigate, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know that there's one runner out there, and we don't know who it is, but there's probably one runner out there that has had the rain the whole day.
Yeah.
If you think about it that way, right? Like there's these little bloops of rain, and it's just following. Yeah. And that person is just so tired of it.
I know, right? Yeah. This is so unique. Like all on the flip side, it could certainly be making, like we're seeing, for some very fast running and fast times. Yeah. One thing with, I know, who are we looking at here? This is, what spot are we at? Oh, just Tower Mountain. Okay. Cool. Yeah, the fact that like Harry and Courtney are both over an hour ahead of splits from last year at Crown King is, I would say, number one, indicative of like who those individuals are, but number two, indicative of the weather and really people taking advantage of the cooler temperatures. I heard Jeff Garmer say he was planning to go out a lot harder because he's like, I'm going to take advantage of it. If I don't have to, you know, figure out how to like keep the heat from zapping me later on, I'm going to roll with that.
Yeah. And as an elite runner yourself, I mean, how do you view this race so far? Obviously you want to take advantage of it, but in 250 miles, knowing, you know, what they have in front of them, this race is just on fire. And so it's interesting to think about, how do we play this forward and what is that going to look like? I mean, would you run it a little more conservative, or would you kind of be in that boat of just take full advantage of it and full send?
So I think it depends on the person that you are, your personality. I mean, I think about somebody like Courtney, and Courtney for the last 5 years has basically been pushing the edge in every single race she runs. Yeah. So this is just what she does. Yeah. You know, this is just, and guaranteed she's going by feel, but her fitness is allowing her to push, and she's not afraid to be getting into uncomfortable situations very early on because she's proven to herself time and time again in races that she can actually endure that for longer than she may think. And she's actually like wanting that to happen earlier and earlier in the race. So I think somebody like that, you know, she's very comfortable doing what she's doing.
Absolutely.
We have Hillary. Oh, it's Hillary. Crown King. Hi, Hillary. Oh, can't hear you at the moment.
Cam Haynes leaving the aid station just now. Okay, cool.
Cam Haynes
so that was
leaving
Cam Haynes just left the aid station, did his emergency checks, looked very just comfortable, all smiles. We have definitely seen some sort of plan Bs kicking into effect, especially with some of the drop bags not here. And runners are now being told they can send their drop bags up to Camp Kippa, I believe, if they didn't get them here. So any crews that have runners that didn't get their drop bags up at Crown King can text the race crew support, I believe, and get the drop bag sent up to Camp Kippa. So just a little side note on that. But Mika Thews is still in the aid station with a puffy blanket wrapped around her. A lot of people sort of like warming up after the effects of the storm, which thankfully has sort of eased off. So it's interesting. I think people that came in the middle of the storm have stayed for a lot longer because they just needed to thaw out. But then we're seeing people that are coming in now that are sort of turning it around faster because they didn't get quite as cold. So yeah, sort of luck of the draw, right?
Hillary, one of the questions that we had was, can you confirm if Joe Rogan was a part of Cam Haynes' crew?
I did not see him, so I cannot confirm that rumor.
Thank you.
I mean, I appreciate that thought, and I think it'd be really fun to get Joe out here. So yeah, I mean, come on out, Joe. We'd love to see you. Come out to Whiskey Row.
We don't need that many. We got some serious celebrities in this field already. I don't know if we need
we
any
do.
more.
I know. It's fun seeing Cam's crew out here, and it's, you know, he definitely, like I'll see if I can track any of them down to chat with him, but they do seem pretty focused. They had their own little sort of setup, and they've certainly kept him going and in good spirits. So, I don't know how many of them have been out to the ultra scene before, whether this is a new vibe for them all, but it's just fun to see more people get into the sport and be exposed to ultras.
We lost your audio there for a second. Hillary, we will
just say,
get back. I have a question for Hillary about Cam when we get her back. I don't know if you guys covered this. Well, probably not, because you probably haven't seen him yet. If his son's out there with him, Truett, who runs marathons in jeans.
Yeah, we.
Is he gonna pace? Is he out there? I'm curious.
Yeah, we don't have a confirmation on who actually is in his crew. Hillary did say he had a pretty competent looking crew, but no identification on faces.
Yeah, okay.
I would imagine if Truett's out there in the jeans, it's probably pretty well chafed.
Seriously, I heard you mention that, like the rain. It's number one, like the chafing situation, but also potentially, not drinking enough. I don't know. It's really easy when it's cooler temperatures not to drink.
You didn't hear me say, "Do you have a cup?" Did you?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that. Can you hear me? We saw that earlier, Corinne, just with, Michael Versteeg came in kind of dehydrated because of all the humidity and just sweating more than he thought. Yeah. I think it's sort of this mixed bag where you have this like weather system moving in, but it's sort of sneaky, and maybe, you're not staying on top of your nutrition the way you should, just because you're either feeling too cold or you're just not aware of how much sweat you're actually going through, when you're already wet.
Exactly. Yeah. That's such a hard thing to dial in, like on the fly too, because thirst mechanisms are going to be changing, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't drink as much when it's cool outside, and I need just as much salt, right?
Yeah, and that was what was interesting with Harry. I mean, he had talked leading up to the race about needing to do a better job of hydrating and on the electrolytes and stuff, because he had some cramping issues. And we saw early in the race he was going through those aid stations pretty quickly. So that's going to be an interesting thing, especially with the pace he's setting. Is he maintaining and staying ahead of it?
Yeah.
Or is he kind of setting himself up for some of the things that he experienced last year during the race?
One level drop back. Seriously, let's go.
Have you got any free
We have drop bags coming in hot.
Okay.
Oh, all right. This is
very
great.
good.
All right.
Drop
So
bags
anyone
arriving.
that's not in the aid station now will have a drop bag as they get here, which is great timing for all of our runners that are coming in this afternoon into this evening. We might have some through traffic here as they've just recruited everybody to unload bags. Takes a village, right?
All right. This is about your team. Look at this. This is like live action footage of how we're getting the drop bags.
Priority. This is like prime shipping.
So yeah, exactly. 2-day overnight. So earlier, question for you, Hillary, with Pow, I know he had to kind of crowdsource some stuff. Does he not have crew at all in this race, do you know, or did he just not have crew at Crown King?
I'm really interested in that, Corinne, because I feel like anyone that has crew for the race had them out here. And so, yeah, he didn't have any crew. He was probably in here for the longest of that lead pack, about 20 minutes, just trying to pull together headlamps and warm weather gear. But I don't know if he has crew meeting him elsewhere on the course. It would be interesting if he doesn't, because he's certainly very competitive and right up at the front, and that would be sort of a change from the rest of that lead pack, who all had very dialed crews. So that was the first time we really saw someone sort of have to adjust their plan and pivot. But he did go out of here with gear, courtesy of a lot of the Air Vipa staff and just whoever was at the aid station. So really, the power of the ultra community is people come together. I've had this happen to me before in a race too, and I showed up in an aid station looking for my headlamps, and it's sort of that critical, like right before dark, and the bag wasn't there. And I remember like a volunteer just giving me the headlamp off their head, and it just meant so much to me. And I think it's like, you never want these things to go wrong, but when it does go wrong, to know that people have your back and that the community steps up, and people here were literally like, what do you need? Like, how can I help you get out of here? So always a silver lining. And I think really just comes down to like, can you take it in stride? Can you sort of not let it throw you? Can you keep going forward? Because these races are all about sort of like, okay, well, next plan, like that didn't work so well. What are we going to do now? And so I think the people that excel at these longer distances over 200 miles are people that can just really accept it all and roll with the tide and just sort of like be along for the ride,
Yeah.
Yeah, and something for people to keep in mind too is just like the amount of logistics that go into a 250-mile race. And there are a lot of things that are out of control on race day. I mean, we heard about some road closures that happened and different things like that. The team's doing everything they can to get that gear right up to Crown King and to be able to service the runners in the best way possible. And that's what you're seeing action here. But there's a lot of things that can happen both for runner, for the support crews, for the race organization, all of it. And it takes a village to be able to pull these things off. So there's always opportunities to pivot and make adjustments when needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool. Like, honestly, it's for the last 5 minutes, it's just been, runner crews and whoever's around just jumping in and grabbing bags and getting them organized and, going by with handfuls of bags. So it is really, really neat to see that kind of community coming together. So we're here. We're good. We're still on track.
That even happens on course, right? We heard Joe Corcion say that, or I heard him mention that he had some extra water that he ended up giving Kevin Goldberg during the first 20 miles of the race last year. So it's not only with the crews and the volunteers, but the runners themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I love that about this community. I love the fact that if you go by a runner on the trail who's sitting on the side of the trail and they're feeling sick, like, you're going to stop and you're going to check in and you're going to see how they're doing. And that's just universal. Like, I think that's unique to our sport in many ways. And I've seen people sacrifice races for other runners. It truly keeps me falling in love with the sport. It's just that camaraderie first and foremost. And yeah, it's competitive and yeah, it's a race, but at the end of the day, we take care of each other and we make sure that everybody gets back safely.
So how many runners do we think have come through Crown King at this point?
That's an excellent question. I can probably ask our volunteers. How many runners do we figure have come through here so far?
Runners that have come through so far, we're at about 30.
35. Okay. Nice.
I really am bad. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Actually, we're going to say 42.
42. All right.
Thank you, volunteer. Amazing.
315.
It's funny because I probably would have said 100 people, but I'm like, I don't know. After a while, you're just sort of in it. So it's a good thing I didn't try to estimate for you.
100 people includes all the crew people.
Everybody I've seen all day.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, no, that makes sense. We've sort of seen our top men and our top women come through, and the runners that are coming through now are definitely taking a bit more time and sort of, trying to make sure they've got everything. The drop bags arriving could not be at a more perfect time. It does feel like the temperature is sort of going down again. It's just like we're riding these layers of weather up here. And so I think having all the layers is really important right now.
Says 53 on our screen. What's the feel?
Okay. For that number?
What do you think?
Feels about right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I thought it was a bit higher than 42 in my spidey senses. So yeah, 53 sounds within range. I would say it sounds realistic.
Got it.
Yeah. On your end, what are you seeing on the front of the tracker? Fill me in.
And now it's just everyone.
We are pulling it up. I'm working on getting connected to our Wi-Fi because I literally just sat down in my chair. So stay tuned. We'll get that going.
Put you on the spot. Yeah.
14 minutes ago, Harry was at mile 54, almost 55. And then Courtney is still in second, mile 52. That was 3 minutes ago. And a minute ago, Jack Scott checked in at mile 51.
Jack Scott, kind of fun, right? Some of these names are not names that we are familiar with out here. Sort of like Harry was the dark horse last year. We've got a few sort of unknown variables in that front pack of can they hang on all race? Is this just sort of going out hard and hoping it's enough? Obviously we'll see as we go, but it's kind of exciting.
Jack Scott, right? Nobody, if you didn't scroll down to the very bottom of Fantasy Free Trail, you didn't see Jack Scott because he has no ultra sign-up results, right? But he won the Winter Spine race and ran it 10 or 12 hours faster than Jasmine Paris when she won it.
I also saw that he took a sabbatical to train for this as well. So this wasn't like a shot in the dark thing for him. I mean, he is all in on this race.
Yeah, I think we did a few interviews on our little podcast before this, and we talked to Jamil, and Jamil picked him to win the race. So he had obviously gotten on his radar, and he'd seen that he was really just dedicating himself to all this training.
That's kind of cool. From like 0 ultra sign up to potentially winning the race. That's a big jump.
Yeah, and then we have Ryan Sands and Dan Green basically running together, and that's going to be interesting too. I mean, Dan Green was one of the guys that everybody said could be a dark horse, right? He has so much sheer speed, and if he can get through this first day and get to the runnable stuff, it's going to be fun to watch him.
Yeah, speed, but also strength, and I'm just gonna say he's also got youth on his side. Like he's a young guy, and I don't know, he's been able to put in some monster training, like just. I think he's also got a pretty mature like mindset around this race. Like he's not taking it for granted. He's kind of like doing his homework. He's prepared. I don't know. I'm pretty excited to see what he does. And yeah, very similar to kind of like Arlen last year, but I don't know. I'm stoked to see what Dan does.
Yeah, one of the things too that he said was that when he was racing, I believe it was Javelina, that he didn't really run into anything in terms of like mental darkness or toughness. So it's going to be interesting to see if he runs into that in this race, what that's like.
How he navigates it. Yeah.
If you guys got me right now, but just the drop bags are here. Volunteers wanted me to make a sort of announcement. So yeah, any crews that are heading up here, your runners got their drop bags now. So we're all set there, which is awesome. And just having sort of more clumps of runners coming in all together, I think, as we get into the mid-pack. But everybody seems to sort of be sitting down, and whether it's a shoe change or a shirt change, you know, it's dried out. So we're not seeing the same level of just like getting the wet layers off and having to do a total outfit change. But yeah, you are definitely seeing people take their time right now in the aid station.
That's smart, right? Get warm. Make sure you're comfortable in dry clothes.
Sounds nice.
We need a little space heater for you, a little fire pit right there.
I just need to alternate my hand that's holding the microphone.
Yeah, Hillary, talk a little bit about
guys.
this gear check, because we saw Max and they identified that he didn't have a headlamp on him. That would have been a problem.
Yeah.
I know, right? And I think that was it was a great call that we've got the gear check here, and the volunteers are doing an awesome job of sort of making sure everyone looks good as they head out. But especially during the rain, I feel like it was sort of like there's a lot going on. People are putting jackets on, really easy to miss something. And, you know, the required gear is not just for fun, right? Like it's not just like, oh, carry extra weight. It's because it's important, and especially when the weather is so variable right now, like it really, really makes a difference to your race. It can be make or break. So yeah, gear checks are really important. I know when Cam went out just a few minutes ago, they were sort of checking through all his gear. Looks like they're mostly just doing sort of verbal checks on our system, but like just making sure the runners are taking the time to confirm, like, yeah, I have my headlamp, I have my gloves, I have my jacket. And I think right now, you know, if it was like 90 degrees and sunny, sometimes it feels a little bit more ridiculous to be running around with the, you know, waterproof tape seam jacket. But on a day like today, you really appreciate it. And I don't think anybody's like willingly leaving here without their cold weather gear.
Yeah.
Is the sky looking better there, kind of directly in front of you, Hillary?
It is slightly lighter. The gray color is slightly lighter than it was. Still very gray. There's a little bit of a kind of cold breeze happening. You know, like nobody's warm. We're warmer than we were, and we're drier. But like, you know, even looking at the crews, I feel like you can often sort of get a gauge of how everyone's feeling. And there's a lot of puffy jackets and just sort of, yeah, it's a cool day for May in the desert, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know if the forecast has changed overnight at all, but I do believe it when they say that we're getting some precipitation this coming.
Yeah. All right. Going back to some drone footage here. Me? I'm too quiet, I hear. I'm going to get closer to the microphone. All right. What's going on in the chat here? How's Jeff Browning doing? I'm sure he's doing great. He's not racing this year. He's He's spectating. He's crewing. He's out there supporting. I believe he's pacing.
We did have a check-in from him
Yep.
earlier today as well.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Similar to Caleb, taking turns here every year. Some people are racing, some people are commentating, some people are doing field commentary and interviews.
Is this a race that could see yourself doing?
You did have to ask me
I
that
had
question,
to.
right?
I'm very curious. Yeah, if you would want to stretch it out like this, or
Oh, shout out to my friend Russell. Corinne made it to the studio. Yeah, I did, barely. All right. Yeah, I think at some point, but right now I can't really wrap my mind around it. Like, I like to sleep a lot, and to think about not sleeping, like having children was very difficult for me because the sleep deprivation aspect was not fun. But we got through it. So I think I actually said this to Kevin Goldberg because he asked me the same question. We had him on our podcast. And I said, all right, I think the first year I do it, maybe I would do it like really like in luxury where I'd like do like 50 miles a day, go have a nice dinner and sleep and then come back out just to do the multi-day and like see what it feels like to put that many miles on your legs day after day after day. And then decide, is it something I want to try to do fast or with minimal sleep?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good way too to get a PR as well, year after year, right? Start at the slower.
Oh yeah.
Put
the bar low.
Out. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Start with a low bar. But what compelled you? Because Caleb, you haven't been running that long, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what compelled you to jump into this kind of distance?
Yeah, it was all of you guys doing the live stream, following along with it. It was the documentaries that come out. It was a life-changing experience that you see, people have. It was the adventure, the excitement of just going out there and knowing that, hey, if I wanted to go and hike 250 miles by myself, like that seems daunting and that would take me forever, a lot of vacation time. If I can come and do it, with great support, all the support that Aravaipa puts into their aid stations and their volunteers and all of that, why wouldn't I do that? And so it was an incredible journey. And just seeing it from this side as well, makes me want to do it again because what they're experiencing, but you get to see the excitement across, 300 plus people that are all doing this. Yeah. It's amazing.
Perfect. You've got your head
so was it harder
You've got your
than you thought it was going to be?
Perfect. You've got
I don't know. I don't know that I would say it was harder because I knew it was going to be so hard. I think I way underestimated just how difficult sleep deprivation is and how hard it is to even just take a nap when you're that exhausted. That was just so eye-opening to me. I think over the course of 97 hours for me, I think I got probably 8 hours of sleep, and I'm the same way. I need sleep, and that was insane.
Yeah. Just kind of takes you to this crazy mental space that you just never experience other than in this scenario. Plus the fact that you're exerting your body physically, like for that amount of time. It's not like you're just staying awake and laying around. Like you're working hard. Yeah.
And there's these moments too, where you're like, you swear you're asleep, but you're still walking and you're in this like weird kind of,
do you think it's
upside
possible
down.
to sleep standing up? Like moving?
Maybe. It might be.
I think Pete Mortimer has said that he believes that.
Yeah.
It is. Like
Wow.
he's like, I can move or I can be like standing up and moving forward and actually be asleep at the same time.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just, I don't know, a hallucination. But yeah, I'd be curious to know if people that do really well in these races, like historically, are they better with sleep deprivation? Like, have they been through situations where like, or, cramming in college, like they had no problem staying up all night or not? Or have they just figured out how to listen to their body and then just like, turn it on and off when they need to? So it'd be super interesting to do a case study on like people's sleep habits that run these races in real life.
Yeah. And, it'd be cool too to see, is it possible to really bank sleep? Like that week before, comparing how much sleep somebody gets versus another person, and then what does that look like race week for them?
I asked Kevin Kevin Goldberg this question, and he said he did absolutely believe it was beneficial to try to sleep a lot in the week leading up and the days leading up, and that is helpful.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know. Were you able to sleep in the days leading up to the race?
Yeah, I was. And then my strategy was just to kind of try to go as long as I can before I needed to nap. And I wish I would have been a little bit more disciplined in that, because it just gets to a point where if you're not in control of it, it'll spiral pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so I think that's, just a lesson that you learn in your first one. And then you have to be able to adapt, as you do them more and more and more. So I am excited to try that again sometime and be a little bit more disciplined with that.
So you think how would you do it differently?
I would probably target, maybe an hour that first night versus trying to just push through.
Mm-hmm.
I also spent a lot of time where I think I had convinced myself that, by not sleeping, I'm saving time. But when I look back at my race after the fact, I spent so much time sitting in a chair talking to my crew,
Mm-hmm.
justifying it by saying I'm not sleeping, but I had wasted so much time. And it's like, even if I took the exact same amount of time at aid stations, but I actually slept versus sitting there chatting, just kind of relaxing versus resting, that would have made a big difference.
Well, and that's similar, going back to we were talking about Powell and how he had to spend, how long was he in Crown King Aid? 15 minutes, something like that. And Courtney was out of there in 3 minutes. And the fact that Courtney was out of there in 3 minutes, she moved up 3 places because of that.
It was unbelievable.
Like aid station transitions, they don't just matter in shorter races. Like we're taking all of the lessons from super fast 50Ks, 100Ks, like 4-second shoe changes at JFK 50, things like that. And we're implementing them here. And I think a lot of that did start with Jeff Browning last year. And if you've watched the chase, you've seen that he was very much approaching this like no time wasted, 0 time wasted. Everything is done for a reason. And, we're going to really not stop very much, if at all possible. And that translated to super fast times. I mean, obviously this was, Courtney had just run for 7 hours and done 10,000 plus feet of vert, and she spent 3 minutes before she left again. So
yeah, her crew was so dialed in. That was one of the things we talked about earlier. Is just like, if you're watching this, and even if you're just an amateur, you're trying to get into the sport, whatever, like take notes. I mean, some of the stuff that you're going to pick up on over the course of the next few days from these elites and even mid-packers, back of the packers, tips and tricks that you're going to learn along the way that can really help make you a better runner. But I was thinking that same thing on the chase when Jeff Browning, I mean, when he had in the one scene that moment where he was like, I'm watching these people go out and compete, and I'm realizing, oh my gosh, how fast they're getting at these changes at the aid stations, and this is a 100-miler. And it was just like, you saw that click in his mind in that interview, and it was so cool to see somebody who's as established as he is, has accomplished so much. It was still like eye-opening to him of how quickly the best in the 200-mile distance are able to get in and out of aid stations.
Yeah. But it's a fine line, right? Because you got to spend enough time there, and you have to know yourself well enough to know, like, do I actually sit down here and like do a reset and spend that 5 minutes and this constant game, which requires the mental clarity, which you're going to get less and less of as the days go on, to be able to like figure out in your own mind, like, what do I need right now to make this next section the best it can possibly be for me?
Yeah, I mean. Does saving 5 to 10 minutes?
Sally says Courtney's about to pass Gap and Barry first place. So hi, Sally. You're great. Love you so much. Glad you're in the chat. And that was hilarious. And just had to. That's her. She coined that phrase, right? Pass Gap and Barry. So yeah, that would be hilarious if that actually happened. Sorry. Go ahead, Caleb. What were you saying?
No, yeah, just to finish the thought that we had on the aid stations and stuff, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, maybe you can save 5 or 10 minutes, but to your point, if you're not taking long enough and you crash and you're hiking for the last 50 miles, that 5 or 10 minutes didn't do you much good.
Exactly. And we saw in the film that String Bean struggled and tried to sleep multiple times and couldn't sleep any of those times, and it's just like got to be so frustrating to be like, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get the sleep. It's not happening. So again, there's so many interesting things that are now like available and now kind of like not trending, but they're kind of commonplace in the sport right now that I think about with 200s. Things like ketones, things like bicarb. I mean, caffeine's always been there, but like we have interesting different tools that like could potentially help with alertness, can potentially help with like, buffering lactate. And it's like all of those things, like are some of these people just super responders to those and they're using them, or are they, have they figured out that they don't work for them, so they're not like. But I think it can make a difference, and it can like then allow people to kind of really push the performance boundaries. I think Jake Jackson said he was planning to take a ketone every 6 to 7 hours in this race. That's a lot of ketones.
Yeah, Jake's having a good race too so far.
Is
it's good to see him.
Where's he at? I gotta find out
well.
where he's at. He's such a good guy. Really love following him, and I got to share a little bit of time with him at this last year's Black Canyon. Actually, he was doing the double.
Yeah, Jake's about 40 miles in.
Does. Okay. Yeah, I got the leaderboard up now. Sweet.
And the lead pack here, kind of our top 5, top 10, are just getting ready to make that big climb. Where they'll hit the peak at about mile 62.
Okay. Perfect. 62. I know I was talking with my good friend Liam Mays Station Fireball over here about the fact that Harry's going to get into the camps, both the camps, Camp Kippa, Camp W, like when it's still light out, potentially even Whiskey Row when it's still light out. And that is just like unheard of. The guy is rolling. 57. He's at 57 miles. I mean, he did around 50 miles in just over 8 hours in the beginning of a 250-mile race.
With 11,000 feet of climbing.
Yeah. That's fast. Yeah. That's very fast. And people are following suit. They're not too far behind. Who are you excited to see their race unfold in this field, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to pick just one. I mean, obviously with what Harry's doing, I mean, Courtney is just, I feel like it's the easy way out to say Courtney, but just like the joy that she brings to the sport. I mean, when I first started following ultra running, obviously just seeing the way that she smiled, and I think she embodies the community in everything that she does, and it's such a pull into it. So I'm hoping she has a really good week. Obviously Jake, I mean, he's such a good dude. I'm super excited to follow along with him as well.
Shout out to our drone cams, the drone operators. You're incredible, bringing us fantastic aerials of the course here.
Another guy that I'm excited to follow is Robbie Cheney. Robbie was one of the last 2 finishers last year, and he's taken the course on again this year. He and I actually met at one of the local sporting goods stores right before Black Canyon last year. And we were talking, and he was like, yeah, I'm running Cocodona, and I was too. And we were both very nervous, very anxious for the race. And every time I would go in there, we would talk about how training was going and whatnot. And then last year, I was actually able to see him cross the finish line, met his family right before, and broke down in tears. I mean, I was still a basket case.
Emotionally raw.
Yeah, and I see them, and they're like, yeah. I'm like, he's going to finish. And they're like, we know. And we all just started crying in a coffee shop right across from the finish line. And so being able to follow him this week is something I'm really excited for too.
That's exciting. Yeah, the emotions that come out in this length of a race. And like, as all of our chat, people in the chat are going to be following, it's like you just get so invested in people and the stories and what happened to that person. And, overnight coming back and seeing like what happened. And it's just it's a really unique aspect of these multi-day races that, I don't know, kind of elevates them to a different level of like, fan interaction and just investment in who you're following. There's a couple of people that I'm excited to follow. I saw on the way up here, Randy Zuckerberg's crew. Randy just started running a few years ago, but has dove, head first into marathons and then into ultra marathons. And her first over 100 mile, actually, I think technically over first 100K race, let's just go do Cocodona 250. And I absolutely love the courage. And I love the fact that, we're actually the same age. We're both 42. We have kids. And she just said, like, this is for me. Like, this is something that, like, nobody can take away from me. I am doing this for myself to prove to myself I can do it. And it's like, that is so cool. And it's, I don't know, just case in point, like so many runners out there, West Plate, right? He didn't start running until he was in his 40s, and he's now, mid to late 50s, and he's out, maybe even 60. He's out there still kind of crushing these distances. It's like you can start this sport at any time, and you can have success in it.
Yeah. Yeah. In a race like this, it's a journey. That's one thing I try to tell people is don't get caught up in the total mileage. You have 125 hours to finish it. To your point earlier, you can take 50 miles a day.
Yeah.
You can plan this out. You can through hike it, mix in some running, run, walk. Like you can do this. So if you're watching it and you're thinking like, hey, I'm not sure if I could ever take something like this on, you can. And there's, like we said earlier, there's a lot of other races kind of in this week. So you could start small with some of the shorter ones that the Eldon run, and then kind of, climb your way up to 250 miles over the course of a couple of years. But this is just, if you have the opportunity to do something like this, you have to. I mean, it's just such a great adventure. And it's something where it's not about like the finish line. It's about getting to the starting line and then celebrating the journey that you had to get to the starting line for a full week.
Through the race. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's we put so much training into this stuff that it truly is a celebration to like line up healthy, just experience and kind of like try to put that fitness into, a supported effort. And to your point, like it is an interesting way to think about it. Like I'm just going to have this supported really long hike. And I just have to follow these flags and sometimes these dots and, but there's going to be people helping me. There's going to be food. There's going to be, safety nets in place that, the race command, it's so cool that they will alert you when you're off course. I know that happened to you. I heard that happen to you, but like, the only time that doesn't work is in the case of string bean, when you're actually on course, you're just going the wrong direction. It's like brutal. How do you, so he technically wasn't off course. He was just going the wrong direction. But those kind of like safety nets in place to allow you to go do this kind of adventure it's really cool that there's this opportunity that exists.
If you think back 5 years ago or 10 years ago, did you foresee the sport getting to where it is now? I mean, we're covering this race with people from all over the world in the chat right now, communicating, building a community. What's this experience been like for you watching it grow? Yeah,
it's been fascinating. And I think it's like, I don't know. I think it's just a testament to like the human spirit and like the human, kind of our innate like need for growing and pushing boundaries, bettering ourselves and doing that in like really unique ways. I think it's really incredible. And I think that like, I don't know where it will go. It's super interesting to think about like, this intersection between FKTs and through hiking and actually racing, and where is that limit going to hit? At what point is somebody eventually going to be able to literally run every step of the Cocodona 250 course? Like, is that humanly possible? I don't know. Like, maybe. We heard Harry say that he thought that somebody could take 5 hours off of his time. And that's like exactly what he is doing. He's like, somebody can take 5 hours. Why not me? I'll just go ahead and take 5 hours off my own time.
Also in that interview, he prefaced it with like, maybe within the next 10 years or something. And you could tell that he was like, no, I think I can do this.
Well, and then he said, I don't know if it'll happen next year or in 10 years.
Yeah.
And so there was the little glimmer that like, I mean, it's really cool to see him just going and doing that. And like, heck, I hope he sticks it. How cool would it be? Like, but as we know, this is very early on. We're technically only 9 hours and 40 minutes into this race. Mm-hmm. For all intents and purposes, like it's going to start to get real when it gets dark, when people start to get tired, after 24 hours. But it's just awesome to see what's going on. Yep. Love it. It's very cool. Give us a shout of where you're actually chiming in where you're listening in from on the chat. We'd love to know like where everybody is. There's like 5,000 people watching this right now. I think that's where we like topped out at peak last year. So this is insane. And just, give your runners shout outs. Let us know who you're excited to be following. We will, as the stream goes on, there will be places where we can do some like on course, like actually talk to middle back of the pack runners and see how their days are going. So we will get into seeing the rest of the field beyond just the front. All right, Tucson, Logan, Utah, dang, Denver.
This
Woo!
is crazy.
Yeah, let's go. The UK. All right, so is it like 8 hours later in the UK? Probably something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
What's so cool is that because, yay, Denver, shout out to all the Colorado folks. The cool thing is that because this is like virtually a 24/7 live stream, like the international people are all going to be in the chat. We're going to have like pockets of all the Europeans at 3 a.m. or whatever on there because it's technically like late morning there.
It's so cool that you just asked that because we've been here, we're talking about the race, we've seen messages, but to actually see the list of where people are watching this from is just insane.
All over the place.
Wow.
People are going crazy. Love it. Love it. Love it. Malaysia? It's 5:25 a.m. in Malaysia. This is wild. Calgary. Getting lots of UK flags. Oh my gosh, I don't know what that flag is. What is this green flag? Wales. People in Wales. Okay, so then the next question is like, how did people hear about Cocodona? Like, are you following a runner? Did you watch the live stream? Like, I mean, there are a handful of other really long races in Europe, and we think about Tour de France, and we talked about the Spine and some other stuff, but like the kind of the 200s feels somewhat like a fairly newish thing in North America. So it's amazing that people all over the world like know about this race, and I think that's a testament to just the media coverage.
Yeah.
Like I watched the Chronicles thing this morning. That was so cool.
Yeah.
And we just like turned that around in a couple hours. Shout out to Tony with the Sony. That kind of content like is amazing to be able to just, have in, and it keeps getting better every year. Okay. We're continuing to get all the places. Perth, Australia, Mexico, Finland, found Cocodona from the YouTube Ultra community. Hi, Brittany. People are saying hi.
Just real quick, too,
Yeah.
like what we have on the screen here, when you think about like the rain that we've gotten over the last 24 hours, I mean, just look how green that is.
Oh, man,
right
it's
now.
beautiful.
It's amazing.
Yeah, the desert is not always arid and dry.
Yeah. Wow.
And that road right there looks like it could, if it has a little moisture on it, could be like total hero dirt, like ideal running conditions where it's just a little tacky, but it's not dusty, it's not slick.
Exactly. The dust is, something that can really cause problems with the lungs over, multiple days. And so for some of that to be, kind of packed down, that is going to help the runners, especially in that last day that they're out there.
Absolutely. Did you do kind of like some kind of facial covering or like have a buff or a scarf that you would use now and then?
Yeah. And especially, last year, if you remember, there were the controlled burns up in Flagstaff.
I know that was so challenging. We were like, what's happening? We could see it out the studio window and we're like, what is this? What is going on right now? This is not okay. We were wondering if it was a wildfire. And until we found out it was a controlled, we were like, people are going to be going up Eldon at 8,000 feet trying to finish 250 miles and they're going to have to contend with the smoke on top of it. It's like, dang.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff had breathing issues, right? Who knows if that came from something like that. It's so...
Yeah, and like at night too. I mean, when it'll get so dark, and then when you've got that headlamp and you just see all the dust in the air, and you really realize during the day you don't realize how much of that you're breathing in and can be impacting you. And at night when your headlamp is just illuminating all of it, it puts it all into context. There's a lot of foot traffic out there, especially in the later half of the races when all the other races are going on. That can kick up quite a bit of dust.
So this is going to help that.
Mm-hmm.
Runners moving on that.
Is that
road.
Versteeg? I think so.
Kind of looks like a little bit like a Versteeg gate.
Yeah.
All black. And I heard he had left in his t-shirt from Crown King, but it looks like there's a jacket around the waist. And another runner right there also. This is Battle Flat. Thank you to the John G Skycam. Yeah, we're trying to identify this runner. That looks like Versteeg. I mean, his gait looks very much
maybe
like
that's
him.
I don't know if that's Finn with him. It looks like they're pretty close on the tracker.
Thought Finn was in a darker color, but could it be
Michael McKnight's also in that area?
That could be McKnight. I'm trying to identify by gait, and I don't know. Don't know who that second runner is. So interesting when people are like really close to each other, but they're not running together. Like,
yeah.
Okay, people are finding us all over. Lots of Courtney fans, lots of Andy Glaze fans. Longmont, Colorado represent. Whoop. Yeah, I think we were looking at. Okay, let's see. Is that? Oh. All right. We're going to try to identify, but is a runner with Michael Versteeg, it appears, near Battle Flat. We're back at Crown King.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is it Powell?
No, I think he's off course.
Looks
like it.
Okay. Yeah, that does look like what Powell was wearing. Okay. All right. This is what we do. We try to identify people's attire, and then they change it, and we can't identify them again. But that's okay because the chat will help us. Definitely Versteeg. Someone said looks like Versteeg and McKnight. So yeah, we'll figure it out. Greer, Michael Greer.
Oh.
Somebody thinking Michael Greer.
A local favorite, if that's Michael Greer.
It's Mike Greer, number 35. Sweet. Okay. Oh, yeah, DJ Fox and Sarah O representing Durango. I didn't know DJ Fox was from Durango, but yeah, shout out to the San Juans of Colorado. It's my home country area.
Harry's only 4.5 miles from Camp Kippa.
Whew. Man.
That's insane.
All right. Average moving speed, 6 miles an hour. That's a nice little gate.
Gosh.
There. So Camp Kippa, I've heard that's a very cozy, homey.
It's very cozy.
Tell us about that aid station.
Yeah.
This is where Harry's going to arrive next. Sorry? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, well, we might hear from Hillary. Meanwhile, we're here. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Hi, guys.
Hi. How's it going?
Yeah, just figured great. Sort of checking in with more of the runners crews as they're coming in and out. And then I had a fun little conversation with Brian Powell from I Run Far.
I thought I saw him.
Yeah. He was up on Lane Mountain taking some photos and just being out there. I think he's crewing and pacing a runner later, but he was, someone just took off after a runner. I think that was Alyssa Clark, actually. Anyways, Brian was saying that it was crazy hail up there for like close to an hour.
Really?
And just really, really wet and really cold and sort of this like cold wind. But yeah, it was sort of like full on conditions for the runners for like a while there. So it's just sort of interesting to hear because it sort of reflects what we were seeing as runners were coming in. Just like there was definitely some carnage. I think there's just sort of like a pack of maybe like the 10th place to the sort of 30th that really got hit with that hailstorm and really needed some extra time to warm up here. I mean, Mika Hughes is still in the corner over there, wrapped in sleeping bags right now, warming up. So I don't know what's happening there, but there was definitely some runners that needed a lot more sort of time here because of that. And yeah, it continues to be on the chilly side. But that said, I feel like in general, people are really like feeling good. And I think we're now in the part of the pack where people are very prepared for the amount of time they've been out here for.
All right. Well, we will get Hillary back. Meanwhile, she's just talking about kind of the gear situation and how we had some runners really go through some major hail and these pockets of weather out there on course. So, yeah, I mean, I think that, I don't know, this is This is the wilderness. Like, there's a reason that there's a kit required. There's a reason that you have that stuff with you. And I think, you know, the earlier the better. Like, if it starts to rain, you know, whip out that jacket, throw it on.
Yeah, and this is such a great shot right here. There's some communication happening. We think that's Mike McNutt, or no, that's Michael Greer. We said, right?
We think that's Versteeg and Greer.
Greer, yeah. You can see they're communicating back and forth. Obviously, we don't know what they're saying, but it's almost like they're helping encourage each other up this hill.
It looks like Versteeg was like, "Come on, come with me, just tag on the back."
This is what the sport is, right? You've got two fierce competitors, but they know that they're not going to get the most out of themselves if they don't have somebody also that's helping to push them. And I think that you're seeing that here. If they can band together and get through a really difficult situation and then set themselves up to be able to perform at an even higher level as the race continues to move on, versus kind of getting sucked into this like low point that some of these challenging sections of the course can present. This is awesome.
And this is, I don't know, maybe Versteeg is giving a tour because this is like his home course. So maybe he's like, so look over there, like that's a really good bush to go pee behind. Yeah. I've done it like 6 times because I've been on this section like 80 times. Yeah. And, you know, maybe he's like doing a little, maybe that is in turn going to help him get out of his own head because we saw him like struggling maybe a little bit at Crown King. So maybe they're talking to each other and just giving each other pointers. Mm-hmm. It's really cool that they have kind of like teamed up here.
Yeah, different strategy than what we saw 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
When, you know, there wasn't communication and now they've kind of banded together.
It's very cool. Also, someone in the chat was asking about the pacing for something like this and like how you navigate it. So, I mean, you can speak to that because you've done a race like this, but I do think like just I've done 100 milers. I think it's an interesting concept because you want to take advantage when your legs are fresh, but you don't want to overcook yourself so that you are death marching. And I would imagine in a 250-mile race, you're probably going to go through multiple phases where your legs might come back and then like be gone for hours at a time and like almost regenerate themselves. And that's the point of the hydration and the sleep and the fueling. Yeah. So it's, what did how do you think about pacing, like from an effort level standpoint in something like this?
Yeah, this course sets up really well if you have legs, the back half of the race, to be able to actually run.
Yeah.
Right. So that was the biggest lesson for me last year, was just like I went out a little bit too hard on those early 35 miles and kind of burned them up a little bit. If you can manage yourself through, and again, I'm talking from an average person perspective, not a Harry or a Courtney or any of these that are just like pedal to the metal going. But for me, it's like if you can manage yourself through those first 35 miles, get through that big climb, manage your expectations, save some energy a little bit. If you can run that back half 125, you're going to put yourself in a really good position. Now, running that back half might be like a 12 or 15 minute mile, right? Like I'm not talking like we're not flying here, but being able to just kind of conserve that energy and be a little bit more fresh.
Nice. Shiny shoes on Versteeg's feet. Yeah, I totally agree with that, Caleb. And I think that like it's interesting because you're like, I want to be able to run the second half, which is, 125 miles, but I already have 125 miles on my legs. And so the reality of like what that actually feels like on your legs, to your point, is such an interesting concept, like when you're trying to like think through it in your mind. But I do think that Courtney has said something that I remember that can be translated to anyone doing this race. And that is that she thinks about it like a gas tank or like a speedometer or something like that, where it's like she's going to go like 3/4 of the way up. She's not going to go full, 100 miles an hour. She's going to go like 60, 70 miles an hour. And she's kind of going to hold it at that effort level, like whatever that feels like to you. And that could be, an 8-minute pace for her at some point. That could be a 12-minute pace for somebody else. But it's all about the effort level and like truly trusting and paying attention to what is like how much you're exerting yourself, like, and really like honoring that.
Yeah.
All right. These two runners together still. So Michael Greer, what do we know about Michael Greer?
He's a Phoenix local. I know Megan Slavin, who's also big in the community here, is going to be on his crew. I believe she's helping to pace him towards the end. I'm not sure exactly which miles, but I know she will be out there with him.
Looks like he did a Jackrabbit Jubilee 12-hour August of last year, 78 miles in 12 hours. Won that. Michael is 42 years young. He did the Sedona Canyons 125 last year and won it. Mm-hmm. So there you go. Talking about like stepping up a distance, came out, did the 125, smashed it, ran it in 26 hours, 27 minutes, and then back this year to double the distance. So this would be all new for him, right? Because Sedona, the first 125.
Yep.
Or I should say Sedona Canyons is the last 125 of the Cocodona 250 course.
Question for you.
He ran Cocodona as well in 23 and placed third.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. He's
Not
a veteran. Yeah.
How do you think the course change at the end with Eldon?
Yeah.
Obviously, we're a day away from that, day and a half. How do you think that impacts the race?
So I think that it's going to be critical to stay upright on that section. I think that is I think about, I paced my husband the last 25 miles of the Uray 50 the year he actually took the win. And we were coming down, this is like my hometown area, and we're coming down this really, really steep, scree covered. And I just kept saying, just don't fall. Just don't fall. Mm-hmm. I don't care if we're running 11, 12 minute miles. The worst thing that can happen right now is you fall and you hit your head.
Yeah.
And I've done that Eldon, that side of Eldon. And so I think that you've just got to take care of yourself and realize there's no one that's going to go down that thing fast, quote unquote fast, right? You just need to be efficient, get down it and not hurt yourself. Because I think that then it's going to be hard to catch anybody in that section. So we'll see. It should be interesting.
Okay. All right. Can you guys hear me over there?
We can.
Okay, cool. So just at Crown King, wanted to give a quick update. We're really seeing the middle of the pack sort of roll through here, but I'm going to bounce over to Whiskey Row and see you guys there in a couple hours to catch the leaders as they come through there. So I would say overall, it's really fun to see all the crews just out here and really excited to see the runners now, as you can hear behind me. And we're really, there's Kyla from Jaunty. There we go, athlete manager.
Kyla.
Crushing it.
Rosemary.
Yeah.
Coming
in.
She's
doing great.
Let's go, Kyla.
So, I was trying to figure out where we were in our women's field. I think we're just over our top 10.
Yeah.
That
would be great if we could clear through the top 10 on the women's side. I will take a look here, but appreciate all your work, Hillary, and it'll be great to see you out at Whiskey Row.
Absolutely. I will report in a few hours with some more updates. So, yeah.
Amazing.
See you guys soon.
See you
Thanks,
there.
Hillary. Keep crushing.
All right. We are going to swap streams. So if you are following along and watching us, you don't have to do anything. It'll automatically switch over, but we can only be on YouTube. YouTube is not an ultra runner, obviously, because it can only go for 10 hours at a time. So we're going to switch to a new stream. We will be right back.